stars collide. New faces here in the Overwatch League.
Here we go, the moment you have been waiting for.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Hello Overwatch League fans and welcome back for another exciting day of action that will take place in America's capital, Washington D.C. We're just 30 minutes away from the start of our first match. This is the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. I'm your host Zoe Schwind, joined once again by CP, Casa and Reinforce. Guys, did you get some good rest after the never-ending matches yesterday?
I had a nightmare about it.
They were on map 13 and they just switched in walkers for the 14th time. It just kept going.
That's more swaps than there were maps.
Wait, who won?
Exactly.
Who won?
Yeah, who won? That's
Nobody won. It's still going. It's map 15.
Still going?
Yeah, in my mind. It's
map
just
27.
continually playing.
Well, I got news for you. We're going to map 15 right now.
Well, oh God. Well, there you go. Off to a good start right there. Now, there is a lot to talk about, so let's kick it right off with our opening match of the day. Meko and the Houston Outlaws will be taking on his former team and their new flex tank, Hotpa. So speaking of Meko and Hotpa, let's take a look at their head-to-head stats on Diva this season. Hotpa is outperforming Meko when it comes to the hero damage, as you can see, final blows as well as self-destruct kills. Reinforced, how has NYXL's new tank been able to gel so well with this team so quickly?
Well, first of all, he's a great player. And I think that's very important when you reference why he's gelled so quickly. I actually have a theory that a lot of these great Overwatch players, it's just natural synergy, how you start gelling with some of the best players in the world. You know, you see a lot of players play in the top skill ranked. They are like top 10, top 15, etc. Those players have a natural ability to just start playing well with each other because they read abilities so well in the game. So Hotpa is just one of those really talented players that can just gel with pretty much anyone, because he's just that phenomenally great at Overwatch. So I don't think it's a coincidence that he's playing well with York Excelsior. I think he's just that good at adapting to a new team.
Also, he has experience adapting to new teams, right? You think about his journey throughout Overwatch League. The only player that has been on more teams than him is Fissure, where he's used to swapping around, obviously going from the Fusion, now to the Charge, now over to New York. If there's any player you can expect to have experience going, all right, time to adapt to a new team, it'd be Hotpa. Just look at his history.
And I think you've seen with Hotpa coming in, sort of NYXL's new style of trying to play aggressive, and you saw it work incredibly well in the early matches that they played. But against Philly, though, it didn't really come off that way. Philly was shutting them down left and right. They were really struggling. Who Are You was getting picked first all the time. Hotpa wasn't getting the space that he's used to getting. So it's nice to see that happening in these matches, that you see them just going aggressive here with this Diva Bomb, and it doesn't really have a rhyme or reason, so they really need to tighten it up. With that said, they're playing the Houston Outlaws, so they probably don't need to tighten it up too much.
I mean, wow, the truth hurts. Life is pain, but that's the reality. Yeah, indeed. I at least like that they changed it up and they started playing a bit more aggressive towards the latter half of yesterday's match. So some positive signs from the New York Excelsior. Just gotta have some more discipline moving forward.
All right, so that's the main advice. Was it just lack of discipline, or is there anything else standing out for you where you feel like New York kind of struggled with?
They haven't really played this style before, as we've seen, so I think they just sort of aren't really fully adapted to understanding when they need to be going aggressive, when to be throwing these ults. They're obviously an incredible team and they know how to play the game. It's just, it seems a couple of beats early, a couple of beats late here and there. Like you saw them throw away a couple of ults as well. So if they can just sort of like fine tune it and get used to playing against the better teams and sort of executing against the better teams, I think you'll see better things from them.
All right, that sounds like small, very fixable things. So let's see what they have in store for us today as they are facing the Houston Outlaws, who has had a rough start to the season, to say the least. Now, Reinforce, what are your thoughts on the Outlaws and their starting lineup as we can see it right now? Yeah, Blase and Dante are back in. Let's talk about it.
Isn't there like a quote, like insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's my analysis.
Now it is.
You lost to Boston Uprising. Do something.
It was a close match. No one can dispute that.
Okay,
It's
but
been on forever.
in all reality, okay? So realistically, they could be making a change, okay? They could be swapping off Blase and Dante.
That's what we hoped
Maybe
yesterday.
put Dante on the McCree and put Blase on the May. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm saying it might happen, so I'm not going to take things out in advance. We'll see how the match plays out, but for now, slightly disappointed. Slightly disappointed with the starting lineup.
the problem is for Houston is that we don't even know what players actually traveled out with the team. There's a possibility that Linkser might not even be there in Washington, D.C. right now. But so there is the possibility for Outlaws right now that they don't even have the ability to swap things up, where, as you say, they could decide to go, okay, Dante and Blase, like, let's just swap together. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think, unfortunately, they are locked into keeping Blase on the hit scan, at least for this week.
But on a different note, going back to the life is pain of Houston Outlaws, we see that Raucus is going to start this match, okay? I would really like to see him just play this whole thing out. Regardless of results, how anything goes, let's just see Raucus go. They need to get a consistent factor within this team because Raucus probably makes a lot of calls for this team. I'm sure Rappel has a very different style that you see playing flex support. They need to get consistency so that they can start identifying other issues.
Exactly, and honestly, you can say all you want about the team losing. There's always something to take away from it and something from learn. So I very much hope that this is helping the Houston Outlaws to progress further into this season. Now, our second match of the day is Red Hot 3-0 Philadelphia Fusion. That made no sense. It's Philadelphia Fusion or Philly if you want, but they are taking on a 1-0 Toronto squad. Now, the Defiant, they have a stellar DPS lineup that features the likes of Shore4, but they will be facing a strong Fusion backline of Carpe and Ivy, of course. So, or rather frontline. I don't know, I said backline.
Midline.
Midline. And they're actually everywhere, so it wasn't incorrect per se. Now, they might have some extra motivation since they are going up against the former teammate as well here. So there's a bit of a revenge match for Ivy. Let's take a look at his stats though. Ivy did impress a lot on the May. He ranks second in overall deaths, as you can see, third in hero damage and critical hit accuracy in the league. Now, teams always focus on Carpe, so why should the Defiant keep an eye out on Ivy today?
I think Ivy has been probably one of the most impressive Mays for me in general. He's been super aggressive. He's been super consistent, and that's all that you want from a May. You're not wanting him to just pop off 100% of the time. You're always wanting. You just want him consistently in the front line, protecting your Reinhardt, getting good walls, not getting his May ults eaten. And I think Ivy's been that across the board.
The other thing that's really good for Ivy here is that as we see players swap up on DPS, right? Not every player is necessarily competent on every hero. We saw that through Ryu, where frankly I don't think Ryu was super confident on the May. Ivy, meanwhile, been a May specialist, someone that is very comfortable on this hero. It showed in his performance yesterday, and right now it's a very, very good sign for him going forward. Now, whether that extends to a different meta when things change up, who knows? But for now, having someone that's this comfortable on May is incredibly good for a team in this particular meta.
Now let's check out this tweet by Poco yesterday. He wrote, "Are you guys starting to understand now?" I should have said that in a French accent. You guys starting to understand now? Yeah, so now stats might not show Poco's impact on the team, but reinforce. Like, what have you seen so far, which really makes him stand out?
Well, the thing about Philadelphia Fusion so far, I think, is that they're really methodical in their play and their positioning has been on point. And Poco is a large part of that because the way he's been managing to put pressure on the enemy backline. We saw Jonak yesterday struggling on the Ana because Poco had such a huge presence on that team. Obviously, it helps now with D.Va because you have 3 seconds when you're flying around with your mech. And that is going to make a big difference. But we see, like here, he's just targeting down Jonak with a great ice wall from Ivy. So his positioning has been on point, and specifically his survivability. You see there are 2.4 deaths per 10 minutes, second fewest in the league. Just his ability to put pressure on the backline of an enemy team and then survive and not losing that mech makes a huge difference. So Poco has been a real contributor to this Philadelphia Fusion team so far.
Also, to some people, it's been a bit of a surprise, right? Where Poco, in my mind, was the most consistent player for Fusion last season, but it wasn't necessarily going to be the case here as we moved into this season where people thought, okay, well, you've added new additions like Fury, maybe Poco's not going to get playtime, and it's been quite the opposite, right? Where Poco has been a rock for the Fusion so far, and as mentioned, very good at shutting down players like Jonak, just being a constant threat in the backline. If you're going up against the Fusion right now, you have to be accounting for Poco, how aggressive he's been, and you need to have a game plan to shut him down.
Well, Kasa, what are your expectations for the Defiant? What are they gonna storm the stage with?
We don't 100% know because we've only seen them play once, and they were very sort of flexible with their DPS lineup. They played Shore4, Agilities, and Logics at different points of the map. It seems like when Logics is... Yeah, thanks, man. It seems like when Logics was in, that was a map that they potentially could play Widow, and then Shore4 was sort of flexing between the Mei and the Reaper and the McCree, so he's sort of doing everything. And then you have Agilities, who's pretty much like a projectile sort of specialist, so I kind of want to see if they've standardized a little bit, because if you keep changing your DPS, and especially your Mei player, over and over again, it does get very sort of disjointed for the main tank and the rest of the team.
Well, speaking of main tank.
Main tank?
Main tanks!
Main tanks. Reinforce, your thoughts on Beast now after seeing a match of him already?
Well, I'm actually quite impressed by what we've seen from Beast so far. He was a big question mark coming into this team, and when you looked at this roster on paper going into the season, I think we ranked them maybe like 15, 16, etc. But with Beast being able to put on performances like this, I seriously think that Toronto Defiant could be a playoffs team. Because now, if Beast continues to perform like he did against Paris Eternal in Week 1, this is now a stacked roster where everyone is doing their part. So we had a lot of question marks about Beast. We didn't know how good he would be in the Overwatch League, but he landed a lot of good shatters. And with the help of that, and then you have Surefour, Kariv, etc. There's a lot of good players on that team. So I'm really impressed by Beast so far. And I think that with him playing the main tank, if he performs like this, is a really lethal team that could be scary for a lot of other teams in the league.
Now, I do have to ask you, CP. You were not super high on Beast. Has your opinion changed?
A little. I'm not going to say entirely. And here's what comes down to is that I've seen a lot of Beast over time, and I do think you look back at his history as one of the weaker parts of the Fusion University roster. He did outperform expectations of many of the first week, but also that was against a much weaker Paris front line, where you look at how improved Paris was by adding in Hanbin this week. You can look back and also just kind of subtract and go, okay, Beast had a great performance against Paris, but what does that mean for Paris? So that front line was clearly in shambles and needed replacement. So this is going to be a much better test of Beast here today than I think his initial performance was.
You're going to miss out on the stonks. You're going to miss out on the Beast stonks,
You're going to have to buy when it's super high.
That's not how this works. That's not how that works at all.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't be giving advice like that to begin with. So far, I don't think we've been entirely right. But you were hard to please. I respect that. Let's see if Beast can make it up to you today. Now, coming up next, can the 2018 champion London Spitfire play spoiler against Justice in front of their hometown crowd in the district?
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now moving on, generally, if you have memories you can never forget, they're of a first kiss or maybe the birth of your first child, variety. Not necessarily memories of reinforcing Costa dressed like police officers, but...
great memory.
Good times.
It is a memory for sure. Now, our third matchup of the day, London versus Washington. That brings back a lot of memories. Are they fond memories, though?
No. I remember this match when it happened. This happened.
Stage 1.
Yes.
Stage 1.
Oh.
Way back when.
This is a throwback.
This is when Justice is coming back into the league. Oh my.
Oh, London Spitfire goats.
Oh.
Oh, no, you almost did it. You almost hit the boop.
This is when London, everyone was coming in and they're like, oh, London are the champions. These guys are going to be...
Oh, no! Oh,
Corey, no!
Oh, Gesture! What is that?
Oh my
won one match, by the way. This is not a compilation of the season. Just one match.
Oh no! This is just the first map.
No, we were on Havana before.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
No one's ever going to die in this game. I remember watching this specifically being like, these teams don't have any...
the grab! Oh my god.
This was back when Corey was making his debut, and everyone was like, Corey's a hit scan god, and then his Xayah was just anything but godlike.
It just keeps going, just like the match did. You think the highlight's gonna end, and it continues. It's like Houston v. Boston.
Is this just the same team fight? Have we been watching the same team fight?
What is going on?
Oh, there's the beat.
Well, I didn't sign up for this.
I'm so glad I'm able to spark so much.
Gesture!
No!
Here comes the grab.
Don't eat the grab. Okay, there's no diva. Okay, we got
Was this the end?
This is the same fight! This is the same fight!
Let it end! Justice!
Wasn't that great? Did you guys forget about that? Because I didn't. And I'm glad to bring it back. Any thoughts?
That was almost worse than yesterday.
Why have you done this? These are really my thoughts.
Can we next year, we can do a Houston Outlaws versus Boston one.
Yeah.
So we'll run it back.
Yeah.
Well...
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain, I may or may not promise that things will be very different today. Because for one, we're not playing GOATs, so let's keep our hopes up.
Hallelujah.
The teams are retooled. The London Spitfire is a retooled team, and they're looking for an upset victory in front of Washington's fans. Now, Corey and the Justice are looking to rebound after their loss yesterday. Let's start with London first, however. CP, why should we keep a close eye on Bernard?
Well, Bernard, if you've followed his career path going back to Contenders, is a player that is incredibly consistent. A player that, in his Overwatch League debut, continued to be consistent at the highest levels of Overwatch. A player that a lot of people have been bullish on for a long time, including myself. And look, we've already seen how good an off-tank can have impact on a team the way that Elevote has helped the Justice. But I think Bernard is arguably even better than Elevote. So you're looking at the mirror matchup right now. It's a good thing for the
You're talking trash about my Swedish off-tank?
How dare you?
We have Nevix. We have Nevix, CP. We have Nevix. Don't talk trash.
Okay, calm down. But for me, when I think about London, the hole that I saw in this roster last time we saw them play against Paris was J-Mac. He was walking in, getting isolated first every time. It didn't feel like he had any support from his team. So he needs, coming into this match, he needs to play smarter and he needs to play safer because he was getting walled left and right. He was just getting walked at by the enemy Reinhardt. It didn't seem like he had any opportunity to really pop off. So I want to see him just sort of work with his team a little bit more. And on top of that as well, his teammates supporting him.
He honestly looked a little bit like you when you play Reinhardt on stream.
Yeah, I know, and that's a terrible thing. You don't want that. I shatter shields all the time. I jump before I shatter 100% of the time, and I pin on cooldown.
I never do that.
You always do that. That was your legacy, wasn't it?
I mean, for some people it works out. Bumper can do all of the aforementioned, and it just somehow all comes together.
Magic.
It is magic.
So you're saying I'm the same level of main tank as Bumper?
That's not exactly what I've been saying. Oh, God.
Take what you can get, Custa. Take what you can get.
Sure, whatever. Now, Reinforce, looking at the other side there, what can the Justice to stop the London Spitfire?
Well, easy enough for Washington Justice. I think you just have to punish exactly what Costa mentioned, that J-Mac, he was pretty weak for the London Spitfire. So I would honestly, if I was the Washington Justice, just put a ton of resources into RAR and make sure that the front line of the Washington Justice really performs today. Because if Elevote has a great game, like he's had in the past, and if RAR is able to shut down J-Mac, this is a team that will really have a tough time of actually dealing with the Washington Justice. I think that Washington Justice, if their front line can continue to put in work, that Washington Justice is pretty scary because you have players like Corey and Stratus that are performing, and then you have Aim God in the back line, who mechanically is a really good player. So the question marks for me is Washington Justice front line. And if you put a lot of resources into RAR and Elevote today, I think it's going to be really hard for the London Spitfire to deal with Washington Justice as a team.
Well, the other thing to look at the Justice, too, is that what is Corey going to do, right? Where Corey right now, you look at his trajectory of the season, came in a little bit cold, looked a little bit better yesterday. Can Corey build on that? Because when a lot of people looked at the Justice and they're wondering, is this team going to be good this year? When people landed on the good category, well, part of that included Corey keeping up the same performance that he had in Stage 4 last year. And you take a look at the highlights right now. He had some very good moments yesterday, but I think if they're going to defeat London today, Corey needs to do that and more.
Well, and that all comes down to good communication and cohesion within the team, and that is something a lot of teams have been showing us in their game. However, what are they actually saying when they just take to the stage? What is the stuff we don't hear? Now, we got you covered because we have our week 2 com check coming your way.
Mic test 1 2, mic test 1 2.
2 1 2 testing. Let's go.
Is this all forehead, baby? Does it get the important stuff?
Oh, the camera's on the side. I can see you guys. Look to your left. Gexy, camera on your left.
What?
Just
put the camera.
It's your camera. Yo, drink your Coke.
Oh, the light. Are they gonna turn off this light?
I think they're staying on.
You.
Meko.
Yep. Hello?
You're on camera. Camera.
Huh? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. You ready, right?
Oh my god!
Bro, I hate smelling the smoke machine.
Just don't smell.
Don't smell? Okay.
Stop.
Does that tickle?
Wait, really? What?
I've never been that ticklish on my
Going in, guys.
I got hardened footsies.
I really like what's happening in chat right now. Shut your mouth. Let's go, Philly.
I miss Boston, Boston.
What?
Not that handsome, actually.
Yeah.
Yo, so true. He's okay.
Oh, we lost that fight!
Dante is so stupid.
Dante crazy. I can't do this. I really need a muzzle.
Entertaining as always. Now, you might have seen this next segment on Costa's News Network, or of course on Sideshow, borrowing,
Stealing.
Okay, let's go with stealing then. Borrowing it for It's time for You Hate to See It. Costa, take it away.
All right, that's it. We are here for the patented, to me and the Custom News Network, You Hate to See It. This is a classic segment. So this one, we're going to talk about things that have just been tragic. And when you think of tragic right now in the league, you have to think of the Houston Outlaws, but it's not what you think. They have had a terrible season so far, just behind the scenes. We originally had the house that they were originally going to practice and play out of. They ended up getting evicted because of the housing union. And then the second thing is their entire team gets sick going into the first homestand that they were going to play, which is awful. So that's really unfortunate for them. And then on top of that, this most recent homestand, they lost all of their luggage. Pretty much just went away. So that's a complete you hate to see it for Houston Outlaws. I'm not making excuses for everything that's happened, but it's still a you hate to see it.
It feels a bit cursed, honestly, at this point. There's a lot going wrong out of their hands even, which...
I don't know what they did. They pissed someone off really bad.
I think it's just the karma from
Unlucky.
just really annoying the housing association where they tried to go there and it just followed them all season long. Don't mess with them.
All right, well, if we're moving on then, we got another you hate to see it. This one goes to your resident Super because he's on Twitter once again. I know, it's awful. But here's what we got. We got Super saying,
Whoa!
contemplating waxing all my thigh and butt cheek hair because when I sit down, the hairs get pulled at by my panties and it's very annoying and I don't like it. Also, we landed in Korea today, so that's good.
Whoa, this is TV. You can't say that.
Yeah.
I
You can't say that.
Why not?
What?
It's natural.
No, that's disgusting.
Why doesn't he just first try to buy new panties?
There's a lot of questions that I have about that. That was not one of them that I was originally raising.
that is
Think
a good
outside the
one.
box.
I don't want to think about the box at all. Anything to do with Super and that thing. You hate to see it, Super. Please stop.
No.
Please. And the last you hate to see it, the lovable, our dream, Jerry.
Oh, Jerry.
I was dreaming about you last night as well. But unfortunately, Jerry got caught in a very tough spot yesterday. He's got the high noon. They threw the bomb at him, but Jerry has hopes and dreams. He's gonna make it. But you can't make that dream, Jerry. I respect the attempt, but that is a you hate to see.
Jerry is perfect, the game bugged. That's what it was.
But Jerry in general is you love to see it. So
That's
it all
true.
works out in the end, I would say. Well, Costa, thank you so much for all the insight, all the things we need or didn't need to know. Anyway, we're just moments away now from our opening match in Washington, D.C. We got predictions coming up next.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Welcome back. Now the first match is about to start, but before we want to take a quick look at the predictions from our desk. Guys, which ways did we go today?
I think I went for Outlaws. Oh, it must be a bug. It put New York up there. Right, overfilling.
Playing it safe.
Nice.
Oh, no! You're throwing! You're throwing! What are you doing in London?
In my defense, I'm not going to speak for you, but I thought Bernard is, you know, really good.
He's good.
He's a really good player, and I think he has a...
and Glister.
But Washington, they look really good.
Sure, but on the same note, I do have faith in London's coaching staff. I think that you've given them more time. I think they're going to turn it around. I think if you believe that their coaching staff is good, you've given them time to prepare, and Washington has still been a little bit out of sorts.
Also, J-Mac only looked bad on their second day. I think actually the first one he looked decent.
So you have a 50-50 shot of him not
I rolled a dice on this one, I admit. I'm not convinced.
Agape, you better coach the hell out of that team, because otherwise CP will lose.
Yeah.
Do the coaching thing.
The
good coaching thing.
The guest spot.
Why are you doubting Pavane so much?
You're ruining the guest predictions.
Am I? Right now, I'm ahead from yesterday. I was the only one that went 2-1.
He actually really made up for it. Well, that does it for our pre-show, guys. Thank you so much for all the insight. We will be back again, of course, for our game break. But for now, we're going to head on over to Washington, D.C. for our first match of the day, as the New York Excelsior will be taking on the Houston Outlaws.
Washington, D.C., the district, the land of American giants, a place where history is written.
The Vancouver Titans get 4-0 by the Washington Justice. The Titans are absolutely done!
Where icons live forever, etched in stone. A place where justice is served.
Justice reigns from above.
There it is, the barrage. Point blank, instant death.
He tries to get around the side and finds two! Oh my goodness!
The biggest stars in the nation's capital. It's all going down.
Let's go!
Right now.
One in Washington, D.C. We are live from the Anthem. I'm Golden Boy, your host. We had a great time yesterday, and I know that everyone here is excited to see the Washington Justice take the stage against the London Spitfire. But first, we have the NYXL taking on the Houston Outlaws, and then the Toronto Defiant will take the stage to go up against the Philadelphia Fusion. It's going to be a good day, folks. Are you ready to have some fun? Come on, guys, make some noise, because it's going to be a good day of some Overwatch. We also have some great casters to kick it off. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. A pleasure to be back for day 2 of the Washington homestand. We've seen some absolutely astounding matches yesterday.
Mind-blowing matches.
Mind-blowing matches,
Historic
some might say.
matches.
Absolutely incredible across the board. But it's a new day, a new dawn, and more opportunities for the Houston Outlaws to attempt to get their first win. So let's take a look at today's schedule to see the matches that are going to be played. The first one, of course, the New York Excelsior against the Houston Outlaws, followed up by Toronto Defiant versus the Philadelphia Fusion, and the one that everyone here is waiting for, the London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice. All bound to be quite entertaining.
I absolutely agree with you. I think the third game of the day could potentially be the closest one. Maybe not what the Washington Justice crowd here want to hear, but it should definitely be entertaining. This first one, though, a brutal start for Houston Outlaws, coming off the back of just an epic game yesterday. But also, New York, both of these teams have been dealt a loss so far in this homestand.
Yeah, New York not looking as strong as they once were, honestly, compared to previous years of the Overwatch League. They're looking a little bit more shaky, actually, in their match against Philadelphia. Philadelphia obviously coming in quite prepared. I don't want to take anything away from them as a team.
Oh, no, I mean, they looked fantastic. The Philadelphia Fusion got rid of any of those nerves that were present in the first match, way back, you know, in the previous, at their own homestand, and they looked on fire when they came out here. Completely shut down NYXL when they tried to run that dive and manhandled them in the mirror match.
Yeah, unconventional mistakes, though, were being made. Jonak being caught out of position every now and then. He had some shining moments, as you can see here, but across the board, this is not the New York that we've come to know. We expect a little bit more from this team in general. I think their fans do as well at the end of the day. But in this case, the first match today, we're up against some easier opponents, per se, compared to the Philadelphia Fusion, going up against the Houston Outlaws. The Houston Outlaws also being dealt quite a bad hand in terms of a lot of their starting matches, not really getting onto the right footing for 2020.
Yeah, and that's true. And they come off the back of the most grueling match I think we've ever seen in Overwatch League history. This game was historic for perhaps all the wrong reasons. But for the Houston Outlaws, there are glimmers of hope. They started out playing really poorly, it's got to be said. But the later this match went on, they managed to hold in. Their grit, determination, and just desire to win kept them through it, and they started to rebound towards the end of the series.
Yeah.
And when they got to Oasis, when they got to Ilios, they started to look pretty decent.
You can feel them starting to warm up ever so slightly. You see Jexa had some great moments here, even with the Diva boosters, mate. There's nothing that can stop that boop coming through. And I feel like Jexa is one of the shining lights for the Houston Outlaws team. And it's funny as well, when you look at this roster, you would assume that it would be probably some of the other additions that have been made. Players like Meko coming in as well, who's coincidentally also today playing against his former team.
Absolutely.
So, in general, the Houston Outlaws, they've made the right acquisitions, but it still feels like there's a bit of time for them. They need to just mesh it together. They need a bit more time to do that.
Absolutely. But we have seen this roster previously have huge upsets. They were the ones that defeated the San Francisco Shock in 2019, where nobody saw that upset coming. So occasionally, Houston can just produce magic from seemingly nowhere. Whether or not they can produce it today is a whole different discussion, but they will have to produce something way better than what we've seen so far to take down NYXL.
All right, well, enough of us chewing your ears off in the pre-game. Let's start walking out the teams, starting with the New York Excelsior. This is a team that's been packed with talent from head to toe. And honestly, a lot of people's rankings before this season even began, they had them at number 2, number 3 spot, just below the San Francisco Shock. A lot of expectations for them. And it feels like they're just still kind of getting their footing alongside a lot of other teams. But but still, no doubt in my mind that they are one of the stronger teams in the league.
I definitely agree with you. I think you still have to place them top 5, but with that loss yesterday to the Fusion, I think it exposed some real weaknesses for the team. Who Are You got caught out in quite a number of situations on that May. I can see why they wanted to play him to get him game time really early on, integrate him into the roster, but they're playing a little sloppy. Both Who Are You and Jonak actually going for a very aggressive plays, getting caught out of position. You can get away with that against worse teams. You can flex on your opponents, but against the stronger, more cohesive teams, Jonak ended up getting caught out. So either today he'll tighten it up a bit, or they'll just flex on Houston.
Yeah.
Animo, though, continues to be one of the best Lucios and just generally main supports that we have in this league. And New York, you always know that they can improve, they can bounce back, because the talent on this roster is just so supremely good.
It's time to see who the opponents are. The one and only Houston Outlaws. A rough start for the Houston Outlaws. They, of course, all aware of that one. And a team that we've said over and over again, the potential is there in terms of the players they picked up. The roster, they have talent. It just needs to be unlocked in some way. And whether that takes time, or a different style of coaching, different strategies, we've yet to see. But a lot of question marks remain with this squad and the way that they've been sort of acting with it.
Yeah, Jexa, though, was a shining light yesterday in that grueling victory over the Boston Uprising. He was getting so many kills all over the place. You can see that the Outlaws have also started by fielding Raucus. Expect him to be swapped in and swapped out with Repel. We have still really yet to figure out how that's going on.
Yeah.
But this is Meko's match against his former team, the NYXL. And that, I think, is going to be a big game for him. He's really going to want to be putting up a strong performance against the squad that he ended up parting from in this offseason. It's always rough when you move from a team at the absolute top of the league to one towards the bottom, and Meko's still yet to really find his feet on this roster, which still has communication issues and some team synergy problems.
It's a rough transition. The DPS players for the Houston Outlaws seem to be performing a little bit better when they're on those comfort roles, per se, when Blase can flex a little bit onto the Doomfist. Dante now coming in as well into this roster. But we'll see if they've made any adjustments from yesterday. We'll see if they're able to turn it around and potentially turn those frowns upside down. Because I certainly want to see it, Josh.
Yeah, the Houston Outlaws do not look like they're in a great mental state, but they'll have to be to start out here on Ilios. Yesterday, they began on a control point. It went pretty badly for them, but the ones towards the end of the match went incredibly well. Which Houston Outlaws will we see today? Blase tempting us with the Doomfist early on. That would be a good sign for me. I would like to see him move away from these hit scan rolls. He has statistically been poor compared to the competition. I don't know whether he can stand up to Sabiobi.
We'll see as well. Sabiobi, of course, the solid foundation, a rock for the New York Excelsior. And we'll see now as the New York Excelsior and the Houston Outlaws face off. The gates are open.
And what an OG composition for Sabiobi and Who Are You? The Tracer and the Farah.
Flashbacks to previous years here.
Yeah, like 2017 kind of compositions.
You love to see it. We'll see. You see New York Excelsior, they're going to be running Who Are You. He's taking positioning around the lighthouse. He's using the line of sight as cover. Just going to be raining rockets down onto them. Houston just trying to find an opening now. They're a little bit lost, it feels like, because there's really only one player who can take care of him. And that's going to be Blase and Raucus, but Raucus instantly falls. A lack of healing now for the Houston Outlaws. And they are just going to get dismantled, taken out from above. Who Are You with the damage boost? The rockets rain down. Houston, you've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. How are you going to be tackling this?
And in theory, Blase should be the counter to both Sabiobi and Who Are You.
What?
But I like the strat from New York because it puts so much pressure on Blase, a player who's been struggling a lot on that McCree role. So now Houston have made the swap over themselves.
That's the issue with those damage boosted rockets. Enough damage to one-shot you if you're playing Tracer. And this spam damage is brutal for the Houston Outlaws. Barely able to get a foothold onto the point.
But this is really interesting. Houston were a team that struggled in dive when we had that at the beginning of 2018. They never had a Tracer player on their team. Now Dante is available.
Very nice. Boomer comes in with the Wrecking Ball, the grappling hook. Able to dislodge Jonak away from the point here. Not a hero that we would strongly associate with him, but he's turned up so far, and now the lack of heals for New York might spell a bit of trouble for them. Houston Outlaws going to take this opportunity now to work their way in, but Raucus is in the danger zone. Sabiobi on the back line, recalls away. Who Are You ends up picking up that kill. Still a winnable fight though for Houston Outlaws right now.
JJoNak's used the nano boost as well. That goes on to Mano. Takes down Jexor on his own actually as he gets pressured. And in the back, Sabiobi dueling with Blase.
Trying to go for the 1v1 here. Dante's in trouble, the beatdown! Cracking the cranium, Sabiobi wins that one out. Boomer now in a bit of trouble though, trying to knock a couple of these players off, but he will be falling as well. It was looking so good for the Houston Outlaws. They got the great opening pick onto JJoNak, but not enough to capitalize on.
Tell you what, Brent, I just love watching Sabiobi on Tracer.
It is
Tracer
magic.
v Tracer. It's magical. This guy was just well known as the best Tracer that we had in the whole of the Overwatch League. Arguable that Striker could have contested that.
I would make the argument for Striker.
But Sabiobi was unbelievable.
Definitely one of the best. Now let's see, Who Are You getting very aggressive. He's got the barrage running, waiting. He wants to see if Meko uses up the defense matrix. He doesn't want to unleash it because it would mean his own demise here, but the pressure being pocketed by Animo. Houston Outlaws, they have to touch the point here. The overtime is already ticked over. They are split right now. Confused as to how to take this fight out. Raucus falls again at the beginning of this fight. Blase just still holding on to this EMP, waiting for an opportunity to use it.
Sound barrier gets used and he's getting pressured, pushed up the map, forced to use the EMP. 2 players caught.
Yeah,
both tanks.
Both the tank lines going to be disabled for the time being, but it's not enough. It seems like New York Excelsior are just too overpowering. Even despite the fact that Mano was hacked, he couldn't jump around, he was still getting value out of the Primal Rage. They recap the point out. Houston Outlaws with no foothold whatsoever. Someone's able to touch just in the nick of time. Boomer managed to get that onto the Wrecking Ball. But the New York Excelsior are perfectly splitting up the Houston Outlaws. They're dismantling the backline, taking them out. Without the support line, it is just going to be crumbling. It's the Houston Outlaws, they don't have the sustain to really keep fighting like this. The mines are going to keep them off the point for the time being. But that's going to be round number 1. Very decisive fashion here for New York.
Sabiobi, the man on your screen, 6-0 on Tracer. He was not killed a single time throughout that round. And he devoured the backline. Both Raucus and Jexor, 4 deaths apiece. They just couldn't do anything against the combined pressure of Sabiobi and Who Are You. They are truly playing against the elite players when it comes to this divey kind of style.
Yeah.
New York set the pace. They were absolutely the best team in the world at this kind of style of Overwatch.
It seems like they want to stick with a similar composition here against the Houston Outlaws. This reads to me like they've kind of read that Blase's not particularly comfortable on the hit scan, so why not run heroes that, you know, maybe can get a little bit more done when the McCree isn't really stepping up to the task.
A lot of pressure on Blase now because he is going to run the McCree. He'll have a bit more of a safe space behind Muma's shield, and Muma is a very good Orisa.
Yeah.
But a lot of pressure on Blase's shoulders to actually get work done and push Who Are You back.
The well section of Ilios, notorious for Orisa gameplay. Notorious, famous, depends on your definition of how good you think Orisa is.
A lot of space being controlled here by New York as well.
Yeah, they've got them surrounded, but Houston, they want to try and counterattack this. They're going to try and group up here now, but the spam damage from Who Are You is absolutely destroying them. Manado falling very low, has to back off, gets frozen up in the process. Concussion blast, not going to be doing enough to knock Meko off, but Meko's going to get desuited, taking out the Diva. But this is good for the Houston Outlaws still. They have a player advantage, and they can work off of that. Blase, they hit a couple of these shots. Doesn't have the flashbang for another 2 seconds, so luckily, Who Are You able to escape out of that? Now it seems like they want to try and get at least a couple of shots off onto Who Are You. One more shot onto Animo would take him out, but Blase just can't quite find it in the end. Still, somehow New York are in this fight once more. Houston Outlaws forced to use ultimates now. Raucus using the nano boost. Again, no value getting out of these ultimates. Great post bomb by Sabiobi. Straight into the back, brings down Raucus. And this should crack this open now for New York Excelsior.
Yeah, JJoNak has just been running wild, picks up 2 kills in that fight as well. Houston, they held on for a bit, but as the New York Excelsior slowly gathered space and got their players into position, Houston just couldn't find the picks. You saw them desperately trying to put damage and stop the New York Excelsior taking space, but there was nothing that they could really do. Houston have got some decent ultimates to work with here. The Blizzard, but who are you really going to catch in the Blizzard? New York are running a very, very mobile composition. The Supercharger could get a lot of work done by Muma, but that'll be late in the fight. The advantage, though, for Houston is that they held control of the point that entire time. 38% on the back of one team fight win.
It feels like the game plan for New York a lot of this time is to try and dive onto Raucus. They recognize that he is the vulnerability right now. Blizzard gets used defensively by Houston, so New York, they cannot capitalize. They can't jump on them here. A lot of ultimates being used over New York and sent straight into the back line. The Self-Destruct gets exactly what they were looking for. Picks up one kill. It's going to be another lost fight here for Houston as they reset into the Abyss.
This is not fun.
And New York really are just snacking on the back line of the Houston Outlaws. Both Raucus and Jexa have 6 deaths to their name at the moment, compared to Jonak and Animo. Jonak has 2 deaths, and Animo hasn't been killed. So this is a huge difference in how the support line is being dealt with on both sides. Houston making an adjustment now as well. Dante going over to the Sombra.
It's a role he's been known for quite some time. Some would say possibly the best Sombra player in the league. A lot of competition these days. We can see they're trying to go for the hack. Bottom blade down. Who I use? Barrage gets most of the damage done. Those 3 kills. There you go. With a damage boost, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And now we see New York still in control at this point now, getting into last fight territory. Here's this replay once more.
Just focus down that Supercharger immediately, and everybody's in a vulnerable position. Great timing, but nobody even looks at who are you.
Now Houston are going to be relying on Dante to get a hack off, try and set something up now for his team to capitalize, to try and jump on. Obi in the backline again. Look at this coordinated attack. They've collapsed onto Houston straight away, and Dante's taken out. That's one of their win conditions gone. Raucus uses the nano boost. Blaze's got to try and hit some shots with it. He's got the bonus damage. It's enough to bring down Jonak. This could be enough for them. Sleep down into the back.
They've retaken the point.
It's pretty good so far for Houston. See if they can get a couple more kills though. Blaze needs to be careful. Battered down by the primal rage of Mano, taken out into the corner. Houston though still in control, and Dante now back in the fight.
Jex is going to be close to his sound barrier as well. Just about gets it, but who can he save?
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for now. Houston committing the soundbite. They only connect onto the 3 targets. Try and use that bonus HP. Dante looking for a hack target right now. It's difficult though. He's being pressured so heavily.
If he can hold on and just make sure that he gets this EMP, and Muma maybe survives. No, he gets taken out. Great priority target focus from New York. They know exactly who to pick off here.
Houston are not in an awful scenario here. It's still going to go to overtime. They have a bit of time to work with, but the longer this fight goes, the worse it's going to be. And Sabiobi, when he's on your back line, on a signature roll, it's not what you want to see. Slamming in the damage into the Houston Outlaws, barely trying to hold on here. You can see Blase, he's locked the legs just to try and get back onto the point as fast as possible.
The EMP is here as well. There's some potential to get something done, but Jackson goes down. New York is struggling to be able to clear the Houston Outlaws off. People just keep coming back in and in.
99%. Here, the post bomb whiffs here. Sabiobi in a bit of trouble. Houston, they might just be able to do this. Kudos to them for trying to turn this one around. They are very close to doing it. They just need to get a couple more kills. But New York Excelsior now focusing on the attack line. Boomer in a bit of trouble, has to back out. The rest of the team is able to clean up Dante and Raucus. A punch into the back. Boomer falls. Only a few more players remaining for Houston Outlaws. A scrappy round, a scrappy team fight, never ending in some ways. The uppercut is going to connect Jex to just the last man remaining, but it won't be enough. New York Excelsior are going to be claiming map number 1 in this series.
And it was scrappy. It wasn't really the meta, but it was decent performance from New York. They play a composition that they're ultra comfortable with, and they're able to ride that one all the way through.
Great game plan from New York. Houston Outlaws gonna have to rally now to see if they stand a chance in map 2. We'll see after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Airborne, Poco trying to get that finish on him, and he does, drops him down.
Grecian on Coma. Poco gets the finish. This is looking good for Philly now.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Oh, finally some huge value from Hotfoot. Does get a couple onto the point, and that might just save it for Guangzhou.
Unreal. And of course it's hot for Hex. Of course it's hot for...
Jack of all trades.
Exactly. He's
Master of most.
Hello. Back safely. The Jeffster's under pressure now. Finished off. Profit takes the out of the sky. He drops down. He nearly finds Coma. He's still chasing. He's in the back line. Profit's on a tracer, and he is wrecking your team.
Oh, Josh, did you know that today is the exact day that the Battle of the Alamo existed? On this very day, Josh.
Was that 184 years ago?
It was exactly 184 years ago.
I did know that.
If you're a fan of Overwatch League and also Texas history, you can go down to the Houston homestand, which is next weekend. Tickets still available. You don't want to miss it. It's only like, what, about 1,000 miles away from here? Roughly. But still, just walk. If you're a true fan, you'd go. So
yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Get your tickets now, still available, of course. But we're back into the match at hand, New York Excelsior versus the Houston Outlaws. And they are currently one map down, the Houston Outlaws, that is, and they're up against the New York Excelsior. It's been quite, I don't want to say a one-sided affair, because the Houston Outlaws have shown signs that they can compete every now and then, particularly when players are playing on a comfort roles. You're grimacing, which tells me you disagree to a degree.
Well, I'm grimacing because I don't really see a way out for Houston, because the players that should be stepping up to try and counter what New York are playing, it's Blase on the McCree, essentially, and he has just not been comfortable on that hero. He hasn't been able to hang at the kind of level that Sabiobi and Who Are You are. So, yes, the round looked fairly close towards the end, and it was on the board, 99-99, went into overtime. But in terms of the kill difference and the team fights that were actually being won, it was really all New York. So I really feel like Houston have got a lot of work to do here to be able to get back into this game if this is what New York decide to run.
Well, here's a shocker. Repel in for Raucus.
Yep.
It does definitely feel like every other map.
I saw it coming.
You did, yeah, you did. You called it.
I still can't tell you why.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I mean, there must be a rhyme or reason that our tiny, minuscule walnut brains can't decipher.
Yep.
You know, we'll just have to talk to the staff later and find out the exact reasoning behind it. But at least my personal theory for now is that it comes down to who's practicing on what maps. They're probably still splitting practice time for players on certain maps, so it probably comes down to that. Still deciding who they probably want to run full time. This is one of the ways that you can decide. Now looking at the map set, the next one's going to be Hanamura, an Overwatch classic. You either love it or you hate it, a bit like Marmite.
It is an Overwatch classic. And when we think about how this map ends up going down, there are opportunities to play stuff like dive on point A. We've seen a lot of creative strategies come out. So I'm wondering how much the NYXL are going to move away from the default when they play against Houston. Maybe they're going to flex a bunch of different compositions at us. Is Sabiobi really going to lock the legs? 1,000 different questions in this match.
I mean, if he locks the legs, he's a braver man than I, because I don't even want to do that on my plat games, let alone on the Overwatch League stage. But it seems like New York Excelsior, they've got a pretty good grasp of how to counteract a lot of what teams are weak to. They knew that Blase was going to be struggling a little bit with the McCree, so why not play a role, a composition that can really excel when they don't have a hit scan to shut you down. But it looks like New York running something ever so slightly standard. Jonak on the Moira, Sabiobi This is very interesting.
Yep,
we've seen this every now and then.
Yeah, it's a nice little TP that just goes up and around the back. Dante,
nice ice wall.
wall.
Okay, Dante going to be splitting them up here. This is opportunity for Houston if they want to collapse onto the front line. It's a lot of damage being pumped in though from Sabiobi, but Blase claims the first kill to Jonak. Nice boop as well from Meko using those boosters. Houston Outlaws, great read of what was going on.
Yeah, now that we're back into comfort territory, Houston knew exactly how to react to that move. We've seen it a lot from a bunch of different teams, and it's all about that very first Mei wall coming down from Dante. It either splits people off and stops Sabiobi from getting a lot of value with the Symmetra, or it's misplaced and you just get run over. So now Sabiobi's going to make the move over to McCree again. A 1-for-1 mirror match, Sabiobi versus Blase.
We'll see how it goes. Checks on the Brigitte are going to be giving a lot more heals as well. Now, New York Excelsior, they switch things up. Jonak going to be moving back over to Diana. See the rotations now as they're just taking the positioning out of line of sight, just trying to take as little damage as possible and gain the best approach to the point. This route that they're taking is the best way, and now they're finally back down. They can start taking a head-to-head battle. You can see Mano just kind of scouting out for now. Hopper's just making sure his team are nice and easy. He's going to be taking an off angle there, pumping a bit of damage in. Dante's Ice Wall is going to be used defensively. That's off cooldown now. New York are going to be wanting to work around it.
But it's ball time for a lot of ultimates to come up. Huge bionic comes out from Jonak. The Shadow only finds who are you.
He's going to find the one target here. New York Excelsior look like they're in a very dominant position to take this one. Dante uses his Blizzard, but the ice block of who are you is going to block that from getting any sort of freezing done. Still, Dante doing a bit of damage, putting in a bit of work here on the side as Hopper falls. Flashbang comes out. Who are you in trouble? Has to use his Ice Wall. Slams it down again. Dante just backing off here. Sabiobi backing up his teammate. Houston still want to try and fight this one here. You see Muma actually, on second thought, not going to just feed into this.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that Blizzard usage from Dante towards the end there. I think it was pretty much lost as soon as they fought that. And now take a look at the ults. New York have all 6 available for this fight. And Houston, I mean, they're working around a rally and maybe a nano boost on Muma when the engagement comes in. Possibly some kind of zoning Deadeye. It's hard to piece together a good game plan for Houston.
Oh, here it is. Deadeye's going to be actually exchanged between the two. The nano boost committed onto Sabiobi. He gets nothing done. And now, Houston Outlaws, they want to move in. They've got the rally. A lot of armor to work with. It's going to be pumped onto a lot of their tank line here, along with the nano boost. Nano's behind enemy lines here. That's the Shatter. Doesn't want to use it just yet, just holding, biding his time to charge. It's risky, gets frozen up. Removes the counter charge, pins him to the far side of Narnia, and finds the kill onto Mano in the process.
Yeah, the Houston Outlaws actually managed to hold on to that one incredibly well. It was a decent performance from Houston, but more so, New York just not finding any value with their ultimates. Surely people don't die here. The whole of New York are trapped in a corridor. Yeah, a wardrobe, if you want to continue the Narnian references. New York completely messed up their ult bank there, I think. The nano-boosted McCree is not going to get much value, and combining it with the Deadeye, you're almost guaranteed not to. And Mano's got a difficult job getting value out of his Shatter as well, because not only do you have Muma's shield, but Jexer also has one of his own.
That's so rough, actually, against multiple shields like that.
They needed to use their ults, I think, to take the control of the high ground on the top right instead of just going straight through main. And now they've got Dante's Blizzard to work around. The Ice Wall doesn't really split off too many as they make their first attempt in.
It's going to be off cooldown now for a couple of seconds. An opportunity for New York if they want to try and go in. Who are you going to get healed up? 3, 2, 1, go time. Who are you lays up the wall, but Dante comes back with one of his own.
So Hopper made a boost up there to see if he could eat the Blizzard. He was expecting it to come out from Dante. Jonak's been picked again. Maybe going for one of those aggressive plays that hurt them so much against Fusion.
Houston Outlaws went for a little bit of a pincer attack, actually, when New York was trying to push through the upper staircase. A lot of Houston ended up jumping onto Jonak, off onto the right side, taking them out. It's a nice little play from Houston, actually reading this. And look at the aggression from them. The wall's not, unfortunately, going to be stopping Animo. He's going to escape with his life, but I like the proactiveness, and Outlaws, they have a lot of ultimates to use now.
Yeah, I like this chasing down that Houston do after winning team fights. It's something that Houston fans should be delighted to see. It's one of the rare high points, despite the fact that Outlaws are Northern 3. They chase down these kills, they don't overextend, they get the picks, and they continue this team fight win by staggering their opponents.
Again, same move being made here. Sabio with the Deadeye from the high ground. He's hunting for a target, but the Ice Wall. Nice defense matrix coming out from Meko here, but a bigger Bionate comes out from Jonak. Dante and Meko in a bit of trouble here, caught up into the Blizzard. Ryu's going to bring him down, but Muma was cleaning up in the backline. Still could be anyone's game. It's going to be even trades across the board here. You can see Mano goes for the pin.
Well, that's optimistic. I love to see it from Mano. There was nothing else that he could do, but Sabiobi's on the back.
I mean, it's a free tick for Sabiobi.
Not quite, actually. I think they already had the take, but it's progress on the point.
Progress on the point indeed. 57%. Houston's still holding on. They expended all of their ultimates in the process, but so did New York now. So we're looking at maybe a more neutral engagement. New York might have this sound barrier to work with by the time they get in. As it gets slept up, though, that's going to force Houston to play a bit more forward to protect him.
Yeah, they have to protect him, but New York aren't really in position. Oh, they've been walled out. Their heels are not there.
This could be a disaster, but Dante wakes up. He's going to put up his own Ice Wall, and Blase ends up paying the price for it. Sabiobi, he's popping off now. The sleep dart from Jonak has set all of that up. Houston had no choice but to try and capitalize off of it, and now they're jumping onto Repel, taking him out slowly but surely. They're winning this fight out, taking out the members of the Outlaws. Now, the Outlaws are going to have a closer respawn point. It's going to be better for them. They might be able to contest this one, but New York too fast. They already had the bodies onto the point. They're going to get the second capture point with 50 seconds remaining.
50 seconds, though, is a pretty good defense from the Houston Outlaws. If you're a Texan fan, you're actually fairly happy with how that one went. You managed to repel, and pardon the pun, you managed to repel multiple attacks coming out from NYXL.
Good stuff so far from both of these teams. The players just discussing exactly what went right, what went wrong. You can see them. Communication is key to success.
I'd like to put a focus as well on Meko, because this is Meko's performance against his former team. It's him stepping up against Hopper, his replacement. And this guy's had a rough time so far on the Houston Outlaws. He is a good player. We know he's an excellent Diva player. We've watched him for years with this core of the NYXL, even before they joined the Overwatch League. He was very, very well respected. Now coming into the Outlaws, most of his statistics are really low, towards the bottom. It's what you expect when you go Northern 3, but they're even lower in a lot of categories than people like Bernard and Note, who are on teams that have only lost as well. So Meko has yet to really gel with this Outlaws squad.
If I was to play devil's advocate to that point, I would say that I think Diva's a role you can't really read into statistics too much. It's a hard role to read into with the stats.
It definitely is.
And second to that, Houston are one of the only teams that have just been battered in the Overwatch League.
They have.
Teams like the Dallas, they've had reasonably close games against some of the better teams.
The game yesterday, though, against Boston was very close.
Yes.
That's in some sense, that's a stat-boosting kind of match.
It should be, yeah.
But I think the biggest problem is that Meko's working with a roster that has yet to fix some of these communication issues. You know, when he goes aggressive and when he tries to peel, and what the plays that he's going for are all based on communication as a Diva player. And that system seems to not quite be working yet on the Houston Outlaws.
Well, we're going to be jumping back into the game. Repel just had a slight issue, technical problems. They crop up every now and then, but luckily we've got stellar IT teams on the case, able to shut it down. And the game is going to be starting momentarily. As Sabiobi, Sky has been a leadership figure for so long. A real staple for New York Excelsior. The Rock is what I've mentioned him and called him previously. We've had some iconic moments.
He has a similar physique.
Similar physique to The Rock, to Dwayne, DJ.
I think it's interesting to see the community perception to Sabiobi as well, because he is such an important in-game character for the NYXL. And yesterday, when this team lost to the Philadelphia Fusion, a lot of people were asking, where was Nene? Arguably a little more skilled on the characters like the McCree, perhaps. He did look good when he was fielded previously. I think Sabiobi is just such a leadership figure, an emotional carry for this team, that you want him in as much as humanly possible.
Anyone who makes that kind of claim, I implore them to just look at that clip of him reaffirming Flower on the stage.
Yeah.
That cemented in my mind that Sabiobi, it's not the mechanical skill necessary that he brings, but it's that kind of leadership. But enough about that. The Houston Outlaws now going to be looking to attack of their own here on Hanamura. You can see Blase going to be running the TP straight into the back line. They're going to be taking the high ground. Nice approach. We see a lot of teams trying this these days. You see the turret's going to be set up and instantly brought down by Who Are You. But they've got a vantage point now to work around. This point, playing around the line of sight of the Bell in the middle. We'll see what they can do here to charge into the back line. New York Excelsior have surrounded the Houston Outlaws here. Boomer is in troubling times, brought down in the end by Hopper. And And they easily quell the attack.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that I like that plan particularly. Not so much the teleporter, that's perfectly fine. But then the Houston Outlaws split up. Jexer actually went for the backline to try and boop Jonak out of position, but Meko didn't go with him. Instead, it was Muma pinning all the way to the back. The team is splitting up in weird ways for Houston.
Hopper, the ice wall comes up. Stop Houston in their track. Dante falling quite low, but now they're going to be getting very aggressive onto them. But Sabiobi picks up the kill onto Repel. Losing your Ana is never ideal when you're pushing in here, especially when you only have a Lucy over heals. It's not enough to really push forward. You can see Muma, he gets obliterated.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing you can do. I would say the Ana is arguably the most important pick that you can get right at the beginning. Without those heals, there's nothing that can be done, and New York are just sweeping up the remainders, the stragglers that couldn't quite get back to the safety of spawn. 2 minutes left. Houston still have a lot of time to be able to pursue this, but they need a good first engagement. Push Hopper off the high ground, try and bait Mano forward, see if you can get a good ice wall off.
A lot of ultimates for New York, a lot in the war chest. See if they've been reading up on Sun Tzu, the Art of War, but
they're walling off and trying to go aggressively down this right-hand side. This house is where Jonak was holding from, but Sabiobi was there, a three-man flashbang, I believe, just to slow everybody down. And now they know exactly where Houston are rotating, put themselves in the perfect position to counter.
This is the same approach. Nice bio-nade from Repel, actually. Connects on to 3 members of New York. They weren't fast enough to capitalize. Shatter into the back line. I don't believe Muma actually managed to connect onto too many, but again, the counter shatter comes out from Mano. Beautiful Blizzard is going to freeze up a lot of these members up, but I think the tank line of Houston is in a bit of danger right now. Sabiobi, nice flashbang into the headshot. Connects up the shot, Blase now. Flashbang connects, but he doesn't get the headshot. Still, ends up finding the kill, but it's too little, too late. Hopper already managed to deal the damage, the death blow, if you will, with those 2 kills from the self-destruct.
It almost looked like it could have worked there. I like the play, the attempt from Muma, honestly. He shatters up the stairs to try and get something going. This bomb into the back, though, catches everybody just at the end of the fight. Gets Pilot Diva, Meko, and Muma as he was just pushed backwards. Jexer again there went for the backline, though. And he's not pairing up with Meko. If you're with the Diva, you can get success.
Dead-Eye by Blase, but he gets taken out by the Icicles. Who Are You removes him from the fight. The ultimate gone. Now Sabiobi's going to be answering with his own, seeing if he can get any kills whatsoever. Muma, once again caught. Not quite frozen in place, but an ice wall will do the job. And Repel just being chased down, dodging, juking. Luckily escaping with his life here. 30 seconds, we're getting into last fight territory here for Houston Outlaws.
And this is really difficult because they need a quick way to get on the point that doesn't compromise their entire positioning. It's very difficult, on the verge of impossible. They need either Jexer or Meko to go deep and touch the point while the rest of their team slowly engages.
Ice will switch him up. The Bionic gets 8 here. Jonak though, he's caught. He's in a difficult position. Muma with the Earth Shatter. Lays it down onto 2. The pin into the back line. My goodness, they crack it open in the nick of time. They clutch it up. The Houston Outlaws now in control of the point. New York look like they still want to try and contest this one. Trying to buy a bit of time, but I think losing Sabiobi there, you have to give this one up. Hopper's going to be committing his body to the cause, but ends up just sacrificing himself now off the map. Luckily, the respawns aren't going to be too brutal. You can see New York all back up in time. Houston going to be making a couple of adaptations now that they've opened up that first point.
So clutch from the Houston Outlaws, though. They had almost no chance of being able to do that. But New York make a little bit of a slip-up, get overconfident. Houston are there with the punish.
Hubris from Jonak, trying to go for those bio-nades around the corner, thinking he wouldn't be punished, but...
Okay, fast TP straight in, but Dante is actually slept. He's slept and can't really get too much done.
Yeah, and that Blizzard is actually just going to freeze up Repel. Didn't even freeze him up, the slow was enough to actually take him out here. Houston, I think you just need to give up with this fight here now. Muma, fortunately, stuck in the bottom area.
I love that play from Jonak. He sends the sleep dart over towards the teleporter. It's likely to catch somebody, and if not everyone goes through the TP, if only 5 of you go through the TP, there's a fairly good chance that that push is just totally ruined.
Yeah.
One of those percentage plays that can often just win you a team fight straight up.
It's as good as an elimination in a lot of scenarios.
Houston have the Blizzard to be able to work with. They were good on their defense. Can they crack New York's?
Gotta be careful here because Hopper is ready and waiting for the defense matrix. And this Blizzard from Dante, it's going to be one of the big win conditions for this next fight for Houston. Pay attention to how he ends up utilizing it. Right now, they're just spamming, just trying to see if they can get any sort of chip damage, any sort of kill, but it looks like 3, 2, 1. It's go time right now. Mumado brought down. Blaza's able to find a kill. The ice wall, oh my word. Muma's taken for a ride onto the far side of the map. Dante gonna use the Blizzard. Doesn't connect onto any targets. New York gonna be answering back with their own soundbite just to try and stay on into this fight.
And Houston have taken control of the high ground, but they don't really have the players to be able to fight it when New York come back up here.
Dante's getting frozen, slowed. He couldn't actually escape in time. The Outlaws need to seriously consider just regrouping now.
Only 60 seconds. Can the Houston Outlaws be clutch once more? Muma's got the shatter. That's definitely something they can work around. Previously, it was a nice nano boost coming out from him as well. It's hard to engage with the self-destruct too. They don't really have the best tools in the world, but that didn't stop them on point A.
Yeah, it's Muma's shatter that set it up for the point A open, but he's got to do it again now. A lot of pressure. Blase can be very close to this Deadeye now. Oh, look at that, Dante! Opening pick! It's looking pretty good so far now to Deadeye. A great earth shadow Bambano! Oh my word, from the top ropes! Takes him out, but Meko, he said it's not over just yet. I'm still in the game. The self-destruct brings down 2. Now the Outlaws have got a tough task. They're going to hold on to this one. Blizzard from Who Are You is going to be freezing up a lot of them.
Mano's in the backline. Solo Shatter and Meko ends up going down to him as well.
This is a brutal series of events though. Houston, do they have anyone who can even touch onto the point here? Dante is trying to run down to it, but it's not enough, unfortunately, for the Houston Outlaws. The New York Excelsior are going to be taking map number 2 in this series. The full hold on point B.
Well, the NYXL established a bit more dominance there on Hanamura. It got very sloppy once again, but New York looked like the better team overall. Houston Outlaws, they've got their moments, but they just haven't been able to hang.
We'll see if Houston Outlaws can come back from it on the other side of the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We are 2 maps in and it is going as expected. New York is putting the hurt on the Outlaws. Now, guys, it is time for a game break presented by Pringles Wavy. Let's start with the first map we just saw. I would say that was a dominant performance by the NYXL. We still saw the same struggles from the Houston Outlaws as we saw in their previous performance yesterday. So let's dissect it. Let's talk about who are you going absolutely uncontested on that Pharah.
I love the disrespect coming out here from New York, where even if this might have been their strategy to go with, it's just so brilliant, right? Where you look at the Outlaws and you go, we don't respect their hit scan player. Blase struggles, well known to all. Well, what's the thing you do against that? You go Pharah. How do you deal with the Pharah when you don't have a good hit scan player on the other side? And the answer is, here on Control, you don't. You just fall.
Yeah, and I think you really just got to respect NYXL just sort of stepping up with like something that they're comfortable with. This is something that makes them such a strong team because they can just go dive at any given point, and they have players who are incredibly strong in all their roles.
I mean, I can just agree, really. It's just, I just love to watch New York, okay? It's not so much about the Houston Outlaws when I look at this series. It's just a pleasure to see New York doing what they do best. And when they pull out the Winston Diva composition and Cybiel with Tracer, I mean, we haven't seen that in a while, so you gotta cherish it while it lasts.
Yeah, they're definitely doing the fan service, that's for sure. Now, if we're looking at map number 2, yeah, see, and they're doing it all for you. All for you, just for you. Now, Hanamura, we did see a sub coming in. Kasta wants you to take it. Rockers was out, Rappel was in. Who do you want to see being kept in, though?
Okay, so I want to go and give a little bit of justification for what the Outlaws are doing. When you scrim for a week, they came in this weekend with a plan that they've scrimmed with Rappel and Raucus on specific maps. Same thing with Blase, why he's playing McCree. He's playing it because they've practiced with it, okay? So I don't hate that they're still doing it from they did yesterday, but they need to decide on one. And if I was to decide on one, it would be Rappel. I think he's looked significantly better on the Ana. I think he has been playing, you know, somewhat solid, been getting some value here and there. So you can't go wrong either way, but you can go wrong if you just don't choose a way.
You have to move away from your habits as well, because we've seen Raucus in this lineup for years now, and he is a big part of this team, you know, the shot calling and the leadership aspect. But at some point, you have to start moving away from that. And I think Rappel, I agree with you that he's probably the right pick for this lineup. And that might take some time to adapt to, and yes, other players in the team will have to step up communication-wise, like Muma on the main tank. We see a lot of main tanks call in the Overwatch League, and maybe it's time for someone like Muma or, I mean, I don't want to put pressure on Mecco to shot call, but someone who is not Diana, because you don't need to put Rappel, but I think you should put Rappel in the shoes of the flex support player, and that means that other players on the team have to start taking more responsibility.
Sure.
Well, CP, what were your thoughts looking at that? Do you feel like the Outlaws played it a little closer, at least on Hanamura?
Well, going to the Outlaws and Hanamura, I feel like part of it was New York, sort of going back to what we saw yesterday, where New York, their engagements weren't necessarily great, but it's Assault, right? Assault is a game type where even if you're a great team, you can really just get hung up as you go in on point B, but it did look a little bit better for the Outlaws. I just don't know how much of that was the Outlaws and how much was New York kind of going through some growing pains, because one key thing throughout the series is that New York, when Who Are You is on anything other than the Mei, looks immensely dominant. When they go to something that's more meta with the McCree Mei, they don't look quite as good.
Well, speaking of good, it is that time of the day. It is Crunch Time, presented by Pringles Wavy. So, Reinforce, you got something very crunchy for us today.
Yeah, I picked out a play. I had to pick out a play for the Crunch Time, and I'm going with this one where we see New York just capitalizing on Houston Outlaws' mistake. Houston Outlaws, they extend a bit too far. Nice sleep dart from Jonak onto Dante on the Mei, and from there, it's a nice ice wall from Who Are You, blocks out the Houston Outlaws, and there you go. That's how you cap a point on Hanamura point B. So I think that this matchup sort of suits the New York Excelsior a bit more, because Houston Outlaws, they have been playing a bit more aggressive so far this season, and we see players like Jexe going pretty aggressive on the Lucio. And knowing the New York Excelsior, even though New York were a bit more aggressive yesterday and they like to engage a bit more, this matchup just suits New York so well because they are able to capitalize on Houston Outlaws' mistakes. And that's a perfect example where Jonak hits the sleep dart, you follow up with a nice wall, and that's how you cap Hanamura.
Well, Havana is coming up next, so I hope both teams have some aces up in their sleeves. Thank you guys so much for breaking down the game. And we're now heading back for all the action over to the East Coast, and we'll be back after the match for Watchpoint Reset.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Sometimes jokes go over your head, and you can accept that, but when self-destructs do and you don't realize it, you're gonna have a bad time.
Blink and you'll miss it, but check it out.
You gotta get up pretty early in the morning to pull one over Meko.
Meko decimates their lineup!
And Meko, the silent hero from above.
Meko just ready right there.
Dropping the bomb up over the top. Can he get the picks? Yes, he absolutely can! A quadra kill for Meko!
There he is, Meko, in some of his most iconic moments when he was playing for the New York Excelsior, now on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, and Meko is playing this role, the diva, the off-tank, that relies so much on communication and how the rest of your team set you up, but it is a pound-for-pound upgrade for the Houston Outlaws. And this is a kind of roster that should be able to develop as the season goes on. Yeah. They're not going to stay at this same kind of level the entirety of the year. They should continue to get better as they develop this synergy and cohesion.
I feel like I've heard that before.
Sure, but they have a better roster in terms of their players than they have ever had before.
They absolutely do, yeah. Well, something fun happened whilst we were in the break. Something quite heartwarming that would even touch your heart, Josh.
It did. It touched my cruel heart of stone. It was so cute.
We had a lovely marriage proposal here live in the Washington venue, and it was just fantastic. I love weddings. I absolutely love weddings. I don't get invited to many because people don't want me at them.
Are you trying to get an invite?
Yes, maybe. But I don't know. I always get emotional at weddings. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's a very heartwarming thing as well to see. It's like the Overwatch community getting brought together, seeing this in person as well. Yeah. The crowd was loving it too. You know, they could feel
it.
They could feel the energy. Yeah. It was a fantastic little moment. You get moments like that all the time. Oh, different moments. You don't get marriage proposals all the time at homestands. Still quite a rare thing. Tell you what's not a rare thing. Houston Outlaws, they swap their flex supports.
Yes, every other map it seems like.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point we've ruled out a coin flip.
No, I mean, coin flips can produce all sorts of different results.
But it would be statistically quite improbable that a coin would flip to heads and tails, heads and tails, heads and tails.
That is quite improbable. It's as probable as any other coin flip.
But okay, right, we're not going to get into the statistics class with you. All right. Still, they've made the substitution. Got Raucous back in now. And it is going to be map point for the New York Excelsior. Remember, we've moved to this first to 3 map format, which means 1 map will do it.
I'll tell you what I would love to see as we move over onto Havana. I would love to see the NYXL pull out a Widowmaker to really force Meko to play very aggressive into them so that we get this Meko versus his old team kind of stuff. But also because I think the strategy wowould work very well. Because Blase and Dante aren't really known for their Widowmaker, they're not going to be able to answer. So it's one of the ways that they could apply a bunch of pressure.
Sabiobi also not really known for his Widowmaker. He can definitely pull it out, though.
He was previously in like 2018. He had some periods where he looked incredible on it. But yeah, he needs a bit of practice to get back to that level again. Tell you what I wouldn't mind whatsoever and would really just be the perfect cherry on the cake for this series. Who are you, Genji? If you come out on Genji and start on the Houston Outlaws, I will love you forever.
I can't see it. Not
please,
with this. The sidelines are too long, Josh.
No!
The sidelines are too long, bro. It's too long. I'd love to see it as well. No one more than me, but it is going to be the New York playing a pretty standard comp, and Houston, they want to take their fight straight to them. Right on the cart.
4-man Bionade from Jonak.
Very nice, actually. That's a lot of damage being laid into them. Mano and Hopper also going to be caught by Raucous' Bionade, but we're only lost to 1. Houston, though, are holding on. This doesn't win this one.
It doesn't really matter, though, because with Raucous going down, the next time that NYXL spawn... Oh, my goodness. I thought Who Are You was going to kill both of them. The next time that New York spawn, they're going to win the fight. So Houston Outlaws have to back off anyway. They lost Raucous. They didn't have the heals. They lost Blase and Dante as well. But they can still take this fight at the back of point A.
Yeah.
And these are the ones that really decide Havana.
We often see some teams decide to not even entirely opt into this first fight at all. Like
the Philadelphia Fusion, the team that beat New York yesterday, like to only take 1 fight on Havana point A. Houston, though, making a big rotation around the side so that they can block the payload.
Whoa, Blase, the So Min So strategy, lad. Okay, flashbang ban the hammer, listen. It works.
It's very effective. If it works, it's a good strategy.
Exactly. Look at this, Blaze's in a bit of trouble still. Goes for it again. See Hopper getting demolished, demegged, but now they're in a similar scenario right now where New York are going to have the superior spawns. They're actually closer to this cart than Houston Outlaws are, so any equal trades are going to be more beneficial for the New York Excelsior.
But the Outlaws have forced 3 fights here at the beginning of Havana. They're still going to be able to come out and recontest. The problem is Dante's a long, long way away, and his Blizzard is going to be crucial. So Blase is just buying a bit of time with his Deadeye.
Look at this. You can see New York's positioning is completely forced round the bend here. Mano, though, comes out. Get flashbang just to be stopped in his tracks. The Nano Boost didn't get maximum value out of it, but now he has an Earth Shadow to work with. Still, Blizzard's going to be coming out here. Dante is easily able to clean up Who Are You. Samar on top, but to look at the Earth Shatter. The Deadeye as well. Sabiomi, they combo it. It's going to be taking out Dante. Mano sleeping in the back line, but they've only got Ill Diva to work with. To take care of on the point. It's going to be 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here now for New York to push this one in.
Houston Outlaws have really struggled with being able to focus down the right targets in these fights. Nice little flick from Mano to block the Bionade as it was splashing behind him on the wall. But yeah, the Houston Outlaws, even when they got the Blizzard down and froze up a couple of targets, they struggle to convert it into kills without putting themselves in dangerous positions. It's gonna bite them. It's a very basic, fundamental thing in Overwatch.
This high ground section right now is one of the most important areas of Havana to control on point B. Mano gets walled up. The Soundbar is forced out. They want to try and keep him up alive. Pinned in the back, that's Muma. He's going for it, but frozen, taken out. Icicle straight to the head. Enough to deal with most people. And it is just going to be taking out the stragglers from this point on. Houston, they lose Raucous, which means, again, no more heals, no more Bionades. For some reason, still trying to just fight this on the point. At this point, you just want to try and get this fight over with as fast as humanly possible. At least dying on the cart, so you can stall out a bit at a time.
Yeah, they have stalled out a little bit of time. New York's still making rapid pace here through Havana Point B. But this is the next fight is a really crucial one. If Houston Outlaws invest a lot of ultimates and don't end up winning the fight, New York are just going to continue with this momentum. Roll it forwards. We're looking for the Nano Boost onto Muma. See if he can counter this.
What a Nano Boost did Reinhardt. Slept up though. Oh my word.
3-man shatter.
3-man shatter from Mano. He lays down a lot of the Houston Outlaws members, but no one falls up an Injector. Now let's see Muma. He has his own Earth Shatter ready and waiting. Hasn't had the most luck from it. See if he's able to capitalize. Self-destruct into the back line. Just trying to force a couple of them out. Now Sabiomi with the Deadeye. Lays it down. Dante using his own Blizzard as well. Flashbangs exchange. Blase comes out on top.
And Muma's managed to find a pick onto Hopper as well. Takes him down when he was demecked. Houston Outlaws are just about staying in control of this one.
It's a scrappy fight, but a 1-1 nonetheless. You see still, New York are trying to fight this one out. There's a tank line. Meko though going to get demecked. Just trying to push this one in. It feels like New York don't have too many players on though. Blase using that Deadeye. It does bring down Who Are You. The Icebug wasn't there.
And Houston desperately need reinforcements here. This scrappy engagement, they're slowly getting picked off. Blase's in a weird position too.
Oh, Nano Boost into the back. It's clinical. Raucous gets deleted off the map. I love the respawn. See you later.
I love the Nano Boosted Diva. It's so good at being able to deal with the backline or deal with the McCree.
Yeah. And now it is just the inevitable at this point. New York, they seem to be in control. And they are going to be able to cap point B of Havana. Houston, time to regroup and rethink things. Now, sometimes we see teams switch up to a little bit of a Widowmaker. I don't think Blase is going to be doing that.
No, it seems like the default for now. And Houston aren't going to get another great opportunity to defend here. They have to go forwards. They have to try and make 2 fights happen before the inevitable final hold and point C castle.
Self-destruct into the back. It is clean from New York. They know exactly how to play it. Flashbangs missed from Blase, and that was his only escape mechanism.
Dante with a nice snipe.
Dante has been getting a pick or two with the spam damage from afar.
They're just taking time off the clock, though. There's going to be about 2 minutes left when they have this final fight underneath the archway of point C. This is where we see most teams finish on Havana. It's hard to full complete this map.
Very difficult.
Both support ultimates and a Blizzard as well. Houston is still in a good position.
Baits out the ice wall. It's going to be off cooldown for a short while. So you look at the Houston, they've hold control of the high ground because they know Dante, if he wants to contest the car, he can do so from that position. Whether he's ice blocked or what? Mano comes down. The ice wall wasn't just there, but it is going to block a lot of the damage coming out though, but a huge Bionade from Jonak. A lot of damage to Blase, takes him out. Dante though, now with his own Blizzard, freezes up a couple of the members. They take out Mano. One side of the tank line out of the fight. And it's usually going to be enough to try and clean up the rest of them, but at the end of the day, this is New York Excelsior we're talking about. They'll be known for being quite a clutch team, usually.
Dante with a great play there. He realized that Mano was going to go for the solo shatter on him, so he put the ice wall up in front. Yes, it didn't block the shatter, but it did come up just in time to save him.
Yep.
And so he was able to be sound barriered, kept alive, and then used his Blizzard to really win the fight there for Houston. Hard point to push.
Very hard point to push. Look at all the high ground that's around them when they try and push down here. Blase just holding onto this Deadeye. We've seen him a little bit of value every now and then out of it. Flashbangs exchange once more. Wants to try and take a 1v1. Not quite a 1v1 though, because Animo wants to join the fight. You see New York Excelsior just winning the frontline battle. The sleep down in the back. That will get a D-Mech onto Hopper. It's going to be enough though. Blase needs to try and hit these shots. It is go time. He has to try and clutch this one up for his team because the cart is steadily being pushed in. The flashbang into the back, but Sabi always protected by Animo. No one really remains to try and clean this one up. Checks are desperately trying to stop it, but New York Excelsior are going to get the full completion of Havana. 30 seconds in their time bank.
Very solid play from New York. They're just able to bully the Houston Outlaws further and further back. The back line of Houston is getting put under so much pressure, and I think that's one of the main reasons that the tank line of Mumura Meko is folding. Like New York are at an origami class. Jonak is so good at being able to snipe the opposing Ana, put pressure on them, and push them away from sightlines. It's beautiful to watch.
Well, it's an interesting game so far, but we'll see what happens on the other side of Havana after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Outlaws fans, next week the Houston Outlaws, they've got their homestand. You're going to be buying those tickets the 29th and the 1st of March. You can also watch it at youtube.com/Overwatch League, but you got to make it out because you know the Houston crowd is going to be wild. They're going to be crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the Houston Outlaws need that kind of support behind them as well. We've seen it from a bunch of different homestands. The home team getting a boost in performance, the crowd getting behind them. Also the first time that you'll be able to see the Atlanta Reign perform.
That's going to be interesting as well. They're one of the last teams we've seen, at least Western teams that aren't based in Asia. Haven't really seen what they're capable of. A lot of people rating them quite highly, though. But enough about the Atlanta Reign, Josh, because, listen, we got New York versus Houston right now. We're up into the second round of Havana.
Yeah.
And see how Houston do on the attack.
I really want to take a look at JJoNak. I feel like there's been such a spotlight on his performance against the Philadelphia Fusion. He died at first a couple of times. He was very aggressive with his positioning. And he, I think, has been able to apply a lot of pressure in this match as well. It's a very specific style that he plays.
Yeah.
Aggro, but not really punished by the lower level teams.
Definitely punished by Philly earlier, but Houston not able to get on him here. Sleep dart from Raucus is going to take Hopper out on flank here. Friday from JJoNak doesn't really get anything done. Still, though, keeping these players alive. How is Mano still alive? Finally, though, Muma's going to bring him down. Houston forced to just back off a little bit here. Just regroup for now, but they do have an advantage with that one pick off. Mano is not on the card. So Houston's just going to heal up. Now they're going to go in with the speed boosts.
I thought New York was staying around a little too long there, but they just managed to back out in time. Nobody really gets punished for it. And Mano is now back with the team. Looks like they want to take an aggressive hold at this corner. This isn't something that we've seen from most teams.
Who do you want to see as the Nana Boost target here, Josh?
I would definitely like to see Muma, because it seems like it's a frontline battle.
Well, that's exactly what it's going to be. Muma with the Nana Boost. Tries to get a bit of damage, but again, getting frozen up. He can't get too much done still. Sabiobi goes down to Blase on the left-hand flank, which is going to open this up now. We move a lot of damage from New York. Muma's looking for an opportunity to unleash this Earth Shatter. The Ice Wall's going to be used up defensively. It is a great opportunity for the Earth Shatter if he chooses to use it. Instead, he's just going to hit that shift key. Try and get at least one of the charge. Kill or two. But just holding on to the ultimates. Quite reserved for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, because they know that another fight is likely to come in here. Hopper's going to block the point. The zoning Deadeye coming out from Blase, but that Blizzard on the left-hand side.
He's in trouble, but so is the New York Excelsior here. Blase putting in a lot of damage onto the flank here. Sabiobi, though, with that Deadeye, somehow manages to connect it onto Mecco. The defense matrix wasn't reaching. He's going to get taken out. Still a winnable fight, though, for the Outlaws. Vexer and Dante have been putting in a bit of work. Dante's Blizzard did manage to set up a couple of kills.
Sabiobi just trying to get a little too aggressive here, perhaps, but takes the Nana Boost. Potentially the clutch. I'm not sure this is the best target, though. I would have preferred a Nana Boost onto Hopper if you're going to really try and dive into people.
He looks a bit like me, you know, you panic a little bit when a Nana Boost gets put on you. There's a lot of pressure. Oh, somehow finds a kill. The flashbang was not there in time. Mecco, though, tries to clutch it up. The bomb in the backline takes out JJoNak. Earth Shatter now from Muma. Doesn't find anything. In fact, both Earth Shatters not really finding the marks. Still enough. A lot of damage by Mano, though. Still alive with that Fire Strike. Cleaving through the Houston Outlaws. At this point, Houston need to reconsider how exactly they're going to be trying to approach this one.
It feels like Houston should be able to abuse the fact that Sabiobi's on his own up in that right-hand room. Maybe send Mecco in there, see if you can deal with him at the same time as Blase. Or have the Lucio and the McCree attack him at the same time. But he's been able to hold down that kind of flank and got the better end of Blase a couple of times.
See Deadeye by Sabiobi. See if we can get a kill or two. Don't know if he actually got any shield damage down to Muma, but no casualties, which is good things for Houston. Still only 50 seconds remaining, and look at this angle right now. He's sneaking around the corner. Sabiobi wants to try and find something, but as it stands, New York are just playing incredibly aggressive. The South Destructor to the backline is going to try and force out the fight. Dante using his Blizzard. That is going to set up a kill onto Mano there. They got off the freeze. A big pick off for them, but nobody really taking care of Sabiobi, but I don't think it really matters.
We are watching a man have no effect while the rest of his team dies. I mean, that flank didn't find anything. He's not in a good position to make anything work, and the front line gets demolished as a result.
JJoNak. Oh, he's caught out of position once more. He had no choice but to try and help his team out. See the Earth Shatter, though. Muma and Blase gonna hit the deck in the background. Sabiobi somehow wins that one. Mecco forced to use the South Destruct. He needs to be in his mech for this next fight. Otherwise, they might just end up losing it. New York are back in it.
Mano's just made his way to the front lines. Jexter takes down Hopper as well. That Pilot Diva is not going to be able to remech, and Houston Outlaws are applying a lot of pressure in this back left-hand side.
They have to try and take out Mano, but Mano receives a Nano Boost. He's going to start swinging into them. It's do or die time right now for the Houston Outlaws. Muma goes down. The Earth Shadow was in process. He didn't connect onto anyone. They're all falling bit by bit, piece by piece. Houston Outlaws struggling. The sound barrier, a last-ditch effort. Dante's still alive, though. The sound barrier going to be helping him along with the Nano Boost. He's trying to get it done, but frozen in place. The crowd control was there. New York Excelsior seem to be in complete control of this fight. Muma, it's a last-ditch effort. He's going to move over to the Wrecking Ball. Blase onto the Tracer. Don't want to count him out just yet, but that Earth Shatter is definitely going to be doing the damage. 2 players down on the floor, 2 players down. Meko, the last man standing. The Blizzard is going to do the rest. That is going to be New York Excelsior winning the series.
Dominance from the NYXL here in the Anthem in DC as they put Houston Outlaws 0-4 to start out the 2020 season. NYXL bouncing back pretty easily, honestly, from that loss against the Philadelphia Fusion yesterday. The result that would be expected, but New York XL had a bit of flair with the way that they played today as well. We got to see Sebiobi on the Tracer. Yep. We got to see Huayu on the Farah as well.
I think good takeaways here if you're a New York Excelsior fan is that they still got these kind of pocket picks with these different heroes in your arsenal. Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be looking at hero pools in the near future with a bit of a problematic eye. But for now, we've got Golden Boy down on the stage with Jonak.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Jonak here from the NYXL. Give it up for New York. Big win for them here against the Houston Outlaws after yesterday. Joined by, of course, Steven, the player manager for the NYXL. So, Jonak, first question is in Philadelphia yesterday, you lost 3-1. What happened in that game and what has the team done to improve?
네, 조현 선수 일단 오늘 경기 이겨서 축하드립니다. 어제 이제 퓨전과 경기를 했는데 아쉽게도 3대1로 경기를 졌어요. 근데 이제 아무래도 경기를 지고 나서 어떤 생각이 들었고 그걸 바탕으로 팀이 어떻게 그걸 보완해서 오늘 경기에 임했는지 한번 팬들에게 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
저희가 어제 이제 필라 퓨전한테 패배의 쓴맛을 느꼈는데 저는 개인적으로 이제 제가 어제 많이 실수를 해가지고 그냥 진짜 더 열심히 해야겠다, 진짜 이러면 안 되겠다 이런 마음가짐으로 지금 했습니다 오늘은.
So Jonak saying he had a pretty bad loss against Fusion last night, but you know he said he didn't do well and he didn't do well as what he prepared. But you know that was a big lesson that he had yesterday, and you know he come up with he had a thought that he's gonna do better and show a better performance to the fans today. So that's the outcome today he had for the game today.
Indeed they did, dominating victory. So now you're known as a top-tier support player as well as a top-tier Ana player. You know, what's more important when it comes to playing Ana? Is it, you know, hitting those sleep darts or is it landing those bio-nades? What is critical for playing that role?
이제 조나 선수는 아무래도 이제 서포팅 포지션에서 최고의 선수고 그리고 아나를 플레이할 때 최고의 선수로 알고 있습니다. 거기서 이제 아나를 플레이할 때 상대를 이제 그 수면총을 맞추는 것과 그리고 생체 수류탄 던지는 것 중에서 둘 중에 비교를 했을 때 어떤 게 더 중요한지 한 말씀 해주세요.
저는 일단 수면총과 헬벤 중에 더 중요하다고 생각하는 거는 수면총이 더 중요하다 생각하고 그게 자는 시간이 꽤 길고 그래가지고 좀 아무것도 못하는 시간이 길어가지고 수면총이 더 중요하다 생각해요.
So Jonak is saying definitely sleep dart is most important compared to the biotic nade because it makes opponent more disabled for a long time period. So that can make a huge change during the matches. So that's how Jonak felt.
And he's a master at doing that, nails it every time. And then finally, NYXL is going to be traveling a lot this season. How's the team handling the travel? And do you like traveling yourself? Are you enjoying it?
조현 선수 이제 다음 경기도 또 원정이고 원정 경기가 되게 많이 붙어 있어요. 그래서 원정 경기 많이 담으면 몸이 피로하기도 하고 그럴 텐데 팀으로서 그걸 어떻게 해결을 하고 있고 그리고 이제 마지막으로 이제 여행하는 걸 많이 좋아하시는지 이제 물어봤습니다.
팀으로서 어떻게 해결하고 있냐면 일단 매니저분들이나 이제 그분들이 이제 저희 컨디션 관리를 많이 해주시고 있고 그리고 저는 개인적으로 이런 여행을 좋아해가지고 딱히 컨디션 문제는 지금 하나도 없고 일단 이번에 기차를 타봤는데 재밌더라고요.
So what Jonah is saying, overall condition as a team-wise, manager as me, and then general manager, they're helping out with their condition for overall matches. And then Jonah is enjoying the travel along the cities, and we took the train this time, and then he really loved traveling by train. So he's looking forward to the other games.
I like traveling by train too, so that works out. All right, well, Jonak, thank you so much, my friend, for your time. That's awesome, and let's send it back over to the casters. Jonak from the NYXL.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yeah, that was a lovely interview. We
I like traveling by train.
I also like traveling by train. It's a lot. Well, I guess. I mean, it depends how far away it is, but.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't like traveling by train. What, across the water?
Yeah, there is actually a lovely train. Anyway, we're not going to get into it. We got our player of the match. Obviously, no sponsors as yet. You can sponsor it if you want. At the moment, I'm going to say it's sponsored by me, but it's Mano, the one and only main tank of NYXL. He's had some absolute alpha Chad moments so far. In this game, at least. These charges were out of this world.
They really were.
And almost out of the map.
Mano just decided to pin Muma whenever he possibly could.
This was ridiculous.
And also, anybody else he could find. I mean, he just goes all the way over here to take Blase out of the picture while he was nano boosted and executing his Deadeye.
Look at this. I mean, the guy, he just oozes confidence, really. At the end of the day, oozes confidence. You can see it in his statistics here as well. Very large numbers.
Yep, big old numbers. Mano has long been thought of as possibly the best tank in the Overwatch League. He will certainly have to fight to retain that crown. I think it's very arguable that he still is coming into the 2020 season. There are so many good main tanks at the moment spread across a lot of the top teams, but he's certainly someone to keep an eye on that could be contesting for that crown.
Yeah. Thanks again to Golden Boy for that Coca-Cola victory moment. And the next match is going to be Toronto versus the Philadelphia Fusion. That's going to be a good one, I think, and we're going to be seeing it on the other side. But first, back to LA to see how they break down the match we just seen.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Overwatch League desk here in Los Angeles. This is Watchpoint Reset. Get comfortable, grab a snack, maybe some Pringles, and we are going to throw some highlights your way and get you ready for that next match. My name is Zoe, and I'm joined once again by CP, Costa, and Reinforce. We already dissected map 1 and 2 of the match we just saw, so let's jump straight into map 3 and discuss a little bit of how New York continued looking fairly dominant on Havana. What went right for them?
Everything, I think, is probably the best way to describe it. It's just, honestly, it's just a team that's outclassed. We didn't really see much resistance from Houston against the NYXL. We saw pretty much a straight-up meta matchup here with the McCree Maze, and Houston just, I don't know, as I said, they're just outclassed.
It seemed really rough, too, when you looked at Houston, particularly in map 3, where it felt like Muma was trying to overcompensate for the Outlaws, just getting bullied in the DPS line of things. So you just saw Muma out in front a lot and falling first a lot.
And you can't even really 100% blame him all the time, because I think just it's not like, oh, Muma's overextending, oh, the May's not really there. It's just across the board, I think they're kind of sort of just not really having that team cohesion and just the the mechanical skill individually.
Now, if we're looking at the New York Excelsior, though, McCree, May, obviously really big parts of the current meta. Are you guys impressed enough with what you're seeing from Sebiolbi and Who Are You? We did discuss it. Who Are You looks a little shaky in that May, not so comfortable. Sebiolbi, I wouldn't say that McCree is his best hero. If they're playing against a more challenging team, is this going to come back to haunt him?
Well, it could be a factor for sure, I think, against the Houston Outlaws. They sort of get away with it, and we can't really judge them based on this performance alone. But if you look at yesterday's match, I do think that Who Are You on May, he needs to step it up a little bit. As I said, we didn't really see any mistakes done today, but going based on yesterday, Who Are You needs to step up on the May a little bit. Now, I do think it came down to the shot calling a little bit, where New York yesterday, they had some problems engaging, etc. And Who Are You might look a little bit better when the coordination gets better. But so far, I think we have to say that Who Are You is not really living up to the expectation when it comes to the May. But when he is on that Pharah, or when he gets to play his comfort heroes, that's when Who Are You is really dangerous.
And also don't forget that as the season goes on, you're not going to have to worry about Who Are You being on the May all the time, right? Where there's going to be weeks where you're not going to be able to play the May. So as a result, I think for New York looking long term, maybe they're just going to go, maybe we don't play Who Are You on the May as much. But again, most weeks they might not have to.
They still have the jack of all trades, Libero, who actually fill in for every hero anyway. So yeah, I think New York is still going to be in a comfortable spot. Now up next, we do have our second match of the day. It's the 1-0 Toronto Defiant currently taking on the 3-0 Philadelphia Fusion. So let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with Defiant. Guys, what are we seeing so far?
I think you got to underline the Logic's agility starting off. You know, we don't really know what to expect, as we said, with Shore as well. They've sort of been playing musical chairs just like the Houston Outlaws, but everything else looks pretty solid. You got Kellex and Kriv in the support line, and Beast and Nevix on the
some of your teammates.
Yeah.
Some of your guys.
I have a lot of respect for a lot of these guys. Kriv, not so much. He's Babbo.
Whoa. You can't say that.
I can. I love you, Babbo.
Well, really, though. I mean, Kariv is a role star, so do I really have to be the one who's praising Kariv here? Because Kariv, he is a fantastic Ana, and someone named him the Sandman last year. I don't know. I just know that's a Metallica song. I don't really know what it means. But I do think that this is a lineup that has a lot of star potential to it. Sure, as you can see, this is a legendary guy in Overwatch, and he's been so good at Overwatch for so long, dating back to beta, playing for Cloud9. So there are a lot of talented players on this lineup. Not at the very least, Nevix, the best off-tank in Sweden. So there are a lot of spicy talent on this Toronto Defiant team, and I'm looking forward to see them play.
Now, CP, who do you think is going to get the most playtime, as they do have a lot of different DPS stars they can field?
Well, right now, for Toronto, I definitely feel that you never sub out Sure ever, right? Like, I think the DPS have Toronto is probably where they look the strongest, where Sure, a player that goes back to the very beginning of Overwatch, always been remarkably consistent, and given how important Hitscan has been in these first few weeks of play, I don't think Sure is someone that you ever sub out under any circumstances.
Well, let's actually take a look at their opposition, taking a look at who they will be going up against today from the Philadelphia Fusions. Costa, share your thoughts.
We got exactly what we saw yesterday. This is an incredibly talented team. These guys are awesome. They've been just absolutely popping off this season so far. They look unbeatable in my mind from someone at the standpoint of Toronto Defiant, but we'll see.
I mean, really, I think the big question is this going to be the match where we see Chipsa subbed in for the first time?
I think you're dreaming, mate.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking a question.
Well, I'm telling you.
The question.
I'm telling you, you're dreaming.
But there's your answer.
Is that the ultimate disrespect move for the Fusion? Or actually the secret weapon where they're up against the match? It's like, we need to win this. We sub in Chipsa? Or is it, we're up against Houston, it's map 3, let's give Chipsa some playtime?
See, I like using players as an ace, as a I don't know, wild card, where you're like, okay, we didn't see that coming. No one prepared against Chipsa, so he could throw anything at
Yeah, I think once you see hero pools come in, you might actually just see more just like, surprise Chipsa, get him! And he's just gonna come in.
I like that you treat him like a Pokemon. Like,
yeah,
no.
And they're gonna be, oh my god, I forgot about it. And Chips is, honestly, I really want to see it because his Doomfist is incredible, and I actually want to see him just beat down somebody, and then the memes can just flow.
Really though, I mean, we took a look at the highlights. That's what we're talking about Chipsa. Really though, like there's so much star power on this roster already.
Ridiculous.
So, Chipsa fans, I'm sorry, you gotta wait until you play Boston or Dallas. It's not going to happen just yet. For now, we're going to take a look at Carpe and the likes of Poco and Sato playing really well. So I'm looking forward to that because Philadelphia Fusion's lineup is sick, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you looking forward to the most in this very particular matchup?
I think, again, going into the season, these were both teams that really had a lot of questions about how is their tank line going to perform, right? And Sato right now has answered a lot of those questions. Has looked a lot better than what people thought. Beast had a decent opening, not too bad at the start of the season. So the question is going to be, how is Beast going the matchup against Sato? And
you're so hard on him. I can't believe how mean you are.
No, I'm being optimistic here. I'm curious how the matchup is going to go.
Curious.
Yeah. And I agree, though. Last time Beast was playing against double main tank, he's not going to have as much pressure against him. This is going to be the real test. Beast, can you play with the boys? Because right now, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from Philly, and can he hold up to it?
And also, it's the revenge matchup, okay? Beast, he played for Fusion University, but didn't get promoted. Now he gets his chance for revenge against the Fusion.
Yeah, well, like me a good revenge story. So this is turning full anime. We're ready to watch, and I hope so are you, as we are now heading back to the capital city, Washington, D.C. for our next match.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, Washington. I'm joined by Hex, and we've got a banger of a game coming up for you, and I Gonna be honest, I didn't think Toronto would do also well last week, the other week, sorry, against Paris, but 3-1 and starting off this season rather crisp.
Yeah, the arena is still bumping here at the Anthem in DC. We're gonna wait a little bit till we get to see the Justice play. That is going to be coming up rather soon, but we're gonna kick it off here, me and Jaws, with Toronto and Philadelphia. I know I didn't pronounce the second T. That's how the natives say it, Toronto.
Toronto.
I'm from like the north of the Midwest. I'm almost Canadian anyway, so I'm gonna take that leeway there. Here's how we got here today. You just saw the New York Excelsior 3-0 the Houston Outlaws. Still winless on the season. Toronto Defiant, Philadelphia Fusion, and then the match you are all waiting for will be coming up next. The London Spitfire, Washington Justice, the revolutionary rematch.
But we're up. Fusion, Defiant.
Yeah.
Have to get one through that one first, and I think Toronto are going to have to get
so
through
excited.
that one
Oh, we got
first.
to get through that one
Oh,
first.
no, I'm speaking as kind of being on the Toronto side there. I'm kind of scared of Carpe at this point, let's be honest with ourselves here. He looked monstrous yesterday.
He should be. I think this is a really interesting match, and an important match at that, because I think we're at that point in the season where we're going to start getting answers. Because this Toronto team, remember, they beat Paris. Paris looked legit yesterday. So, you know, it's all this kind of mathematical equations. If they beat them, are they better than them? And then Philly right now could make an argument is the best team in the league, just based on what we've seen.
Oh, Poco definitely thinks so, and one man on that squad that's trying to make everybody believe that they are the best team in the league. That is Carpe. Unreal Widowmaker from the other day, and did get messed around just a little bit, but as soon as Carpe gets rolling, it feels like he's pretty unstoppable.
Happy Carpe is a dangerous Carpe, and he seems to be very happy with this squad. We get starting rosters, and I'm like, I don't need to see Phillies. I think they're going to run out the same 6 until they lose. Wouldn't you? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He seems very happy. Ivy is kind of overlooked. The tank line has looked really good. But again, I think the revamp that has happened for this team is that rookie support line. They're keeping everybody alive, and they have a lot of space to work because Carpe.
How does he peek these angles as well? You see that high nooning McCree is just sitting there, about to draw his revolver, double peeks him, double headshot, easy kill. And like you said, Alarm and Funny Astro just setting him up for success. And the tank line as well, of course. It's normally down to Funny Astro kind of getting everybody into position. His favorite hero being the Lucio, of course, and he loves to play it super aggressively. I can imagine we're going to see that again today, him just beating into Toronto, just making sure their tanks are set up for the perfect shots and the perfect self-destructs.
They look good. It's going to be a lot on Nevix and perhaps the Toronto DPS line to try to shut him down, but teams have tried, teams have failed so far. Toronto's going to give their best shot against Philly today.
Oh, yes, they will be. I think it's time we bring out some of the teams,
Let's do it.
don't you?
Let's do it.
That's a good idea. Toronto versus Fusion. It's going to be a good one. Defiant coming out first, though. There's a few fans in the audience. There'll be a few fans of Philly, too. Mr. Logix leading the way.
Thank you, Mr. Logix. Do indeed. Oddly enough, it does not appear that Lane Shore4 Roberts is on that stage. In my opinion, their most consistent DPS player. I think the issue that I have with both Logix and Agilities is they are highlight machines, but they're also magicians, and that they will disappear at times. And Lane was a nice balance to that. Shore4 is a consistently above average DPS. You know exactly what you're going to get out of him. But Logix versus Carpe, maybe some Widow battles. Logix can go off, and Agilities can go off.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Which one of those is actually going to show up today? If Logix is going off, he's going to be able to stand up against Carpe, right?
ZP's favorite player, Beast.
Oh, yeah.
I was really impressed with his very first performance in New York. Nevix never really got to see playtime last year, but everyone in the league, every single one of his colleagues, speaks extremely highly of him. And Kellix, of course, former Boston main support as well. This Toronto team has gone through a lot of changes. And there's Kareev. Kareev and Agilities, the best bromance in all of Overwatch League.
Oh, you wouldn't separate them, not for a moment. Let's get Philadelphia out on the stage, though. You want to see those handsome boys' faces. Poco has just been on fire recently, and, you know, there's a few spicy tweets here and there, but I just want to see Alarm. He put out another spicy tweet a little bit earlier on today as well. Fusion is bring him on out. Rookie backline, like you were saying, Hex, Alarm, and Astro stepping up to the keyboards.
Even talking about Poco streets, I like what Alarm's doing. He is taking on all comers, and when you're undefeated like the Fusion are, and you have kept Sato alive, and really, reinvigorated his career to an extent. I mean, maybe that's overstating it, a bit of hyperbole perhaps, but Alarm is keeping Sato alive at such an amazing rate. Sato looks comfortable. Now Sato is dangerous.
one of the flashiest haircuts in the league as well. Alarm looking like a straight-up CEO.
Yeah.
Maybe head affiliate, no point.
Funny Astro, I mean, we've seen such a great influx of Lucios in this league. It makes me want to play Lucio even more, watching guys like FP God and Funny Astro go at it. Poco, captain consistency there. Sato, as I mentioned, reinvigorated now with his brand new support line. Ivy, going against his former team, was on Toronto last year, along with a laundry list of other players who were on Toronto last year. I think they cut like 9 guys. And then there's the star, Carpe, one and only the fish. Of course, his name is not from the carp, it is from the phrase Carpe Diem. His buddy Diem, of course, we will see play later in the year.
Simplest social media game out there as well. We won. GG's. We play now. GG's
I like it. You know,
perfect.
I'm a
That's
man
the
of
point,
few words. I'm a simple guy when it comes to tweets. I'm like, hey, I'm casting Overwatch, watch it. Hey, I'm going to be in Overwatch League in 2020. Thanks.
I click heads.
Yeah.
I kill people now. Jonak dead, we win.
I like it. I like it a lot. What I also like is Control. I'm one of the few people who loves Control to play and to watch. We're going to kick it off on Oasis. And which one are we at? We're at the University, yeah.
Oh, yes. I was hoping it was City Center so we can see Funny Astro with a couple of boops.
I like watching people get hit by cars. Please don't take that out of context.
You got a few laughs.
I mean, it's actually not even wrong. Let's get onto the University and off of my train of thought, please. You know what's really interesting about this is that there is still kind of, it's not environmental kills necessarily, because a lot of people don't play on that high ground where it happens. But there is a big hole in the middle of the map, which is almost better than a kill. If you can knock someone down to that low ground, they're out of the fight, and when they rejoin it, you've usually won the fight, and it's an instant stagger. So you have to be very careful of the environments in the middle of this stage.
Yeah, it takes so long for you to actually get back onto the points. Logic and Agility is going a little bit low. Beast with the attempted cutoff there, but didn't think it was all too worth it. Sato and Beast kind of jostling on the point. Flame Strike's going a little bit wide, but it's a bit hard when you're that distance out. Nice wall, actually, coming through from Toronto. They're just trying to corral Sato into this corner, so it's way easier for Beast to do some damage to him. But Sato is taking to the field just a minute. Look at that nade, though, from the side. Alarm hitting 4 people, and Carpe and Ivy cleaning on up. 90% on the ult as well. He's going to have Nano for the next fight. That is what you want out of Alarm.
It's really interesting what Philly's doing. They're kind of squatting up right now. You saw Sato and the Mei just on the point controlling space while everyone else was over on the side supporting Carpe, just waiting for the pick. Look, it's no secret how Philadelphia wants to play. They're going to support Carpe until you try to shut it down. When you try to shut it down, they're going to take that opening of all the resources you've devoted to Carpe, and they're going to punish you with the other 5 guys.
You want an early push here. Alarm knows he has Nano advantage. He doesn't want to let Kari build up to that Nano. He's 10% away. There it is. Does get unleashed. And look at that Beast in the corner. Is going to find the reap him, but the freeze from Ivy on the back, and then they nade to finish him all off. Poco does them going down. They do end up nanoing somebody. I believe that is Logic. Yeah, using that high noon to actually reload on the side. Carpe is going to use his to push everybody from Toronto back. Still jostling on point. 50% almost now for Philly and building. Sato with the Shatter. Beast only a little bit behind. Agility's open to fight up with the ult, but Carpe on the side. Gonna kill off Logics. Now Toronto basically out of damage and out of hope as Beast ends up going down. They've only got really one good fight now because Agility's using that ult so early on. That place takes a long time to build up when you're against someone like a Ryan and a Diva.
Yeah, and this low ground Kareem is going to get cleaned up late. I'm just not sure what Logix was thinking there. That's where Carpe's been all game. He's been hanging out in a small pack room in the corridor, peeking left and right, and Logix leads the charge instead of letting someone else go in first so that maybe they get flashbanged and Logix can hit a shot, but that was just bad situational awareness. Carpe's dangerous when you don't know where he is. Like, that would be my priority 1 if I'm Toronto. Where's Carpe? Let's play around that.
Tries so good at playing Winnermaker. Playing the unpredictable angles sometimes. And his aim is just sick, of course. Sato with the Shadow, almost gets moved into the hole. He's going to have to be a little bit careful, though. Potentially knows Beast is close to his, but Carpe once again opening kill onto Kellex. Beast in a lot of trouble now. As OT is ticking down, he has to stay on the point, but he's up against Sato. He's going to get Nano too, so he's going to present a little bit more of a threat. Oh, the perfect Shatter! Straight through the shield, self-destruct on top. Beast's going to come through. Astro didn't even need it. OT ticks down. University taking 100-0.
The industry professional term, you all know it, you all love it. The fatty shatty comes down to seal the deal. I'm actually just really disappointed in Poco. He's the only one who died. The only death for Philadelphia was Poco during that round, a 17-1 differential in eliminations, about as one-sided as it gets. Yeah, it's just everyone's
That was
doing
it.
better. I mean, there's not really deep analysis here. Everyone on their role in Fusion is playing better than everyone on their role in Toronto. I think if you really want to look into it, some of the walls were a little bit off. There was a wall that could have gotten Sato early on and you get the main tank, but he squeaks out because there's a meter left in there. Even Ryan's big body gets in there. So, I don't know, is Agility super comfortable on the Mei? There's not really much to write home about in that first stage. If you're Toronto, you try to forget about it, call it nerves, call it warming up, and you move on.
Yeah, he did use it earlier when NYXL was demeched as well, so NYXL couldn't even follow it after. Of course, he got killed, and Logix got killed too. Unlucky, but different stage. Now, all is in the past. They're posturing on the high ground, but on the overhead, we can actually see Carpe just with the
Carpe's a
mega
mile
flank.
away.
Look at this.
Yeah.
He's on Mega Pack right now. He's going to be able to just
blink it away.
There you go.
From a mile away.
Opening pick.
Look,
They didn't know where he was, clearly, right?
Carpe was in Mega Pack all the way across the map, and he gets Logix. It was 5v6, and Philly just waited. They just waited for Carpe to do something, and now Carpe gets Kelix.
There's another one. There's 3. Ooh. Don't want to take one of those Carpes. Just back away. 3 kills. Or maybe 4. Ooh, just in time. Maybe not. I'll take it back. That does heal you, by the way, Asper.
Not all the way, but, you know, it
would have been.
It's a nice build. Yeah, this is Carpe on the open. Right now, it's 5v6 as everyone's fighting over there.
Look at that aim!
Just plinking.
4 out of 5 shots hitting.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 stars, not a headshot.
Wow.
Eh,
You really have to nitpick, don't you?
Hey, look, I expect perfection out of Carpe.
It's okay. You don't all have to be perfect. Only when you're playing with Hex.
Well, someone has to carry me.
Yo, true. Wall going up. Alarm with the nano. Nice nade, actually. Doesn't quite find anybody. Splash didn't quite hit Agility. Shatter on the side. That's a nano beast now on the floor. He's going to get pinned up against the wall as well. No, saving him now. Finding Astro with the kill credits. Poco and Ivy do end up going down, but without a main tank. You haven't really got a hope, and without a mech, of course, as well, as NYXL was playing around Mega Room.
Logic's got a couple, but it's simply not enough. There's only 5 now alive for Toronto, given a respawn from their Reinhardt, and everyone's going to be back in position and ready in fighting form for the Philadelphia Fusion. We also got defensive ults and a sound barrier and a blizzard. Philly in a good spot at 63 and counting up.
Very good spot. It's what Agility says with this blizzard. Problem is, obviously, they're on high ground, right? They don't really have to navigate to the low ground. Ivy's got a massive advantage in this respect, and Carpe picking up first blood yet again. Logix is going to go down. There's the blizzard, there's the wall. Goodbye, Beast, and goodbye, Toronto. They have ults. Agility, is he going to be able to get out alive? Nice little
Stutter step, yeah.
All right, okay, but they have got one more fight left. They've almost got 6 ults. Agility needs to land something big. Logix just can't die to Carpe first yet again.
I mean, they're in a tough spot because Philly's just working out their ultimates. It's time to hit Q and go, but yeah, Carpe is hiding in the corner. There's 5 on the point for Philly, but Carpe's coming around the back end.
He almost has Deadeye as well. Toronto have a little bit of time on the point. Logix opening up with the Deadeye, doesn't quite find anything just yet. Forcing Philly to jump on the point as the point almost got flipped. Beautiful bio grenade once more. Agility as Logix ends up going down. Sato swinging. Beat come through from Funny Astro as well. Toronto Defiant are cleaned off the face of Oasis. And Philly take the map 2-0.
Final tally, 32 eliminations to 3, as one-sided as an Oasis you'll ever see. And you know what's impressive? They were doing it on the ground, mostly 5v6, while Carpe just did whatever he wanted to do in the back end.
It was a permanent 5v6 Carpe, permanently on the fight. They need to watch out for this man. He is going to pick off somebody, either support or the DPS. Shut him down. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
The Toronto Defiant, picking up some huge names in the revolving door of absolute DPS superstars. It is Surefour back in the hot seat.
Surefour's collecting kills.
Better stay out of my way.
He's back.
Is there anything you can't play?
Nope. When he can make explosive solo plays, that's when you see agility's at its best.
Gross. That is gross! You know, for a very softly spoken Belgian guy, there's some attitude in Logix's play.
Logic showing him how it's done.
This man is unstoppable! Logie Bear's looking for the picnic baskets.
Now you're just showing off.
3 different DPS looks that we've seen from Toronto so far.
Well, would you look at that? Carpe versus Logic stat card straight on your screen. Final blows is just a number I think you need to look at. 12 versus 3, and deaths as well. Carpe sitting on a clean 0.
Big fan of that 0 there, and this is kind of what we foretold. Their Nostradamus minds working. Logix is capable of insane 3Ks, 4Ks, those grapple shots, the highlight reel you saw. But then there are times, and this is my big concern with some of the DPS in Toronto, there are times where it's, where's Logix? Where's Logix? He just didn't show up there. Didn't really hit any shots. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, he got 3 final blows, and I think that's all the entirety of the Toronto Defiant had, was 3. That's rough.
I know where Carpe's been, though. He's been on the Twitter.
Oh, yeah?
He's been, Alarm even, sorry. He's been on the Twitter, talking some smack.
I'm the boomer up here. You say on the Twitter?
On the Twitter. He's on the Twitter.
On the Twitter machine.
You ready to be broken, Beast Halo?
Oof.
Are you ready?
I think my answer to that would just be no, but yeah. I wonder what Beast Halo replied during that.
I think Beast had a little something to say.
Yeah, Beast shortened his name. It used to be Beast Halo, now it's on Beast.
I can't wait. You're going to be on the floor crying.
Woof.
Not so kind of reminiscent of what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird that a support is going after a tank on the other side. You don't often see those duels happening, but I'm guessing if Philadelphia gets enough of a lead, that Alarm's just going to start going super aggro and is like running through shields, trying to hit darts on them just to back up the smack talk. I think that's kind of the team that they are right now, and Philadelphia's got this kind of quiet confidence, and why wouldn't you be? They're beating everybody.
They're definitely some of my favorite people on Twitter currently.
Ah,
here's someone coming in though.
Yeah.
Logix taking a backseat for the time being.
Logix up.
The Surefour.
It's a little tough because sometimes you need a map to warm up on DPS, but you know, the lane has been the most consistent. You know, he looks a lot like Tsumi, but not to be confused with Tsumi. And yeah, he's, like I said, he's the most consistent part of this team, I think, and you just need that. You need someone to be able to hit shots most of the time when you have other DPS players who are streaky. And when I saw the starting lineup, I was like, I think they're going to put Surefour in map 2. You give Logix a chance, and you test, is the hand hot? Are you on today? And the answer early on was no, so it's like, okay, well then lane's coming. Because Surefour will always give you a consistent, high level of play.
Yeah, we need some consistency right now going into map number 2. And that map is going to be Anubis. And we could see, of course, a little bit of Widowmaker here, but more than likely it's going to be the Kree and the Mei.
The Frosty Cowboy was what it was pitched to me as a name for the composition.
Well, we have seen a little bit actually of this. Double shield, not double shield, sorry. The Orisa with the hands.
Yeah, we have seen double shield on this map too as well. Yeah, because they're going to switch actually. Sato is going to go over to that.
Oh, there we go.
It's one of the reasons that we thought that this Philadelphia team was running Poco rather than their other pickup. Fury on the D.Va, because Fury's a god-tier D.Va. But Poco can play the Orisa probably a little bit better, so it gives him this versatility to run the double main tank composition. Carpe is going to be on the Hanzo here. Toronto Defiant right now in an interesting composition, but this may or may not be a scouting Sombra. You never really know until they leave the gates, but it looks divey. And I think this plays to Agility's best hero.
Yeah, it does look very divey right now on the Sombra. So yeah, he has to put the Translocator on the Mega Pack rather than the Spawn, so yeah, he's going to stay as the Sombra. I would like to see him actually destroy that Translocator and then throw it through the top wood window, unless he wants to take care of the Mega Pack.
Fly Beast.
That is an unfortunate freeze. Beautiful Bio Grenade though coming through from Kareev. You saw him on the left-hand side, he's setting it up, lands the nade on the platform, then they all dive in, but the problem is Alarm was sitting there. What do you have? Immortality.
What you want to do is land on the lip as the Winston there, get a lot of cleave damage in, try to get your ult going, and then back out, but they walled him in, froze him up, and just eliminated him. The rest of his team's going to have to wait. Winston shouldn't have a problem getting to join the rest of his team!
Oh boy, that's not good.
You nut! Carpe's a nut!
These damage boosts as well by Kellex as well. Agilities is going to build this blade rather slowly. Going up against double shield, and if he keeps getting killed like that, it's not going to be an easy time.
Well, see, the thing about the Toronto Defiant composition here is it's about building ultimates and getting those combos. Look, Genji as a vanilla hero, not that great. Really good ultimate. Sombra, vanilla hero, really good ultimate.
Another beautiful Fire Grenade landed on the platform. Poco, Salo, and Ivy end up going purple. Funny Astro taking out Agilities this time instead.
With headshots as well.
He honestly, like, with Lucio's gun, it's one of the weirdest guns in the game to actually operate. Funny Astro has mastered it and then some.
I mean, those Lucio mains who are just clipping people with headshots, it's amazing to me. It's a very odd projectile, but I suppose you put enough hours in. And that's brutal, because Agility's now died twice. He's only at 60% on his blade. Short 4, only at 60% on EMP. Gets a little boost there.
They killed the perfect target, though. Alarm is going to go down.
It's enormous. That's the best kill.
Now available for Fusion. They've only have to rely on Funny Astro. Kareev can be rather safe here too, and Carpe actually goes down too. So now Beast can walk onto the point basically for free without fear of Carpe. Has got the Primal Rage as well. One by one by one by one. A Fusion getting slowly picked apart. Sado is solo, gets tasered through the shield.
NYXL eating up Ivy. Ivy with a desperation Blizzard attempt trying to get it in there, and it gets gobbled up. And I see a tap in the screen there, Jack. Toronto Defiant about to have 5 ultimates to go. Kellex used the Valkyrie mode just to ensure their victory on first. And yeah, Philadelphia's best chance was to have a Blizzard for the second point on defense, but NYXL, God, he's so good. It was tragic he didn't get to play last year.
Or to be fair, oh my, you heard that voice line come out. It's like, well, my time to right-click right in front of your face. Thank you very much. Now, they have the perfect tools, like you said. There's the Nano, there's the Blade, straight in the bag. Goodbye, Carpe. He's hunting for more in the sidelines. However, Supercharger's down, and GC has to be a little bit more careful. Does manage to take out the Supercharger with him as well. Shadow went on the floor. I'm not entirely sure where that Shadow went, but it doesn't matter because Sherford's in the back, assassinating the...
No, he's trying to, but
Ivy's trying to.
Ivy turned the tables. Now Short 4 and Kareev are dead. That's huge for the defense.
Agilities at least kills Alarm. This isn't bad at all. Everybody's now getting poked out ever so slightly. Funny Astro's going to be able to come back with a beat as Kareev does get resurrected. Beast still jostling on the point, but Philly can get back on one by one just to make sure they can stall this out for their DPS to come back and secure the kills. Kellex ends up falling Agilities as well, so everything, in fact, invested in that last fight, Hex. Ivy's gonna get hacked, 1 HP, he goes down, shouldn't matter too much, but they don't secure a single thing.
It started off so well, and then maybe a bit of an overextension by Short 4 as he's chasing into spawn. He gets domed by the Icicle, he goes down, and now you put Kellex in a Sophie's choice. Got to decide between Short 4 or Kareev, brings back Kareev, but then Sado gets another couple picks, and after all said and done, a lot of people hit Q and no permanent progress on the point for Toronto. Economy in shambles, a good hold for Philadelphia Fusion, and they're getting ults online of their own.
Yeah, they're going to switch to Sim, TP up to the high ground, get a little bit more up close and personal with the Fusion. That wall going down fairly early is pretty big for Toronto if they can just navigate around or at least heal up before they go in. Nice block by Beast. Sado going pretty low, but so are the rest of Toronto, so they can't engage on this one at all. And they're actually engaging straight into a Blizzard if they're not careful. Carpe once again finding the first kill of the fight, taking off Sherfor's head. There's another one too. Headshot after headshot after headshot. Easy win for Carpe. There's the third. And Alarm finishes off Beast to end it all out.
I don't doubt Shore4's game intelligence or abilities, but I don't know about the Symmetra here on last point offense. You don't see it too often. So I'm curious of what the true plan is. Maybe it's to work up to ult, because the ult can really cut the team in half here.
He was on the side again.
Yep.
Sheffel's like, well, oh, oopsie daisy. Didn't realize he was up there. And this is what you got to watch out for. It's what you said before on Oasis. Please just look at your backs. Carpe is going to be on the side.
It just makes it all the more impressive that like the ground and pound when it does come through and Carpe doesn't hit shots, that they're winning at 5v6. Like, it just goes to show how good the support tank line is for this Philadelphia team as well.
Nice little wall. Ivy's going to look for that Matrix. Might not even need to use the Blizzard, to be fair. He's checking to see if any stragglers were left behind by Toronto. Shadow is going to fall to the ground, but that Nano helped him out for the time being. He's going to get walled off for the rest of his team, and the Blizzard does freeze him up. Still somehow alive. Nate from Kareem will finish off the kill. And a beautiful shadow by Beast. He just needs to swing on through, but Ivy in the back. They didn't see it coming. That's 3 kills for the May. And they should now get cleaned up with ease. Fusion once more, holding on to point 2, refusing to let it tick go.
Yeah, that's a 1 fight too, and even though Sato went down early, it took him so long to kill him because he was getting so much support. And by the time they got him, Ivy is in great position to just toss in a blizzard of his own, waits it out. There's no cooldowns left. Bye, see you later.
Like you said, if Carpe's not popping off, it don't matter because Ivy's there to back him up. Let's take stock real fast. What if Toronto actually got 2 support ultimates? Facing up against Funny Astro's beat, but Sato's coming up with a big shatter. Kellex has to stay out of the way, potentially beat the shatter if he needs to. They're going to get cornered. Nano boost onto Beast. Self-destruct in the back, actually kills Shore4. And now Philly they can play up here without a problem. Toronto haven't really got much damage to really play with, plus they've got 30 seconds left. They have 1 clean push, and that is it, Hex.
Toronto, bereft of check marks, the only one above 50% on ultimate charge is Nevix. Gonna have to hit a miracle of a bomb, but even if he places it perfectly, Astro's got the defensive barrier ready to go. Sato might slam him, but not even let him get to the point. 10 seconds left, Jack.
You heard Athena, and you heard Hex. 10 seconds remains. They still have to touch the payload, mind you. Kellex has gone purple and fairly low as well. Someone is on the point. No, they're not. Shadow hits the ground in celebration, and Toronto don't get there. I kind of want to know what actually happened to Kellex.
Got slept.
He got slept. He also got naded as well, so it's way too dangerous for him to peek. Carpe could just body shot him once and he'd die. What a horrible situation Toronto were put in there.
I mean, Alarm does it on Bab, he does it on Ana. I'm telling you, and I'll say it one last time, but everyone write it down, my Rookie of the Year candidate. He is looking like it. I mean, right now, the way Philadelphia is playing, and this is a small sample size, but we haven't seen a lot of teams play. I believe there's still 6 teams who have yet to play a game in the Overwatch League. But Alarm could be the Rookie of the Year, and Carpe could be the MVP. Really early on, but let's see exactly what happened here. They've got a Diva low trying to come up. And then
Kellex is so close!
Yeah, he gets slept after the buzzer.
Nice sleep.
Yeah. It wasn't slow-mo, it's a little easier.
Nah. Shut up. Come on, man. Give me this one.
Oh, all right. You can have it. Jeez.
That's where all my plays happen, in the slow-mo at the end of a round.
Oh, I have crit accuracy nearing 50% in slow-mo.
You could be an Overwatch League. You could straight up beat Carpe.
I kind of am. I'm on the talent team.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. We'll play the All-Star break. I want you on my team, though. You were like top 500 in 3 regions.
Grandmaster in 3 regions. Top 500
I know you've been dying to say it on broadcast. I figured I'd help you out and just let people know for you, you know?
I haven't been dying.
I'm a bro.
I was going to mention it at some point, though. I carried Custer to his tank Grandmaster on support, so... Sorry, Custer. I had to expose you there for a second.
All right. Fine for boosting. Anyway, Philadelphia's going to be on their offense. Only 1 point conquered by the Toronto Defiant on their attempt. So Philadelphia, a very easy win condition to try to pop up 2-0 very quickly. Just get 33% on the on the second point. First things first. First point up first.
Nice little nade. Oh, agilities.
Yep.
With the instant kill onto Alarm. Not bad at all. Now they're kind of in this room, which is kind of painful, to be honest, because Shore4 can kind of skirt around at this point. He can either try and hunt for the people in spawn, which is exactly what he's actually going to do.
That's a great stat we just saw. Philadelphia's won 52 out of 55 team fights where they get the opening elimination. That's that killer instinct. We got one, let's go.
Yeah, so Alarm right now is in spawn, dueling out Shore4. Shore4's not going to let him go. They're going to have Funny Astro to kind of push them on forward, but Alarm is going to be their main source of healing, and I think he's still stuck in spawn. Nope, he has got back to his team just in time, but Shore4 Got back a little bit quicker, dealing the damage to Carpe. Both tanks from Fusions, though, actually end up picking up a couple of kills. Fusion now marching on forward. Ivy with nearing a Blizzard 2. All he needs to do is build this up for the next fight, and it could just be a 2-0 ever so quickly as well. This match felt like a speed run at this point.
Sato getting Kariv was brutal there too, because now you just have a Brigitte on the ground trying to do enough healing, and it's simply not enough to go forward. What Toronto needs to do right now is stall out a little bit, because they're gonna have, they can get EMP, and they can get another nice stall in the Primal Rage from the Winston. All of that is for naught, though, if Sato can hit a Earthshatter or this Blizzard comes up. Philadelphia's in a good spot. Oftentimes, your first fight on Assault is your best fight on second point. And again, only 33. They only need 33.
One fight. 6-man nade. Bree basically builds a entirety of Nano with that, almost. EMP available from Sherfor. Back in spawn. Nice go onto Carpe. Might not even need it. Blizzard comes out as well. Agility's going to escape. He's the main man that you really want to make sure is alive. Beautiful hack on the Coalescence too. There's the Meteor Strike straight on top of Alarm's head. You do not leave the EMP this fight at all. So just a hack and a Doomfist ult is all that they needed.
Best case scenario for Toronto as well. They really only needed the Primal Rage to slow it down and stall out. They're able to hold on to the EMP. You know what's really interesting? I watched Short4 talk about Sombra the other day and how just the threats of the EMP is so valuable. He's like, watch where they're playing, watch where they have to play because I have EMP. Now they're here, now they're there. Sometimes not using an ultimate is the right thing to do because it forces a play style out of the team that you can exploit.
Especially if you're lurking in the shadows right now, like Shorthor is. He's in the back line, just trying to find the perfect 6-man EMP. Doesn't want to get flashed. Has to make sure he catches Funny Astro as well. Yeet! He's going to up straight in the air. There's the 6-man EMP, and there's the damage. Agility's with the 3K. Oh, it's so easy when they don't have abilities. That's 4. Make that 5. Oh, come on. Give it to him. Give it to him. There's the 5. Potentially 6. Give him the ace.
Let him ace it.
Oh, don't you do it. No, they let him escape. We'll call that an ace. It might as well have been. He was a pilot diva after all. 5K for the Doomfist.
I'll take it.
And a lot of time off the time bank as well. 4 minutes to get that 33%.
Philadelphia is banking ultimates, though. They did not throw any into that last fight. It's kind of the counterpoint of the EMP. The EMP forces your opponent into a good economic position because they're unable to use those ultimate abilities. Toronto not in a bad spot, though, with their defensive ultimates available here. Gonna have to hold on for at least 3 more fights with 3:30 on the clock.
And they got still holding on to Ivy's Blizzard. Carpe going low. Nevix once again just helping Agility set up for these kills. The perfect kill, some would say. Killing off Carpe.
It's been the first death of the last couple fights.
I want to focus him down. Like we said before, that's all you need to do, apparently, is focus him down. You just got to watch out for Ivy now.
Just kill Carpe.
Just kill Carpe. That was very aggressive Agilities, but it's got the mobility. It's Doomfist after all.
Philadelphia's playing it really slow, banking up, nearing 6 ultimates on the other side. I think Toronto's got 5. We're going to hit an ultimate fiesta here in a moment. Count the scraps when it's all said and done.
Sherfor's 50% towards his EMP. 6 ultimates available for the Fusion. Agility's hiding away. He has to be careful of this beat coming out as well. Can't really insta-skill people. There's the Nano on the creep. Goes in and out again. Saw the High Noon going off. Beat and Blizzard have been laid on the point. Beautiful Shadow on the Beast. Goes a little bit wide though as he gets Nano to the Primal Rage to keep him alive. Agility finds the kill onto Ivy though. Now Beast running Fusion down. Nothing Poco can do. You got 3-second boosters now, but you can't get away from Beast, who's jumping on your head. A nice team fight once again from Defiant. Burning that time bank down. 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, defense is always in a great position here because you can play reactionarily, and that allows you to see how the fight is going, what do you need to use, and it puts you ahead economically. Because Short4 and Agility's, I mean, Agility's ultimate, yeah, it's not all that great, especially if you don't have a grab to combo it or even an Orisa halt. But EMP is real
there
good.
we go. In the Ice Block was Ivy though, so he doesn't get hacked, but I'm not sure it matters. Agility's just going to go straight in on him. A hack onto the main now. An instant kill for Agilities. Toronto Defiant making their stand on the second point of Anubis. They are not out of this just yet, but the best they can do, Hex, is a draw at this point. Do not forget that.
Toronto playing for the draw here with 90 seconds remaining. Short4 already at 30% nearing the EMP. He's doing a really good job of charging this up on the defense. and they're gonna have a stall ultimate again, where Beast has been just stalling out with Primal Rage, and he's been doing a good job of isolating targets, knocking them in alone, and then Agility just coming in and slamming them into walls.
You hear that punch charging up, does hit the wall.
Carpe hacked.
He has to wait for his cooldowns to come off there, although he's gonna try and kill Poco, but he is gonna use that self-destruct to get the remeg. Yeah, he's gonna be able to do that. Didn't get instant kill by Agility's beautiful punch to onto Alarm, didn't have fade, doesn't have a life anymore either. Beast getting nanoed in the Primal Rage, 2 fights in a row, but Agility's! Again, someone stop this man! Fusion have now one more fight in the bank before the Defiants are going to hold them on second point and cause this map to be a draw.
That Alarm kill was just a big unlucky, though. He wasn't even going for him, didn't know where Alarm was, and Alarm just crosses traffic and finds the Agility fist, knocking him in there. Agilities has been cleaning up here. Only 20 seconds remain. That ominous music says we might be on our way to a draw. Philadelphia can open up with some support ultimates.
75% of the ultimate for Agilities as well. Doesn't quite connect with anybody, so doesn't get the 100%. Alarm has been hacked, so can't use the Coalescence, but they've got a little bit of time to work with here. Osado makes his way towards the point. Agilities with a Meteor Strike. Using it for safety, not for a kill. Carpe finds the first kill. Beast going down. Scherfel with the EMP in the front line. 4-man hack. Carpe spinning to win, but it doesn't matter because Agilities is on the field. 2 kills on Osado and Alarm, and now it's him fending off against the rest of Fusion before the 33% is capped. Ivy with a couple of kills. He's going to get frozen out as the Blizzard forces Beast away. They need a couple of percent and they've done it. Fusion with a nail-biting finish. Go up in the series 2-0.
When that fight first started, Funny Astro and Alarm were at slivers of health. 10 HP just about. So immediately, Alarm hits Coalescence, gets himself going. Funny Astro doesn't get any of that healing, and he hits Beat and gets himself alive. If they go down, that fight is different. This rookie support line from Philly is absolutely crushing. We got a game break in LA. See you on the other side.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Philadelphia is proving to be just as dominant as we all thought. They are up 2-0 against Toronto. We're back here for our game break. presented by Pringles Wavy.
Pringles Wavy.
Almost got that one wrong.
Almost.
But I nailed it anyway. So let's talk about what we just saw. Yes, the first map, very dominant performance by Philly. Second map, we'll be discussing right after that. But let's start at the beginning. What didn't go well for the Toronto Defiant?
Everything.
They just seemingly didn't find an answer to Carpet. Carpet has that free range.
I don't understand how he was getting all these picks. You saw it here and there. He just seemed to be walking around the map for pretty much free. And honestly, Toronto just didn't really have an answer. They're just walking into death each time, and they didn't try and change anything, adapt. It just kept going downhill, and they didn't make any adaptations.
They just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
When I look at these sorts of situations, I do look to the off tank a little bit because I wonder if this is a situation where, yes, Johnny, I look towards NYXL. And the reason here is that we see other teams have issues in the poking game. What do you look towards, right? You look towards your off tank to at least apply a little bit more pressure, make it something that's a little bit more winnable. But NYXL was holding back most of the time, and it just led to a situation where Toronto, the DPS weren't getting the job done. You weren't seeing many plays in from NYXL, and they kind of played scared.
Let's discuss this lower third. 32-3. And it's even worse if you really dissect it.
I will dissect it for you.
Please
that was 32-3. All three of those final blows were from NYXL, okay? And there was only one other elimination from someone on their team, and that was to Beast. So 4 of the players on their team didn't participate in a kill in that map.
Didn't touch.
They didn't touch the
anything which
person.
happened there. So that's
Look, you dare
how is that
attack
even
NYXL.
happening?
You dare attack NYXL alone?
It was just him. I said absolutely
this
nothing. That was
is
just
preposterous. I will not preposterous. I
Yes.
will not accept this. This is not tolerable.
I'm
Okay,
feeling
it's
a little bit
team
of
game.
bias here.
You're 6 players. You play as a team. If you lose 32-3, you can't blame one player, okay? The entire team just shut down during Oasis, and I don't think you can single out a single player. I think it's up to a lot of players like NYXL to actually put pressure on Philadelphia Fusion to begin with, because if you want your off tank to make a lot of plays and make space, well, you need to open up that space to begin with. It's not like NYXL can just jump into the backline and put pressure onto Alarm or actually deal with Carpe, because then I think that Philadelphia Fusion are just going to shut him down. You need some kind of threat from the Toronto Defiant as a whole, and I don't think they provided that. So you can't really blame NYXL alone. Yes, I am Swedish. Yes, I am
You can
biased.
blame everyone.
You can blame everyone.
Yeah, I think
but you can't single out NYXL, because I will not tolerate that, because I am a long-standing analyst on this desk, and I will not listen to people complain about
long-standing. We're 3 weeks in. Calm down. Well, anyway.
Apex.
I just want to quickly mention again that he was the only one really attacking NYXL. We both said that it was a joint effort.
Okay.
I just think like they looked frazzled. Toronto didn't find an answer to anything which was thrown their way. So I think it was a joint effort. Beast died a lot. NYXL may have been a non-factor. NYXL didn't find much of a pick there either. So yeah, that was unfortunate. However, if we're looking at the second map there on Anubis, I do feel like Philly. Yes, they were dominant, and yes, we only saw Toronto Defiant taking that first point, but Toronto's offense there was actually really, really good.
And what kicked it off was you get Surefour into the game. Surefour goes on Sombra, applies key pressure to Alarm, and gets things going, where it goes back to what we said in the preamble where, look, you can have your different combinations on Toronto, but if you're setting up a DPS line, I don't think there should be any DPS line for Toronto where Surefour is not in the game. He's too consistent of a playmaker, and it's what he's done his entire Overwatch career. I would not sub out Surefour under any circumstance.
Yeah, and you saw him sort of come in clutch on that first point on their attack, but the thing that really impressed me about Toronto was on their defense when they played the Doomfist dive, sort of Sombra, getting a lot of EMPs, and you saw Philly really struggled. The fact that they even capped it in the end was somewhat of a miracle. But if I'm looking at Toronto and I'm trying to like make adjustments moving into the future, I think you can't play the meta matchup against this Philadelphia team. They are just so strong at it. They seem to be one of the most adept teams at it right now. And as Toronto, you just can't step up. So I think just keep playing the Doomfist, keep playing the dive, and play what's going to work for you and potentially win you some maps.
So one player that actually really stood out for Toronto was Agilities and Doomfist. So I'm going to pose you a question, Costa, because I don't want to answer it. But I'm going to ask you
You're going to throw me under the bus? Sweet.
I'm going to ask, is Agilities the Taimu of Flex DPS?
What does that mean? In what context is Taimu the Flex DPS?
You know, can't really pop off, has some great skills, but is very streaky as a player, and then for just like a map or two has an incredible game. I think Agilities, for a large part of that Anubis map, actually carried the defense on his Doomfist. But then some other maps, you just see him Dragon Blade into nothing and just not
Sometimes
doing
it be
anything.
like
So I am asking you. I am not making a claim. I am simply asking my co-analyst for an answer here.
It's a loaded question. Yeah, it is a loaded question because he's a friend of mine. I've played with Brady for a really long time. He's a very tricky player. He has his ups and downs, but I think if you ever give Agilities the space to do what he did on Anubis, he generally will do it. He does struggle with the Nano Blades, but I would say that Nano Blade was just a poor setup from the entire team. He's going too early, not getting the follow-up.
And good play from Philly.
And good play from Philly. So you got to give some other factors. So yes, Brady does have his ups and downs in his career, but I think as a flex DPS player, he is one of the best ones.
I mean, it's incredibly exciting to watch.
Yeah.
So I'm not in any way, or I guess in a little bit of a way. I am criticizing Brady, but I'm saying he's incredibly fun to watch. So I
Very
appreciate when
backhanded
Agilities is
compliment. Loving it.
popping up.
Really love it.
Look,
No.
I've shattered a lot of shields in my days, but I still have a lot of fans because when I land those shatters, man.
Yeah,
oh, man.
okay, question mark?
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you, Twitter.
Oh my. Well, speaking of Brady and his crisp performance, what was a crunchy performance today? As we do have crunch time. I think I nailed this transition. I don't know why you're laughing about this. No, it is time, however, for crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. Costa, who crunched?
All right, we do have Brady crunching, but I think you got to give it to Shore as well. We had Philadelphia coming down the right side, probably the chokiest choke of all chokes, and Shore hits a great EMP, 6-man EMP coming from here. Great follow-up by Toronto Defiant. Brady kills 2 off the bat, kills 3. He's just cleaning everyone up. The thing that impressed me the most about this play, though, is he has 5, right? He could kill the 6th. He could go greedy, but he decides to not kill the baby diva because that is the correct play to make. You don't want to kill her, you want to stagger her. So big props to Brady for the thing because a lot of people would have just killed her for
Lots
the
of restraint required.
That is a lot of
not do
restraint.
that, yeah.
Because I just want to say, only the chokiest choke of all time could lead to the crunchiest crunch of all time.
It was very crunchy, that's what I'm saying.
Delicious. Well, now, yes, Philly are up currently 2-0, but we just highlighted some of the bright spots we saw from Toronto Defiant. If you guys were in the coaching seat, what else did they need to do to actually come out with a W?
As hard because Philadelphia is such a strong team right now. I would like to echo some of Costa's sentiment. I actually think that if you stick to this Doomfist, it might work out. We'll see what maps are later down in the pool and what actually works, right? But it's going to be hard to win that mirror matchup against Philadelphia Fusion because, in my mind, Philadelphia, they're a top 3 team right now in the league. If not, they look.
Say it.
No,
say it.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying the words. No, Super is going to go after me on Twitter. I will not have it again. It's happened once already this season. I will not let it happen. I am not saying Philadelphia is the best team in the league right now.
Are you getting inspired by Super? Is that what's going on?
San Francisco looked pretty shaky against Dallas Fuel at times because Sinatra wasn't pretty comfortable on the maze. So I'm just saying Philadelphia are looking really crisp right now. They're very crunchy, but I do not know if they're best in the league.
Imagine by Super. That's really all I have to say.
That was the softest take I've ever seen in my life.
Okay,
I'll say it. I think Philadelphia Fusion so far has looked the best that we've seen out of anyone in the league.
Whoa!
Right now.
Whoa!
I think San Francisco Shock looks shaky in that match. They obviously took down the NYXL. Vancouver Titans went to 5 against Gladiators. Philly are consistently dominating everyone. I think they're the best team in the league right now.
Look at who they've been dominating, though, for the most part. Okay, New York had a bad game. I still would not put Philly over either the Shock or the Titans. I wouldn't.
Wait, we haven't seen enough of anyone, but for right now, I'm putting my career, everything on the line, and saying that I think Philly is one of the best teams right now.
High stakes with that.
You said one of the best.
One of the best.
The best. Fine, I'm committing.
Already backpedaling. Well, also, I guess lukewarm take in that case. But no, I do think you can make an argument for them to put them at least very high up. From what we've seen so far, again, everyone needs to calm down. This is week 3. We've seen teams just starting to really figure out the meta, figuring out their new team compositions. They're having a lot of rookie players in there. So yeah, there's still a lot to be seen, and we still have some teams which haven't even played at all. So there are still a lot of question marks. However, heading into the second half of this match, Dorado is going to come up next, followed by Kings Row. Do you feel like this is something where we can see more Surefour on his Sombra, maybe more agilities on Doomfist?
I think we're going to see more of that. Also, I mean, there's a chance we see Widow come into play, right? Especially as we get into point A. Maybe you get to see Surefour versus Carpe, where, by the way, Surefour, pretty good at Widow, as it turns out.
Well, I think if they do decide to want to play the Widow, I think you'll see Logix come in. That's generally what Toronto have done in the past. So, which is what I want to see, because last time we saw Logix come in for a map to play Widow, it was Havana. And we've all seen the clips of him just absolutely dumpstering. It was XZ, I think it was the Paris Eternals. So I kind of want to see Logix come in and sort of drop the hammer.
And you? Reinforce?
Me?
You were staring at me. I thought you wanted to say something.
I'm just enjoying Costa being on the desk and just having great takes. It's a pleasure to be working with you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. Do you have anything to say about this game?
I am really looking forward to Philadelphia winning in map 3.
Wow. Okay, well,
Deep.
Yeah, very. But so we have Kings Row coming up after that, right?
Yeah, rather than Kings Row.
I think if we go and do end up going to Kings Row and we see Toronto take the map 3, I would actually really like to see the Doomfist come back. I think that was something that they played well with Beast on the Winston, puts Shortfall back on the Sombra. I think it really had sort of plays to their strengths and their style, and it actually makes me excited for this Toronto team because they're showing that they have the versatility that you need once hero pools come into the game.
Well, can Toronto bring it back, or will Philly be closing this series out with a 3-2-0? Let's get back to the rest of the match in DC and stick around, because afterwards we'll be back with Watchpoint Reset.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Mic test 1 2, mic test 1 2.
2 1 2, testing. Let's go.
Is this all forehead, baby? Does it get the important stuff?
Oh, the camera's on the side. It can see you guys. Look to your left. Gexy, camera on your left.
What?
Just
put the camera.
On camera. It's your camera. Yo, drink your Coke.
Oh, the light.
Are they gonna turn off this light?
I think they're staying on.
You.
Meko. Yep. Hello?
You're on camera. Camera.
Huh? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. You ready, right?
Oh my god!
Bro, I hate smelling the smoke machine.
Just don't smell.
Don't smell? Okay.
Stop. Wait, really? What?
I've never been that ticklish in my
Going in, guys.
I got hardened footsies.
I really like what's happening in chat right now.
Shut your mouth. Let's go, Philly.
I miss Boston, Blase.
What? Blase handsome, actually.
Yeah.
Yo, so true.
He's okay.
Oh, we lost that fight!
Dante is so stupid. Dante crazy.
I can't do this. I really need a muzzle.
We lost that fight!
In my mind, he is the boy wonder of Overwatch right now, this guy. Carpe is ridiculous.
Carpe, again, so many finishing blows for this guy right now.
Carpe, what are you doing? This is unbelievable! Carpe!
Wow, you got too close to Carpe, and that's what happens.
Welcome back, Washington. Philly versus the Toronto Defiant. Right now, Toronto a little bit down in the dumps. 2-0.
I thought you were going to put a stir at the end of that dumps. Toronto is not looking very good. That Oasis was extremely one-sided. Really close to playing for a draw there, but then Philadelphia clutched it at the very last second, which is a demoralizing thing to happen for a team. So we'll see if Toronto can fight back here. They got good players. Like I said, they've beaten legitimate teams like Paris in the very opening game of our Overwatch League 2020 season. But Philly looks really good right now. They look strong at every position.
Oh, we spoke about it before, but Carpe is going to be one of those people that's going to be clicking that left click, something like that, on Logic's head.
Yeah,
Was
no,
what
that was,
I was alluding to.
Oh, that was dynamite.
But
that was great.
We said Logic's is a streaky player, right?
Yes.
And we saw him pop off against Paris, taking down XE time and time again. His Widowmaker just looked so clean. Yes. He came in for Oasis and just didn't look that hot. Carpe was just outgunning him left, right, and center.
I mean, our desk kind of said it, though. It's a team game overall. And I agree for a lot of points, but there were some just positioning errors and mistakes. But also Carpe, it's crazy what this Philly team is allowing him to do. He's just on these crazy flanks. He's off on an island somewhere, hitting mile-away shots on McCree to take out his opposing McCree on the other side, while the rest of his team is brawling patiently, 5v6 on the ground. They should be losing some of these fights. And then Ivy is just this kind of quiet storm where if they need a clutch play, he is coming up with it. His May play has been impeccable.
Well, that was right at the end, right? He had that Blizzard.
Yep.
Agilities was popping off on Doomfist. What do you need from a May? Hit a big Blizzard, keep your supports alive in the back using the Ice Wall to block Agilities off, and that's exactly what happened. Let's jump on to Dorado, though. Philly are going to start out on the defense. We've got Toronto on the offense. We've got Carpe McCree. We have Ivy back on the main. Not too much of a shock. May was played here regardless a lot of the time. Just a lot of your solo queue games, of course. That archway is just so deadly to go up against if you're a Ryan walking through.
May is an extremely high pick right now, but she did have a lot of places on specific maps when there's simple, like, single entry archways. Dorado comes to mind. You think of Hanamura, King's Row. Like, May has always been, she's always had a spot in the game for the most part, but now she's just really strong, so there's no reason not to pick her. Toronto is going to try to run a dive composition with a Sombra in it. Beast and Nevix on what we call dive tanks, highly mobile, able to get to high ground, isolate targets, try to take them out.
Oh, like we said before, we like this kind of comp, right? But the problem is it does rely a lot on those. Oh, Sherfall is going to have to build in this EMP at least once every couple of fights, at minimum, right? One every fight, not really possible anymore after Goats rotated out and 2-2-2 was implemented.
It's a lot of scouting information here in the backline, making calls, letting know where the position is. Hasn't found a hack target yet. Because, I mean, there's Carpe right there. You gotta be careful.
Astro misses completely. Unfortunately, couldn't interrupt the hack. Inslee jumped on by the front line. Beast does end up going down, though, so they do trade. Alarm is still alive and well, and he's going to build that ult charge a little bit quicker now. That funny Astro's going to have to come back to spawn. Nice little pick to start off with, but here's Lucio up. Nice kill onto Carpe, though. Very good start. Pogo's going to get slept as well. Should just be about it. Alarm falling. And Agility's and Surefour at this point as well. They don't really have to be on the payload. They can just sit and build ultimates. That's the best thing about Genji and well, Genji specifically, because you can build ult from quite far away. But now Surefour can set up for a really nice hack on this corner too.
I think they're coming back in though. They're setting up to come back in. Everybody is in full fighting form. They will re-enter and contest this point with a Philly defense.
They have to look out for Surefour though. One hack on Sado's shield. And it will be also vulnerable. Even Poco, to be fair, as well. Nice kill from Ivy, though, onto Nevix. They did manage to find the D-Mech. Karif going so low. Already used the fire grenade. He hasn't really got too much defense to himself, but a beautiful sleep on the side will do him good for the time.
As tanks are going to peel, though, Ivy's going to be alive, and he's got that Blizzard ready to go. The momentum seems to be slowing down for Toronto, and they want to take it a little bit slowly here because they're building up to the ultimate combo, what this composition is designed to do. But Short4 dies before he gets up to EMP. Carpe with a headshot, very likely a stun into a headshot on a Sombra of all things. They're nanoblading anyway, John.
There's the blade into the back. Alarm gets it. Oh no, Carpe! Punched him right between the eyes. Takes him out when he's nanoed. Making sure everybody's going for the heals as well, activating that dead eye. He only collected 1 kill. Surefour has almost got EMP. Agility's now switching over to the Doomfist.
2 ultimates shut down by the Fist of the Cowboy in the end of the day. However, Toronto does have a backup plan here. EMP about to come online for Short4. He gets himself all healed up. It's time for plan B with under 90 seconds left in this fight. Astro's got his abilities, though. He needs to stay out of this EMP and keep his team alive.
Astro's going to be pretty good at peeling away for Carpe, though. There's the Shadow on the payload. Shadow actually just kills Agility straight up. They've got ult to spare as well for the next fight. However, Toronto maybe have the winning ultimate online. That EMP has come out. Agility's again switching over, foregoing that ult charge that built on Doomfist. Wasn't too much, of course, but every little does count.
This is all about the EMP. Everybody is split up right now, too. Toronto has a great opportunity to hit an EMP and maybe into a self-destruct as well. These can knock around shields. Calyx kicking in there. They have to go all in here for the most part with only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, he's looking for Astro. He's seen him now, and he's been called out as well because that Sonic Blaster shots are ricocheting throughout the map. The potential D-Mech. Beautiful turnaround from the Alarm there. Actually does interrupt the hack. He's still going to get jumped on. Beaston's going to get nanoed in the back line once again as he goes primal, juggling Alarm. Alarm needs to sleep up. He doesn't get it. Oh, Carpe from the back, though. I didn't even see him. I don't think Beast saw him either. Surefour's going to find a nice little kill, though. EMP still held on to Ivy with the Blizzard on the point with 10 seconds to go. Toronto with a man up, or quite a few actually, as they do bundle onto this payload. They will have to fend off against Fusion for a little while longer as they do jump back on. However, Blade available. They have the EMP as well. They might not even need it. Agility's still unleashing it to make sure and guarantee Toronto this point. Sado knocks Agilities once again for 6s, but it shouldn't matter. OT ticks down, but they managed to get the payload. 2 minutes and 30 seconds now for the second phase.
I gotta give Beast a ton of credit there. The Primal Rage to initiate. At very first, I thought he was just gonna try to knock 2 targets away and let his team take a favorable fight on the cart. He's able to isolate Alarm, not able to hit the dart. That's the only way he would have saved his own life. Beast gets that kill, and without your main healer, you saw the flies and the dominoes kind of drop right after that. Karif on this off angle. Karif, you see that little icon next to his name? That's a roll star icon.
Uh-oh. He might not be okay. Poke's coming over. Beautiful nade by Alarm. Finished up in an instant.
You ever see a kill in Overwatch and just feel it somehow?
Oh boy, I
felt that one.
Right through my whole body, into my core. Beast is going to be feeling this one in the morning as well. Trapped up against the wall. Sado just walks towards him, claims the kill, and a little bit of ult charge to boot.
Still not much time left as Toronto had to use everything to get that first point. Short4 going down is tough. He was trying to set up for an EMP. He's got it ready to go again. And Karif is going to have Nano, but Agilities needs to be charging this Blade a little faster, though. The Nano Blades have been unimpressive thus far. Philadelphia also holding on to the barrier, so what's Nano Blade really going to accomplish? I think the EMP and Blade have to go together here.
I think so. Astro's been holding on to speed for a long time as well. Potentially just waiting for Surefour to unleash the EMP. Looking for a hack on Sado, placing a shield towards him though, still taking a whole bunch of damage. Alarm and Funny Astro keeping him alive throughout that entire assault.
Or maybe you Blade here to try to bait out the sound barrier and then EMP and just shred the shields off of people.
Well, they have Nano Blade coming up. That's exactly what they need. And Funny Astro obviously has to peek and make sure everybody gets that, so Surefour potentially setting up for something rather big. Nano. EMP not available now because Surefour actually goes down. Agility's still cutting everybody to pieces though. 1, 2, and 3. He's not stepping anywhere near Carpe though this time, but it is going to be enough to push the Toronto Defiant towards this second point.
Astro dies with the barrier, may not have been enough to save him there. The Nano Blade is a very strong ultimate combo. And here's the great thing. Look at the only people without ultimates on Toronto. It's the Nano and the Blade that they just used. It's still 4 remaining. Philadelphia, though, reaching 5 of their own. They should be able to come out and contest this and get back in position. You gotta watch Ivy here.
High noon for Carpe, gets pushed all the way back, hacked on the side as well. You're as good as dead. Alarm is so low, actually. His purple receives the beat. He's going to be alive for the time being, but they still need to touch the payload to stop Toronto just putting it in. Shadow onto it. They do manage to kill off Nevex, potentially demecking him. Yes, self-destruct is there. EMP eventually used by Sherfall, but this should be it. That Blizzard, I'm not entirely sure actually what happened to him. But it doesn't matter because Agility's just resetting off of everybody. Carpe is still alive on the payload, but there you go, he goes down.
For the time being.
That was the one ultimate they needed to hit right there, the Blizzard, and I didn't even notice it, and Toronto didn't either, because they just skirted around it.
I think Toronto has the winning formula here, and it's just about execution, because they're just diving on Carpe, right? And we've talked about it so much, but when you have a player like Carpe, the plan is he can't beat us. Whatever we need to do to take Carpe out of the game, he can't beat us. And so the dive is there, and this Solver dive is perfect because Short4 is able to get back here, being invisible, knowing where Carpe is. He calls the dive, then Carpe gets the dive, he's trying to roll back, and then there's Short4 there as well, and he didn't even know it. So Carpe makes the switch onto the Reaper, much less susceptible to the Winston dive.
Nano Blade available yet again for Agilities rather soon. There you go, Greaves got it now. Nano onto the Blade, Agility's going on in. He's avoiding Carpe once again. Nice little nade by Alarm there to make sure Agility's has to play a little bit more safe, but the damage has already been done. Alarm and Sado going down, but Funny Extra on the side, hunting the Genji. Manages to pick him off, but Toronto still with the beat at their backs, and Sherfall nearing that EMP once again. Philly on the retreat for the time being.
Oh, Carpe gets hunted down, not enough heals there. The Marva unable to get there too. So right now, Toronto has forced Philadelphia to play heroes that they don't necessarily want to be on, based on the composition that they're running, because they're running time and they're isolating targets. So Alarm off of an Ana or a BAP, which would be way better. Carpe not able to play McCree, and Toronto is really making Philadelphia uncomfortable with their comp. It's worked out really well. EMP ready.
A pretty aggressive beat from Kellex. Funny Astro only just got his online. Agility manages to get out of there rather quickly as that Blizzard gets laid out on the payload as Ivy takes care of Beast. He dived a little bit too far forward and was walled off from the rest of his team. Sherfall with the EMP is the last tool that Toronto have to get onto this payload. The punch onto the wall ever so slightly misses, and Sherfall now in a lot of trouble. Kareev doing his work at carrying though as he kills off Carpe. The EMP did strike goals, but Toronto still without a kill as Poco protecting his supports, killing off Kellex, pushing everybody away from this payload. Even nanoing Sherfall at this point, just desperation from the Toronto Defiants.
Sharpfor's going to get beamed down by the Coalescence as the cleanup comes in. There's going to be a Blossom for the cherry on top too. If they just want to throw that in on the cart, they will do just that. Carpe dances with death in the pale moonlight to secure that one. And I think it was just a little bit of indecisiveness from Agilities on that very last punch. He had somebody sleeping and then he saw someone else and ended up splitting the uprights.
It's looking like Anubis all over again. Toronto, now they got to defend just before that third point hex. Philly, though, still looking on fire. Carpe looking as good as ever. So all a bit about those nano blades. Agilities and Kareev have been so good at coordinating these, and he's been so good at target focus. We're going to jump to a quick break, though, guys. Do not go anywhere. We've got Philly on the attack.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Defiant can still come back in this. Just have to defend that payload just before the 3rd point. Few Philly Fusion fans in the audience right now. They're going to be happy with themselves and happy with how Philly performed in that last round.
Everyone's waiting for the Justice to play, but if you couldn't make it out this weekend, there's the information on your screen. Justice.overwatchleague.com for tickets. We have 4 more Washington Justice homestands, and I can't think of a crowd more deserving of more homestands. It has been electric here. We're coming back in just a few weeks, and then again, and again, and again, because this city has been killing it.
That dog has no idea what is going on, but he loves it anyway.
And he's happy, and he's a good boy.
I want to see more pets of Overwatch, I really do.
I really do, yeah.
Please tweet us your pets.
Those are my favorite posts that I see. Well, Toronto, it's an uphill battle. It is an uphill battle for them for sure. They still have a chance to defend here right before the final point of Toronto to stay alive in this series as Philadelphia leads 2-0. The first map is an afterthought, a complete domination. The second map could have been a draw, unable to work that one out. And Philadelphia, we'll see what they want to run. I do like the Toronto adjustment, though. I think their plan is sound against Philadelphia. Isolate Carpe, don't let him do what he wants. Let's run the dive. It plays to agility strengths on Genji and Doomfist. Short 4, an extremely intelligent player, which you have to be to play the Sombra, make those calls. I like the plan. It's just the execution is not always perfect, not working. And look, Philadelphia's just a really good team right now. So that's all there is to it.
And the scoreline currently does definitely reflect that, not only on this match, just in the first few weeks of the 2020 season. Harping switching over to the Reaper, so they're going just full on frontline with this comp. Yeah, so Agility's obviously kind of a little bit harder time actually committing anything here. That's rather in and out. Well, that's a boot. There you go.
That trick is hacked, but it's not going to matter.
I'm out of here. Need healing over here.
Yeah, they might switch this, but I think Carpe was just tired of getting dove on by the Winston.
It's a nice hack actually onto Poke. He's going to scurry for cover, but a little bit too late. Beautiful ping! See, Agility's like, I'm going to get him out of mech, dude, no worries. Sago's like, wait, what are you doing? You're on the floor. I have a charge key. It's a nice kill. Now they can just push on forward. Agility is going to be able to get back rather fast, though. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. As long as Beast doesn't die here, they should have another re-engagement tool in this archway.
So gotta be careful. Alarm is nearing that coalescence. Grieve on the other side of things with the Nano, 2 of the fastest charging ults in the game. So the execution goes, Alarm gets hacked!
Alarm gets instantly hacked. Agilities with a cleanup kill. Nice ice block there by Ivy to stop that punch damage coming through from Agilities, but Agilities cleaning up. And Sato taking out the trash.
You think about it, though. I mean, the Sombra and the Doomfist work so well together, because the only way to stop a Doom is with abilities, right? I think a counter Sombra might actually be the order of the day, because Doom can't do anything without his abilities. So it's a really interesting dynamic, but Short 4's hacking people, and Agility's like, thank you very much, that's free, now I have shields, and I'm just gonna roll all over the place, and no one can stop me.
Yeah, it's basically a 1 team fight right there, right? Yeah. 1 hack and a kill. Doomfist is very good at doing that, funnily enough. Alarm has Coalescence, can't get hacked again, but he might not have any choice in the matter, as Short 4 does have that EMP straight on top of Philly Fusion. However, Sato, Poco, staying alive through all the damage. That Coalescence is going off. That self-destruct, find the kill onto Alarm as well. Agility is using that ult. It's a little more of a get out of jail free card than anything else, but that payload is ever so slightly rolling back as Shadow gets completely dodged out, and Toronto doing a fantastic job of just negating Fusion right now. Death Blossom on top of payloads, and we're not doing all too much for Carpe there, actually kind of shooting into it. Not the best wall I've ever seen.
An ambitious Death Blossom is what we would call that in the industry. It was just right around the corner. Gonna be able to clean up Agilities, though, and that is huge. It has been a scrappy fight, but that's how Philly usually likes it in all of their competitions here. And now they are cleaning up. And I really want to go back to that time they got EMP'd and Alarm stayed out of it. He kept everybody alive. And yeah, maybe it didn't seem like a one fight, but that's a lot of health bars that don't go Toronto Defiant's way into their ultimate pool. Alarm gave his life for it, but he kept his team in position to roll through, and they fought really hard to take that position in the stairwell. So Alarm died during that, but the Coalescence kept everyone alive during that EMP. Another great play from him on yet another hero.
Sato was purple through that whole thing as well, which is the scariest thing in the world. Now they have capped the first point, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. There's the Blizzard Tray on top of the Monkey. Instant freeze there as well, as you just hold the left click. Nothing Beast can do. He's been frozen for eternity. Let him play Overwatch, please. Oh, Alarm finished him off with the orb. And Agility's in a bit of a sorry situation. Is going to be able to get out alive, but the damage has really been done at this point. They don't have a front line to really play behind. They are just chasing them down. A hack onto Ivy's not going to do much. However, that nade will do a little something to stop him being so aggressive.
What more can he say about Ivy? What a perfect defensive blizzard that was. He saw the nano get used, and he's like, okay, guys, this is going to be our immortality field for the moment. Everyone hang out and fight inside the blizzard. They can't do anything to us. They hang out, they pick up the main.
Now, the EMP might come out, though. He's looking for Astro, and he's looking for Alarm. Astro's just backing off. You can see the beams, though. That's the big thing he's got to watch out for. Astro's hiding around the corner. You have to stay in line of the LOS, of the supercharger, of course, so as soon as those beams break, he knows Astro's going to go try and hide, which is exactly what he's doing now. He's actually just hunting him straight up. They found him somehow, though, and Carpe. Yet again, how does he keep finding these people that are invisible? Potentially just got revealed ever so slightly, and Carpe just holding the left click. There's the beat from Astro. They know you can use this safely now. Surefour's going to come back in a moment, but that payload is so close to that second point. Self-destructs on top of it, kills off Carpe, didn't have shift, and now Surefour is back with agilities. BTS strike on top of the tanks, the shield negates the damage, but the EMP shreds through those shields, and agilities gets to work.
3 meters away, but I think it's going to stay that way. Toronto investing everything to make sure they can hold that second point, and you know how good it is on hybrids and payload maps to hold at second point because it's a long way back to get where you were. That is Poco being escorted to the glue factory. Philadelphia is going to have a chance to come back in on this one. But yeah, Carpe's, I mean, just, you saw it yesterday, the blind flashbangs. He's that rare combination of insane mechanical skill and just galaxy brain game sense. We'll see if he's going to have the opportunity to use this Death Blossom, though. That can set it up. A Blizzard into Death Blossom is nice because it gets the kills quicker. But playing very spread out is the Toronto defense.
Yeah, Calyx has actually switched over to the the Brigitte, even. They wanted to take this fight on the ground, or at least Calyx and Nevix and B-Star. Agility's going to have to get out there rather fast if he comes across Ivy. Waiting for that Matrix, he's frozen up. Perfect time to Blizzard, but doesn't want to do it just yet. Alarm gets taken out. They don't want to fight this, maybe. No, tell a lie. Ivy's still laying out the Blizzard. Alarm is dead. They do manage to find the D-Mech onto Nevix as well. However, Agilities has still got ult, and Carpe having to use the shift to get out of there, so he can't play aggressively either at this point, and Sado just gets taken out. Just the aggression from Calyx on that high ground, Kariv even, sorry, on that high ground.
Super commitment up there too, but now Carpe is able to dislodge them on the high ground. Still ults incoming here. Philadelphia, last best chance here. 30 seconds left.
Okay, Carpe's in the back line now, hunting with the Death Blossom, but Surefour once again has the EMP. The beat's going to come through. It's the perfect time. Surefour can wait this one out. He's got the rally armor as well. They're going to be so hardy in the face of danger now. Carpe's been launched into the air. EMP came through. That's 5 people hacked on up. Alarm with the coalescence is going to do absolutely nothing to stop the onslaught of the Toronto Defiant. OT's coming in a matter of moments. They're still contesting the payload, but they haven't got a lot to work with. Carpe's going to come back with Death Blossom, but I think this is going to be it. No way Alarm surviving that one, and Philly get held at second point by Toronto.
Toronto Defiant living up to their name, defying the odds, defying death, and fighting back into this one. We got ourselves a fight on our hand, Jaws, and I'm glad to see it. I hate shutouts. I hate when teams get squadooshed, as it were, and they look very comfortable. I love this plan. I love watching Dive. I don't care what version it comes in.
Kariv with the nano on the Genji. That's what we want to see. We want to see more Surefour as well with these sick EMPs. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Map number 4 coming up soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Here we go. Toronto's time to get that reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's feeling it right there. I've been known to bust a move myself. Me and Lane will have a dance-off at some point in time. That's going to be on pay-per-view, though. Got to get those bucks in. But obviously bringing something to this team. The first map, Short 4 didn't play. I kind of agree with our team in LA that that's probably a mistake. I don't see why you take him out of the lineup. Calls games, got good game sense, seems to be loose up there, and they look like a different team. The second map didn't go their way, but they're clawing their way back into it. Man, it's really refreshing to see a non-mirror match. The styles come into play. You're forcing Carpe off of the McCree, which I think is a good first step into trying to beat Philadelphia.
Yeah, I really like Agility switching over from the Genji to the Doomfist when the time calls for it as well. Doomfist gets so much done, just like the vanilla kit. The ultimate, sometimes a little bit so-so, a little bit hard to actually just execute people straight up.
That's nice of you. No, it's an escape button. You
It's an
really don't.
escape-
You barely get kills with a
It's
fist
a
ult.
get out of jail free card,
Yeah.
let's be honest ourselves
I
here.
mean, look, it was nice when we had like Zarya's in the meta and you get the grab and then you get like the Space Jam dunk onto the grab, but generally just he does enough with his base kit that he doesn't need a good ultimate. That would be unfair in my opinion. Here's how we got here. Oasis, let's forget about that one. I'm sure Toronto Defiant does. That we went to Temple of Anubis, and that one could have been a draw. Philadelphia last second. Dorado was Defiance. And I believe that music is from your homeland.
Yes, it is. It's good old King's Row. Fan favorite, one of my favorite maps as well. I think Hybrid's my favorite game to be honest. Just because of King's Row.
How did the clock get its name? How did Big Ben get its name?
The Big Ben is not the clock, it's the bell inside.
Oh, it's the bell inside.
Yep, it's the bell inside. And it's not going to ring for another 8 years, I believe, apart from the year, well, the 2020 that just happened because they're repairing the bell. They've got repairs going on. Kind of sucks.
Our country has broken and cracked bells too. I get it. We have a lot in common.
Your history, Joseph, just goes straight over my head. You know I got a D in GCSE history? Not one of my proudest grades. I was only ever good with computers.
Well, let's take a look at these compositions. Philadelphia seems to be back on the old standby. Toronto going to try to match it with Shore 4 taking over the McCree duty. So we do have a mirrored matchup here. Just kind of playing it standard, adjustments as need be.
These nades from Crew have just been so good. Sato Poco went purple for a second. Poco's going to get slept. However, they can't get the pin, unfortunately. It's all about Agility just threatening the front line with these walls and just holding down left like for eternity.
Kind of what we've seen on King's Row is everyone playing patiently and waiting for your McCree or May to get a pick, or the other team to make a mistake. But it's been a very patient dance so far in Out 2020.
It's all about the walls. Whoever can get the best wall off and isolate the main tank or someone on the other team does their job a little bit better there. Speaking about isolation, thank you very much. Carpe, flashbang straight over the shield. And Beast goes down, so they're going to have to go for a small reset here. However, Sato doesn't end up falling as well. They've got Lucio, so they could speed him back from spawn. However, Toronto still pedal to the metal. I'm going to take high ground. Ivy's going to meet them up there. You've got to be a little bit more careful than that, unfortunately, Kellex. Didn't expect Ivy to use the wall to escort himself to high ground.
Yeah, Kellex gets punished there. Still putting some progress on the point is this Toronto team, and they're going to have a lot of ultimates. They have the low ground advantage, but it's the high ground advantage you want.
That was almost too perfect for Carpe. Drops to the ground. Oh, no! Didn't hit any of the scores. Kellex came in there actually with the beat at the very last second there.
Just came in at the absolute right time to save his team from that Deadeye, but Sato's now back in the mix too. This one is a brawl.
Agilities and Beasts are going to go down. Alarm is traded out, however, and Funny Astro is so close to that beat. If he really needs it, he can press the panic button. If he gets interrupted, it will be a disaster. But Toronto still a little bit of percent on the clock, on the board.
Heal Poco, please. Someone heal Poco, please.
He's getting healed, you're fine. Ivy's got Blizzard. Agility's no way near. Now he's moving in. Instantly put up the wall. That was actually perfect coming out from Agilities, but that self-destruct, even better. From Poco, straight over the wall, killing off Beast. That wall was so sick, though. I want to touch on that really quickly again. Agility's put up the wall as soon as he saw that animation come out, so the snowball hit the wall, didn't travel any further, and then they could just kind of hide around it. And the bomb was too good.
I think they should buff May so that snowball goes through walls.
Oh, imagine a world.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't used to go through barriers.
Don't remind me, please.
That fight went on forever. There's only 90 seconds left on this clock here. Agilities needs to get to Blizzard. That will be the lockout ultimate that they need here. Beast and Nevix with the tanks with their ultimates online. Reeve doesn't really have a great nano target. Maybe save it in a reactionary nano to try to heal someone up, give that giant burst healing. I like this rotation from Toronto. You've seen New York do this rotation a couple times before. Now you have the high ground advantage.
Carpe's there. Carpe's gonna have to drop at some point. Oh, the flashbang from around the corner was perfect. And a nice sleep as well onto Poco. The bio grenade to follow up, then the charge into the wall at D-Mech. Beast is in a lot of trouble though, a world of hurt. As it ends up getting taken down. Sato is nanoed on the point, but didn't really find all too much. But has got the shatter and no shield to worry about. The beat used also aggressively as Sato is almost escorted out. He couldn't get there in time. And Nevix with a self-destruct will finish it off Alarm as well. 35 seconds remains for the Defiant. 2 ticks on the board. There's no way they're going to be able to come back into this. No, Billy.
It was close for a second.
It was close.
Because Poco got 2 on his way out. He was just trying to leave and he found 2 in the hotel. He was able to get Kareem and Short4 on his way out. Bunny Astro tried to get some last second heroics, but in the final attempt, the Toronto Defiant will unlock the first point and thus the payload moving forward. And because Philadelphia were staggered in that fight, they're gonna have to give up this great secondary defense point, the archway, as the cart moves all the way through. Seems like they're gonna have to set up on a corner because they're just waiting for Carpe. The jingle jangle of those spurs still very distant.
Ivy's got the Blizzard advantage though, and that's what I'm scared about, and I'd be scared if I was the Defiant as well. You can set up Carpe kind of easily here, however, there are a lot of places to hide from, not only Blizzard, but from the Deadeye too. Philly Fusion just taking the fight on this corner. Not too much of a shock. Double wall. Although they're going to be able to sneak under there if you do crouch, but yeah, they're not going to dice with death, not when Beast's got Shatter. Slowly inching their way around the corner. Beautiful stun. Straight over the top of Shadow's shield. The bio grenade to follow up as well, but instantly Nevix eating that Blizzard, stopping them from going down. That Deadeye's good though. That's a lot of damage from Carpe, instantly killing off Beast. That wall isn't going to stop them for long, jumping on the payload straight over the top 2. Carpe comes in clutch for the Fusion.
It's a nice little knock him down and rack him up for Sato and Carpe there. Now, it's interesting to see that they're back into this cart because they were in position to try to hold that archway if they had wanted to. They're a full fighting 6-up right now, but perhaps they feel a little bit pressured by perhaps a back cap. We've seen a lot of those, honestly, in the early days of the Overwatch League 2020. So just gonna play cart here, escort it on its way back home. Alarm and Astro nearing their ultimates. You have to think that a Nano Beast is incoming for the Toronto Defiant.
A couple of support ultimates online for the Fusion though. You just gotta counter Nano at this point. Or Nano someone. Oh, that's a good pick. That's the actually perfect pick. Alarm getting double headshot by Short4. The nanoing Beast as well to present another threat. But Poco actually eats the Blizzard. Is it gonna mean anything actually? I'm not sure it does. Still eating is good to get it off the field, but Toronto still churning their way through the Fusion. Nice little stall of extra time there by Ivy. Has the Blizzard at his back, so they can, again, hold fairly far forward here. Defiant are going to come back with the Doomfist as well to make sure they are 6 people on the payload if Fusion decide to contest.
No, they're going to get this point. Fusion is not in any sort of position to be able to contest, and that is the cap. And some time on the clock. $150 remaining for this Toronto Defiant push forward. Much better. And Short4, I mean, I just like the style they're playing with Short4 in there. You got to think those are aggressive calls to flank on left. Walls up though.
Yeah, it has been nanoed as well. Sato, oh, look at that. Sato gets frozen up instantly, but it feels like he was the bait. All the resources were just shoved into him from the Defiant to try and get everybody away. But, hey, guess what? There's a Blizzard at your back. There's no way you're going to be able to run away from that one. And they do hold the corner with a minute remaining.
Main tank players are saints. It has been a strange year to be a main tank in the Overwatch League. They get slept, they get frozen, they get used as bait several times, and I think it's exactly what that was. We're going below a minute. Sato's gonna have Shatter. See if they try to do the combo again.
Help destruct over the top. Kelix finds the melee kill. Beautiful Shatter from Sato. That's it, under the payload with the Deadeye on top. Kelix, goodbye. 50 seconds now remain.
Knock him down, rack him up, rawhide. They do it again as the Earth Shatter goes down. The Deadeye comes in to clean it up, and that is all she wrote for that fight. Toronto Defiant nearing one of their final attempts here. They can attempt the same combination. Knock him down with Earth Shatter, clean him up with Deadeye. These are the only ultimates they have online, and they can buy some time, though, to get these support ultimates, but I think if they finish this map, it's going to be an OT.
Hey, he's going to get escorted around the side. There's a lot of skulls lighting up the screen. Doesn't quite find anything. That actually just got 8. However,
this Philadelphia team is so good at disengages. I mean, it's just like yesterday. Their disengages are the cleanest in the league right now.
You just got to eat these blizzards, man. That's all you need. Ivy's going to have his online agilities soon as well. OT's going to come online very shortly. Beat's coming through. There's the shadow. That's 4 people down. Sano instantly cleaned up. And Beast putting his shield back up, making sure no one else takes any damage coming out. Ivy's blizzard just disappears off the map. There's no way that Philly are going to finish this one off. That's Toronto netting the payload. 3 points on the board. However, clocks did run down 2-0, so there's a very clear win or draw con now for the Philly Fusion. They just finished with over a minute. They'll be as good as gold.
You see him right there. Beast is playing really well. It's reminiscent of the very first time we saw Toronto in our New York homestand. Kind of feast or famine. Gets those enormous shatters. That shatter at the end cleans it up for the Toronto Defiant, much to the chagrin of ZP, Mr. Andrew Rush. Not the highest on the Beast stocks, but...
No, Zucchini Panini is my favorite.
Zucchini Panini is ZP's. That's where ZP comes from, actually.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
In case you guys didn't know.
Yeah,
he
it's
says
actually Zucchini Panini. Yeah. It's just his favorite food.
At some point, he said it was Zerg Protoss, and I was like, whatever, Zucchini Panini.
Yeah, whatever, man. That's your 3rd Zucchini Panini today. You need to calm down, dude. Just start looking like one soon. That's what I'm used to saying.
A very close match as far as kills go, 22-19, but it was just the clutch ultimates at the end which drove it home. You know, I like the Earth Shatter into Deadeye combo, but if you think about it, Short4's Deadeye was truly his owning Deadeye. You pushed them all the way back, it bought all the space in the world, and then when Philadelphia tried to re-engage, you saw the little 180 shatter from Beast that kind of closed out the map for him. Very well played there. Looks a lot cleaner right now than Toronto Defiant. They're making decisive calls. They probably get second point, that very first kill and alarm, because that's a speed boost on the flank. Philadelphia had no idea that was coming. They were caught sleeping, and Short4 made him pay. See what the Philly offense has.
Griff setting up for another cheeky nade. Who's going to hit? Anybody? No, I think they just got eaten. Yes, yes it did. We're good. Going to try and escort them up across the hotel onto the high ground so they don't get walled off. If you're ever against main solo queue, this is what you need to do. Go to hotel, then drop down. Best way to play it. I stayed, actually. Agilities and NYXL go purple, but they're going to be okay for the time. So funny, Astro trying to find a big boop here. Yeah, so now they've actually surrounded them in the mega room. Kellex is going to get chased out. Carpe running straight towards the supports. Kellex and Kareem forced away from the enemy team.
They tried to escape, but there's no escaping a somersaulting Cowboy. He gets down in there. Really nice peel there as Carpe was on the low ground getting measured. Poco's in there. And a clean, as clean can be, engagement from Philadelphia Fusion.
That wall was 900 IQ as well, because that stopped the tanks from actually going down the stairwell. It blocked off the stairwell completely, because that's where you want to hide support, right? Because then you could just back off the Mega if you get injured. Ivy's May has just been so good.
I mean, May's meta, and if you don't have a good May right now, you're going to get dominated by teams who do have a good May. Carpe is now feeling a little safer.
Almost picked off Kellex.
This Carpe guy's not very good. Hit those shots.
Yeah, wow, imagine missing shots, man, when D.Va's around with Matrix. Uh-oh, someone's creeping up on him. Oh, it's Short4. He knows his game. A howdy and a goodbye. He's gonna die, but they do trade Cowboy for Cowboy. Uh-oh. Oh, the Arctic Explorer is going down as well. Uh-oh, Sano just swings for the heavens. That's the commitment there by NYXL, right? By Poco, sorry.
Yeah.
He commits to Short4, and then it almost forces Defiance, like, okay, we need to help him, maybe we need to throw our resources to try and get him. And Solo's like, no, not today. You have to battle through me first.
It's looking really one-sided on the Philadelphia offense here. Remember, Toronto finished in overtime, so if Philadelphia can finish with some time on the clock, over a minute, Toronto's best hope is a draw, and we saw how badly their last draw hope went. Philadelphia just be playing with house money on that point. Still a lot of Overwatch left to be played, though. This is a highly contentious point on King's Row. Ivy and Carpe with the DPS ultimates ready.
Blizzards, both sides are available. NYXL and Poco just watching the animations to come out. They're going to be battling on this corner for a little while. It's who makes the play first. High Noon launched out. Short4 over the top. Using the May wall for height, doesn't find anybody. Now Carpe's turn. Hoko is actually set. Ivy's going to go in with the Blizzard. Nano as well. They're throwing a lot into this fight. Self-destruct on top. Doesn't quite find anybody on that. Beautiful headshot. Mixed up with Alarm's rifle. Does finish off NYXL. Not getting the remake at all. And Nano Surfer was pushed on forward to the front line too, but he didn't have any backup. Another nice shatter coming through from Beast. The wall comes up, actually stopping him and his momentum forward, but it was a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, Ivy going down early in that fight, man, they just didn't have the control of the space that they needed against an opposing May. Sato slip, he's so close to Shatter.
He has to die right now if he gets kept. Oh, he's alive somehow. How does this happen?
Alarm's pretty good.
And the Matrix as well coming through from Poco. They know Beast is no way near this shadow. Sato can just play up to his face. Just knuckles to knuckles. Got to be careful though, you are purple. Now backing out with the speed boost from Freddy Astro. The shadow around the side. Manages to hit down one. NYXL is going pretty low, but Kareem keeps him alive. Nano on to Beast. This sustain coming through from the Toronto Defiant is just ridiculous.
Counter Nano goes on to Sato. Sato gets stayed alive, frozen. This fight's been going on forever. That might crack it open though.
Carpe and Beast. Carpe goes down, Beast follows. Like, no, Carpe gets the kill, sorry, Sherpa goes down and Beast follows even. My mind's just full of fish, I don't know. Carpe's just popping off a complete team kill for the Fusion right now, and 4 minutes in the time bank. I said, this is such a good position for them to be in. If they cap here with more than a minute, Toronto once again.
We have seen bonkers fights on Kings Row 2nd this year. I don't know what is going on with that point, but fights seem to last for minutes. Teams refuse to leave and give up on fights and just re-engage. That fight went on forever. Philly in a great position to get this Deadeye in. The wall comes off. He's going to try to find something on the right side. Cancels.
Struck on the back. Or Carpe with the YOLO flash. Sardo's frozen up on the side, but look at this. Instant beat. That nade's going to hit 2 people, but he's still alive. No, Sherpa runs him down. The aggressive return beat from Kellex. It's going to push the Fusion back to their spawn, just waiting for Sato. But they still have a lot of time in the bank. Still have 3 minutes to work.
Sato, I mean, the funny thing is when Sato gets frozen, it takes an entire team to bring him down because the Philadelphia supports just start pumping it all into him. Ivy's going to have a Blizzard of his own here, going to try to line it up.
This is perfect, actually. Sherpa's going to unleash the Deadeye, has to roll out of it. In fact, didn't even click to send it out. Nano of both main tanks, Beast playing a little bit more passive. As self-destruct being launched in by NYXL, and you'd have thought Beast would kind of run up to him at that point, but he's so scared of Carpe with the flashbang over the top. Speaking of that, that's exactly what happened, and managed to get the shield back up in time to stop that shadow going through from Sato, but they're still managing to hold on. Maybe not for long though, as Sherfall gets picked off. Carpe with the Deadeye on top of the payload, doesn't find anybody, but buys a lot of space.
Trying to clean it up now. This is a great spot for McCree. Even before he goes meta, you can see him on the last point of King's Row, but Ivy goes down to Kellex somehow, and I believe that should be enough for the Toronto Defiant to hold on this defense. Important to note the clock here. 2 minutes left. They want to finish with over a minute to not give Toronto Defiant a chance at a second offense. But right now, the Defiant are holding strong. Their economy is in good position. I think the Fusion want to win this one. You have to wait for Alarm to get the Nano and go in, but Kareev has been with him every step of the way. It's been Nano and counter Nano for the last 10 minutes.
Utilities has the Blizzard once again. Ivy's getting close to the Blizzard. That's what it's been playing around thus far. Killing off Sato, killing off Carpe has been the main aim right now. Sherfall, always go around the wall, you got to be careful. Everybody's going to scurry for cover. It was important there that Sato didn't actually take that shot either, doesn't want to risk anything happening. And shield health as well, of course.
I think it's a battle between the Mays right now. The wall comes down early on both sides, but they're both Blizzards ready.
Ivy's in trouble. First Blizzard coming out from Agility's the shadow on the front line. Ivy goes down on the floor. Funny Astro and Alarm follow them as well. Perfect bomb from NYXL, finishing off the May. The retreat as well from Defiant to stop the Billy from jumping on them after the beat was used. What an expensive fight for the Fusion. As we are nearing what could be the final fight here. 1 minute now remains, so Toronto Defiant have survived for 4 minutes almost on this corner.
It's looked really good. Agility being a little bit more aggressive than Ivy during these situations. The counterpoint to that, though, is Ivy still has his Blizzard. That is the last best chance for this Philadelphia offense to get in here.
Deadeyes again, NYXL with the E, though. That's not what you want to see. Sherfall does get stunned up wildly, like flinging himself around, just trying to find a semblance of a direction as Funny Astro was on the back. A beautiful shadow from Sado. They're going to get jumped on, but the beat just came in just in time. Calyx, it's going to go down as Beast gets shoved into the wall. Astro and Sado just on a mission to kill off the back line. They finally push it around this corner. The Fusion have 15 seconds remaining now. It's going to complete an OT. Defiant just need to stall, wait for Beast to come out and hit a shatter of a lifetime.
You can't panic here. You have to come out as a team. You have plenty of time. They get walled off one side.
They're okay though for the time being. NYXL is touching the payload. The Blizzard's going to come in, but Poco eats it. No Blizzards here today. A shatter on the ground. That's a good start. Focus down Poco and you might have the W. Funny Astro falls, but they do trade out NYXL Meg, and Agility's falls as well. Sado and Beast in the 1v1, but Carpe comes in clutch once again, picking up 2. Philadelphia Fusion refusing to go down without a fight. The same with Sherfor. Nadod on the side, but Carpe once again surviving with the help of Alarm. The Blizzard on the point will do it. Both teams will get a minute each to go on attacks once again.
We were talking about Carpe the other day, and you've seen the highlight reels, and you remember in Season 1 when he was this guy, but I call him Clutch, and I think that's really important, but it seems to extend to this entire Philadelphia Fusion team. Last fights for this Philadelphia team have been crazy. It's like they find another gear, like they find this call, their mechanics reach a different level, everybody just seems to reach this extra level, and I can't, even in this very early part of the year, this Philadelphia team is winning final fights. They're taking away losses and turning them into victories. It is insane that they keep finding this little bit extra, this little bit of oomph when they really need it. And I just think it's a team that you can almost never count out. Until it's zeros on the clock and it says defeat on that screen, Philadelphia has a chance.
1 minute apiece. Toronto on the offense. To Fusion playing rather aggro here at the front. They just want to Maywall people off, although going towards that hotel, that's what you want to do. Up and around, like we said before. Alarm setting up for a nice nade too, but it's all a bit about the maze, like you were saying before, and the Divas, to be fair, as well. The amount of Blizzards that have been eaten in this match is crazy.
Some hungry Divas today. We'll see if that nade hits.
Oh, nice.
Or, man, nade, and it's not really important for the anti-heal, but it's important for that 15% he just got.
Easy peasy. Creve will get just about that by healing everybody up, but Alarm's going to be more than safe up here. Beautiful spot too, just bounce it off that wall exactly like that. Agility's had to pop the ice spot there so fast. Just saw that purple going through. Beast ends up going down with Carpe on the high ground. He's shooting away from above, and now, well, Toronto have one more fight. That is it, and they killed NYXL Meg. NYXL should get mad staggered here. No, he gets taken out, but it doesn't matter, to be fair. It was a stagger enough. Agility goes down late. They've got the Lucio to speed back in, but they've got one more fight. 15 seconds remains for the Defiant to get anything on point.
Let's play a little mini game called Where's Carpe Going? He is hiding up on the high ground right now, just to the right of your screen with both healers. Sado also in a strange spot. Philadelphia team all spread out. Carpe now just behind the point.
They have to touch, they've got it. Calyx managed to cause OT, but he gets taken down for it. Pays with his life. Carpe with the Deadeye. There's the charge. It's perfect. Beast goes down. Had to hold shield. Could not retaliate. Sado is going to get taken out, though, but the issue is now for Defiant. They're going to have to get back to the point in time and kill Carpe. He's still on the flank.
He's trying to get Creve, but Creve in great positioning. He's behind the wall. There's no angle.
Funny Astro is going to go down. They managed to take out both makes as well. Poco falling in Baby Diva form. Sherfor comes back. The Nano was all that he needed to stand up to the Fusion. Sado has got that shatter, but they can hold so close. Defiant looking good, though. They have got Blizzard. Deadeye's going to come up soon as well. If they leave that payload, this round will be over.
It's going to be overtime now, but really smart play here from Toronto to try to create some space ahead of time, so maybe they won't get held off in the archway, and it seems to have scared Philadelphia back. Huge brain play by Creve to sit behind that wall, knowing that Carpe is that flanking McCree, who will rotate through the hotel. If Creve is 2 feet forward, I think that Carpe ends that push alone. He gets Creve down, and then Sherfor would fall soon after. See where the Philly engagement is. Okay, let's play another game of Where's Carpe Going? He's on the high ground rotating now.
They must know he's here. Yeah, they know.
It's almost becoming like it's easy to know where he is because he's kind of predictable that he's going to be in a weird spot.
Yeah, Sherfor was in a bit of an odd spot as well, potentially wanting to catch Carpe by surprise. Gonna have to take a long rotation. This is actually a perfect time for them to strike. Agility's laying out that Blizzard. Ivy's in a world of hurt. There's no way he escapes that. Perfect placement from Beast's shield as well. The Shadow's going to come out. Beast is going to get nano slept. Goes back down on the ground again. Get up, man. You got to fight to win. Sherfa on the sideline. Kills off Carpe. Flanker who? This is what you want to see from Sherfa when he gets put on the roster and put on the stage. Sado goes down to Beast, and now Creep just keeps everybody alive and well as they push towards this second point.
Little style there from Shore4 as well as he gives them the hello there, hey there on the way out. They will grab this second point. Of course, no time extensions here. We're in overtime. It's been overtime for a while, so you have to keep a constant presence on the point. It's almost at the point where a boop off of the cart will end the map. So you have to be very cognizant of where that opposing Lucio is, be very cognizant of your positioning.
This is such a sick push for a minute as well, but it could all end here with this Blizzard. However, Toronto Defiant were able to actually get out of it. The Shadow on the side to send Poco back down again after that sleep. Perfect counter charge from Sado, and he's bright purple. The time to strike is now. Carpe goes down yet again first. Feast or Famine currently for the Kree as Ivy also goes down. This is going to be Defiant pushing it all the way to this third point. Just dying on payload now is Alarm. Defiant have got one more fight to sink this one in. They got a couple of ults to do it with as well.
This one has to be Nano onto Sado, let him be aggressive, let him try to get shoulder length with the shields, and then hit a Shatter, then clean it up with Carpe's Deadeye. That would be the order of operations. They might not even get out, though. They do a nice split so Poco can touch.
What a beautiful nade, though, onto Poco. Self-destruct on point, as well as the Blizzard. Throw everything in, you might as well. Funny Astro donates himself, but kills Agilities, but it doesn't matter. Let's go. Toronto Defiant with 1 minute. Take it all the way to third and find the cap. Fusion have got a tall task ahead of them.
6 points on Kings Row. We've seen 6-6 on Kings Row before, many of times, so it is possible, but Toronto put themselves in the best possible position to bring us to a map 5. A lot of never say die in this team. The momentum has clearly shifted to the other side of the stage. Philadelphia, once they lost that first point, really did nothing. Carpe tried to make big individual plays, but Toronto was on it 100% of the time. They knew exactly where he was. Carpe disappeared in that second time, and it just seemed like that hot hand went right over to Shore4, and he was hitting every shot he needed, being clutch. Agility's there. I mean, you can talk about every part of the Toronto Defiant in that last push because they all contributed a great deal.
It's funny, it's like Carpe got scared off by Defiant, right? And then we saw Sherfor doing exactly the same thing, and you see an Infusion like, there's no way Sherfor's gonna flank, man, no way. Carpe was just there, they scared me off, like this, they have to fight a 6 right in front of us. No, you gotta watch out for Sherfor. He's gonna do exactly the same thing as soon as Carpe is out of the picture.
All right, first thing is first for the Philadelphia Fusion to try to win this map. Take first point, then never get off the cart. Minute left to get 3 more points on Kings Row.
The reverse sweep is very much a possibility for the Defiant. Big rotation. Never. Oh, that nade! What in a world? Are you serious? Kareem is an absolute animal.
I think people forgot about Kareem. There was a little bit of time when the Valiant weren't playing so well last year, and you kind of forgot about him. But like I said, he's got that Roll Star icon now, his name for a reason. Showed up big in Stage 4 of Season 2. But what I really like there is that Toronto didn't wait for it. They went after it. Aggression wins games in Overwatch, and Toronto has flipped the switch. 10 seconds left, Philadelphia's last chance, and we're going to map 5.
They got a touch. They got a touch. Reeves gonna have this nano as well for this fight. Very early wall. Attempted sleep dart to stop Philly from actually pushing on to the point. OT ticking down. Another beautiful nade, this time on the side of Alarm. Reeves nades himself to get himself a little bit more healthy than he once was. Beast is gonna get nano, but he's gonna get slapped right in front of that taxi. Not really where you want to be. Sado slams him into the wall. A flashbang as well. Ivy throws in the snowball right into Nevix's mech. A beautiful start from Defiant. They kill off Poco as well. Ivy's going to be nanoed in the front line, but they can give up ticks. They only need to just win the fight. That's it. That's all they need to do. But no, Funny Astro and Ivy are going to strike back. Yeah, but it's still going to be OT, Hex.
Yes, Agility isn't getting anything out of his Blizzard either, so not the biggest mistake by Ivy. Well, obviously, you don't want to get your ultimate eaten. But yeah, now we're back down to it. Carpe was getting a couple of clutch kills there to open things up for the Philadelphia Fusion. And as you mentioned, it is just stay on the cart to stay alive. I said it though, unless it says zeros in defeat, you don't want to count out this Philadelphia team. They have pulled rabbits out of the hat in the past.
Deadeye available for Carpe. They have beat as well. You can hear that music. How tense it must be up on the stage right now. High Noon used. Currently for Carpe is just... Oh, that was an extremely ballsy play. Putting that wall up on the bookstore to stop Carpe from going through it. Self-destruct in the front. Nice little turn there from Sado. Doesn't go down just yet, but they did use their beat. The shadow into the payload, but straight into the wall. Doesn't find anything as Carpe with the Deadeye flashbang over the payload to try and find something, but another beautiful nade from Kareem. There's going to be a beat coming through from Kellex as well. They run down Alarm. Carpe in trouble on the back line. They still need to touch the payload too. Blitz is going to come out, but Beast kills Sado. But Poco goes back with the bomb. Kareem and Agilities go down. Clutch after clutch after clutch from the Philly squad. They're not out of this just yet.
Now, this will be Philly taking it. The flashbang over the shield, a ability as old as time, trying to kill Reinhardt's. Carpe, what's so impressive is that he held his own. They tried to isolate him. NYXL got in the back line, tried to beat him up, but it was Carpe who came out on top of that. That allows the rest of his team to keep pushing the cart. The Blizzard comes up. Ivy stepped up huge. Now we'll see if the Defiant want to contest here. There's really not a huge reason to try to contest. The checkpoint does nothing at this point. It's just about winning one fight on defense. All you have to do, win a single fight. But they want to fight at the checkpoint anyway. Old habits die hard.
2 support ultimates available for Fusion coming up. They've got the beat. They can just surge forward with it. That's what they've been doing for the longest time. Carpe's holding so far back. He knows he's going to have that ult rather soon. Sado marching forward, gets the nano. He's in a lot of trouble, though. The High Noon's coming out, and Sado receives the beat just in time, somehow staying alive once again. The support from the Philly Fusion squad is insane. He follows it up with the Shatter. They're going to be able to complete the second point on London with a minute. OT is still ticking down.
I want to play main tank for Philadelphia because Sado gets to play all the time. He's dead to rights so many times every week. And then here's the beat, here's the healing. Oh my God, a perfect barrier from Funny Astro keeps this team alive and in it. Carpe and Ivy about to have ultimates up. Agility's gonna have his Blizzard too. The next ultimate phase is going to be intense. Watch these divas. If you're NYXL, you don't even ult here because the ult is going to open things up for a Blizzard to come through.
Oh, this Deadeye's pretty good. Oh, just about survived NYXL with his mech. Carpe's on the back line now. He's trying to go for this flank. He wants to kill Shuffle, exactly that. Ivy's watching for that Matrix. He has the Blizzard, but the Blizzard laid out from Toronto first. All he has to do is survive. He gets flashbanged and taken out. Self-destruct in the back as well. This is bad news. Bears right now for Philly, and they step off. And there it is. Toronto aren't out of this series just yet.
They use the Blizzard to force the Ice Block, and then after Ice Block, they flashbang Ivy and take him out. Now that you know that Mei is gone and that there's no Blizzard possibility, you just send in the bomb to clear it up and sends them scattering like cockroaches when the light gets flipped on, and that is going to be Toronto hitting a second map, the reverse sweep, a distinct possibility here. 2-2, map number 5 when we return.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
gonna have to rush back in. Carpe's trying to stick with his McCree here. Might be better fit.
Widowmaker?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think he needs to go on Doom.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Dangerously low, will be melted down. Roar finds the kill. Carpe looking for a shot, takes one, finds Stratus, looks him in the head. Now is looking for the supports. Gets Arc in midair, over top of the pit. Carpe, and it worked. Carpe comes back with the Widowmaker, takes them in the skulls.
The reverse sweep is possible. Toronto Defiant with 2 map wins back-to-back under their belt. Philly, they just need to clutch this final map out. It's going to be control, Hex. And what happened last time around? Carpe was on the flank, and Carpe collects some heads.
But Shore4 wasn't in the game there. This looks like a little bit of a different team when Shore4's in the game, because now it's forcing Philadelphia to kind of look around. They have to swivel a little bit like, where's Shore4 now? This must be what it's like to play against Carpe. This is, I don't like this feeling, right? But what a clutch play there at the end. The order of events to make sure that Ivy never got his Blizzard off, to force him into Ice Block, and then flashbang him out of Ice Block, get that kill, and then Nevix is just like, all right, sweet, zoom it in there. There was a self-destruct, everyone had to run. That's how we got to map 5 on Nepal. Oh, I love control. It just means we're not going to a map 6 though. Like, this is it. It's first to 3 this year. Both teams have 2. And as far as I know, you can't draw on control.
Unless you like time the server out or something. But that'll be just a ridiculous
First you're
fight.
boosting, now you're hacking, and your lags. But come on, man, who are you?
You gotta stop exposing me like this, man.
Well, I thought I knew you. I'm learning new things.
Apparently
every
not,
day.
no.
Yeah, I
not
guess.
very well. Toronto needs to close this one out, but the glaring issue I'm seeing right now for Toronto is these blizzards are just being thrown into mechs. To be fair, on both sides, in fact.
I believe
play
it's
just unreal.
It was
so far.
3 eaten by Nevix and 2 by Poco on the other side. I mean, it's a hard ultimate to get off when the Diva's on the field, just because that voice line is just like, hey guys, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, I'm going to Blizzard. And so that's why you see so many Blizzards get eaten up, not to diminish the abilities of these Divas. It's really important that you're around and in the right spot and that you even have Matrix available. But of all the ultimates to be able to gobble up, this is a pretty easy one to hit that Blizzard, which is why you see so much focus going on these Divas. You see Maze just running after Divas with a little blaster, trying to freeze them up, because they get frozen up, they can't use abilities, and then you toss it in there. That's why you see walls come up and tossing in there. Like, you're just trying to get that Blizzard down, because it is one of the best ultimates in the game right now.
Well, we are jumping on to Nepal. Like you said, this will be our last map in the series. Can Toronto find the complete reverse sweep, or can Philly fight back? They must be a little bit down the dumps right now, but they've got to just rally around Carpe, and maybe Carpe needs to change his playstyle up a little bit, because like you said, Shore4 is looking for him now. People are checking him to make sure he can't get off these ridiculous flanks.
I mean, Nepal just has 3 very different stages, so we might see different compositions. I mean, we talked a little bit earlier about how May has been good for a long time on different situations and different maps. Village is a stage that comes to mind on Nepal. On that point, you can completely wall it off, and once you take control of that point, that's great. However, it looks like we are going to start on the Shrine of Nepal, the big brass elephant right there. And so I think we're gonna see mirror matches here, and it's so much about the mid fight. I don't know the exact stats. Perhaps some of our stat wizards can figure it out for me, but I think winning first fight gives you about a 60% chance to win the map overall. Once you're in control, it's so difficult for the other team to come up, especially in this meta, where a Mei is just walling people off. They know where you want to come in, and control is so much about the Mei walls. You can win or lose an entire map based on how your Mei is positioning walls.
Especially on this map too, when you think about it. Not many entrances to the point, and most of them, they fit a Mei wall nice and snugly. Well, I guess there are a lot of entrances, but they're rather small, is what I'm getting at. Already, Fusion have taken a dominant position on the point. So now it's up to Defiant right now to touch the point and actually stop the capture, which is going to be unlocked in about 5 seconds. Nice sleep on agility. It's funny Astro's going to get slept though as well. They're going to use this opportunity to use the speed boost of their own to kind of run into them. Nice headshot onto Ivy, forcing the ice block out. Point does unlock, but they now jostle the position.
Well, Philadelphia in a better position. They're getting
beautiful
percentage.
That's an early nano as well. Sada was naded on the front of that. You saw Karif, that wasn't even an aggressive nade. Sada was just way too far up, got purple. And then they go, well, okay, we nano into this because you can't do anything. You can't heal up. You can barely speed boost out because we've got Lucio on our side as well. Carpe's going to go down too. They're just stalling out for as much time as possible at this point. But there should be a cap for the Defiant.
Yeah, no point in stalling out here. Shore4 is just going to farm it up and get to his own Deadeye, as there's almost no way that Philadelphia brings it back, and it will be a first point capture for the Toronto Defiance. You gotta wonder if the mental game is there for Philadelphia. You're up 2-0 and so close to closing out this series, and now you've lost the first fight on the decisive map of the Decider. A little bit rough, and this is exactly what we're talking about. These entrances up here, they're already scouted that Philadelphia wants to enter here.
Oh dear. Yeah, showed a little bit too early there.
They were trying to do the King's Row Gambit where they just get in there and hit a huge nade and just rush forward.
The smallest margin there, he's going to be able to see through, but he can't stop that pin going off. Sado and Alarm are antied, but it doesn't matter at all. Sado's now moving himself onto the point. Kellex tried to lay down the beat there as well to save Beast, but it wasn't that lucky. There's the Blizzard on point as well. Should be an easy cleanup. Everybody from Defiant just scurrying to the corners of the point to try and stall out and try and escape a frozen tomb. Now Fusion have a lot of ults to work with, but still quite a respectable time, or a percent even for Defiant. They got 46, not a bad start whatsoever.
It was very nice, and Philadelphia did clean that up. My only question is maybe use a Shatter there instead of Blizzard, because you've just taken out the opposing Reinhardt. Yes, there's still a Maywall and there's things that can interrupt the Shatter, but I think Shatter would be, in that chance, you have a great opportunity to use it and get value, whereas Blizzard's almost always good. We'll see how it works out here. Ivy is charging that Blizzard very quickly, already at 50% again.
Oh, self-destruct in the back. Everybody's going to have to jump under cover. As Carpe is escorted around. Oh, dearie me. Sherfo gets taken out. That's just what you need. Self-destruct, make everybody look one way, and then just speed boost Carpe, push him to the front line, and there you go. Deadeye, easy as that.
Now they're just going to take position. Philadelphia is just holding on defense. Toronto will back up and wait for Shore4. You need that finishing power, especially if you're going to try to hit a Blizzard here. Because Philadelphia is so good at keeping people alive during Blizzards, you need Shore4 hitting headshots if you actually want to get eliminations.
Yeah, Ivy, like you mentioned before, is building up his Blizzard rather fast. Now Fusion
is almost even.
Fusion are still kind of posturing around this point, but what a beautiful, beautiful shatter. Someone actually pinned up against Ivy's own ice spot. They can't take him out. There we go. The Matrix from the back, stopping a lot of that damage go through, but now Poco has been found out. Stalling out is the aim of the game now for Fusion. 75% and still building. They're not securing these kills, and in fact, Alarm's going to come up with a kill onto Kellex. Sherfo's going to get nano, but can he find the head? Yes, he can. Carpe. Brains just splattered across the snow. Nice flashbang as well to finish it all off. As Bunny Astro, in fact, all the supports from Fusion are actually...
Ivy, no, sweet child. That fight was over. That fight was over, and he still tried to Blizzard. Even if the Blizzard connects there, I don't like it, but it gets eaten up anyway. That might be of like, Toronto, let me go. I'm going to win this my own. No, you're not. That is a little bit rough. Like I said, he's been building up quickly. They are one fight away, though. You know what would have won that one fight for? Maybe a Blizzard that Ivy could have saved in that opportunity. But that is the past. Moving on forward, there's an Earth Shatter up, and Philadelphia's been so good at these Earth Shatter Deadeye combos. 70% for Toronto. Dare I say we are reaching final fight potential.
Yeah. I've got the Deadeye. I'm so scared, and I'd be scared if I was Fusion too. They got to touch. They got to make a move at some point. Uh-oh, he's on the floor. He's still sleeping. They got a body block and use the Matrix. Perfect by Poco. Eating every single one of those shots up. Now they still need to move on. 90%. Agilities has the wall and the Blizzard. Perfect wall there to stop that Blizzard from getting eaten, but Fusion, they kind of saw it coming. Now Carpe with the Deadeye around the corner. Doesn't quite find anything. In frustration, Hills hits that right click. Beats through for Defiant. Bomb as well, as NYXL doesn't really find too much, and a shatter from Beast yet again coming up so big. Sado trades one out as Agilities goes down, but OT is here, and it is Beast going to be the one trying to pick up the kills, but Ivy with the Blizzard didn't let this one go to waste, as they do clear out the point, and now 94% for the Fusion.
Hiding Lucio. He's going to be able to get to touch. So Lucio's on the point. He's going to get there.
You know, OT. Okay. Kellex just has to survive. He's probably not going to know. Alarm A sharp shot manages to take him out. Agility's coming back on the Doomfist. Sure on the Tracer to try and stall out. Even the Wrecking Ball for Beast. The only thing they need is one pick. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it. Not with Carpe on the Doomfist. A faded Moira onto the point, but this should just be it. No way NYXL is going to be able to hold on out. Beautiful punch from Carpe there, sending Kellex flying. OT ticks through, and there we go. Fusion with one map up, one map away from denying the reverse sweep.
I'm just so happy for Ivy because he would have been beating himself up for donating that Blizzard, but it was his Blizzard, his second one that he built up during that fight that locked it out for his squad. Again, we talk so much about Carpe, but Ivy has been a phenomenal Mei in this meta right now, an enormous reason why Philadelphia is as successful as they are. Now Philadelphia one stage away from letting victory slip through their fingers here. Let's go on to Sanctum.
Big boops is what we want to see from Astro and Kellex.
Oh no, this is, yeah, wait, yeah, Sanctum. Sorry. My overhead went a little wonky there for a second.
Double shield, Baptiste.
Toronto on the dive. It worked well for him. It's gonna force Carpe off the McCree. You don't want to let Carpe do McCree on this map because there's so much space and he can just sit alone and do whatever he wants. So, all right, Shortfire going over to the Reaper. First time we've seen him on the Reaper this match.
It's going to take them a long time to build that EMP, so not too surprised. It just means he's also going to be a permanent presence as well in the front line. It means Asado and Pogo have to pay a little bit more attention to where he is and where he's going to be. Dive onto Funny Astro, he was on the high ground. He's going to be able to push out from the safety of his nest they've set up. Nice little boot into Kellex. Kellex narrowly escaping that hold from Pogo. And now Funny Astro just dominating the skies at this point. Point has been unlocked also, speaking of that. Alarm's in a little bit of trouble. Agility's with the resets now. Carpe's going to go down. That's the main damage dealer falling for the Fusion. Sado is very low as well, but Alarm comes back with a little bit of vengeance. The Shiver ends up falling too, but Agility does what he does best. Play that Genji, find the resets. Fusion in a very bad situation, but they're still going to be able to stall out. They got a reset and they have got the Mei still in this very small corridor, but Agility's completely untouched. Almost with the blade off his first fight as well.
Philadelphia got their tanks on the point, and they got a couple of healers near the point, but they left Carpe a little bit behind. Toronto noticed it and did a mega dive. It was 4 people on Carpe. They almost got Alarm, but the boots were able to keep him alive. Alarm did save his team's life with a really nice IF early in that fight, but really what Philadelphia wants to do with this composition is get everybody to the point and play double tank and force Toronto to come with them with their squishies. Here's a blade.
Oh, beautiful blade, beautiful boot. Immortality field gets taken out. Agility's trying to find somebody, but that beat was good enough, and Carpe takes the kill. He didn't have a nano at his back, so he was going in there solo, basically.
They force Primal out. That means they don't really want to go on the point right now unless they get punched into the void by a monkey.
Oh, what a beautiful matrix for that Shatter. Unfortunately, you can't eat that one, NYXL. Carpe just fan the hammering in that room. He wants to find somebody, and they managed to find Beast. 50% now on the board for Defiant. 2 kills, though, from Agility. He's coming back on the Doomfist. Already 50% ult charge. Managed to punch Pogo off the edge. Gets a whole bunch for that, and even a nano boost coming through, and a beat, in fact. They're just jumping on the point. Alarm's going to be able to sit back here doing a whole bunch of damage, but it almost gets booped off, and now he's going to be the target for the Defiant. A bomb coming through as well, killing off Ivy. They're still holding on, Hex.
I knew Agilities was going to push a Doomfist the moment that the Genji didn't work out. I think he should just start on Doomfist. It's been much more successful for him than that Genji has been. And though Carpe is pulling some heroics, that's still a big old 0 for the Philadelphia Fusion when it comes to capture percentage. Toronto Defiant need to win a single fight here. We're going to go to a defining map, on Village. Some point pressure here with the double tank.
Teleporting the back to Shuffle. There's the death toss. Carpe opens up big with 2 kills. Beast kills off Astro though and finishes up with Carpe as well. Poco's on the point, but he's having to deal with not only Kellex, but NYXL. He may be Baby Diva, but he's going to be hard to hit. A very ambitious charge, but almost a perfect wall there, setting up that kill rather well. Kellex ends up going down. The Shatter is going to help finish off Beast, but somehow staying alive.
Agilities pops in at the last second, trying to get something done. Forces Ivy to use the Blizzard on the point. There's no use not using it. You need to secure that point in this point in time because you are at 99%. Toronto Defiant is single fight away It's a very good point for self-destructs. NYXL, well, he was just remeching. I got a little too excited there. I don't know, I wonder if Philly's going to be reactionary. They're a team that will use this beat to engage, but so far, Toronto has been the aggressor in the last several maps.
Yeah, Toronto just kind of taking point right now. Not the point, but a point where they want to dive from. That's a lot of damage actually onto Vicious there. Funny Astro hit 4 or 5 headshots in a row. Yeah, he's still checking that corner. He knows Sure4 is there. Just keep poking them out. Just buy them time. They do need to get healed up. That's a very early beat, but they saw the teleport coming in from Sure4. Agility's on the point. Almost gets insta-domed by Poco. BT strike in the back. Doesn't quite find anything, but still disrupts the backline of the Fusion. But flying through the air, Poco's still on the point, refusing to be moved. Funny Astro with the boop at the end. Philly will survive.
That's really nice too, because it helps them get to another beat very quickly. You don't just want to let people reset for free and not get that damage counted in your total. Carpe at 70% with nearing another Deadeye, and Agilities goes back to the Genji, because what was working for Defiant was, hey, everybody jump Carpe, and we'll see what happens after that. Agilities unable to do so on the Doomfist, got stunned too early. Of course, Genji with the deflect is really good at getting in on McCree. But so far, Genji's not been anything to write home about.
And he's only just switched as well, and it's 20% before they do take the map. As Sure4 jumps to the backline, does get stunned, has to use the Raycon to get out of the way. Shadow with the Shadow as well, narrowly avoiding Sure4. I need to force everybody away, and that's a very good start. Agility's going down. No way he's going to get a blade before this final fight now. A frozen monkey right in their sights, but the beat comes in clutch, and the Matrix too. NYXL keeping the rest of his team alive, and Nano on the Demon might just do it, and Carpe gets left on the side. Almost 0 damage now available from Fusion. Sada goes in, the bomb's on top, finds Carpe. What a start, Defiant. All they need to do now is just sit themselves on the point. Agility comes back on the Doomfist and finds another kill.
Well, there was a Blizzard on the point though, and they're still very healthy. Funny Astro's gonna come back in, he just used speed, he got Kareem!
What? Funny Astro kills Kareem in the back line, doing what he does best with the solo kills. Agility's gonna get nanoed, but he's in such a bad situation. He doesn't have any cooldowns to fight with, but Beast comes up big on the... This is madness!
Carpe comes back on the fist and he gets Sure4. There's a ball on the point. Sato is going to try to get something going here. Still 4 alive.
Sure4 might be able to come back with the ult, but they're clearing them off. OT's ticking down. This is going to be it. Carpe kills off Kareem. Finally, they clutch the points. And Fusion deny the reverse sweep away from the Defiant.
Oh, do I love being right. Fusion is clutch, and clutch is everything in life. You can never count this team out. They did it all day. You know what? I think they lost 2 maps just to do that. I think they wanted to do that. Well, I don't really think that. This team is so fun to watch. I think they've gained new fans. They've already got an amazing fan base here. Even this crowd was kind of coming around on them as we went on through that match. What an extraordinary display from this team. But Defiant really, I love to give some credit to the losing team. Defiant put up a hell of a fight. Gutsy performance to come back into this one, because it was looking like a 3-0 really early out of the gates. Defiant, I think, still a good team. Some people had them 19th, 20th in their power rankings. Not going to name names, CP. But this Philly team, so good. A big part of it, the barriers kept this squad alive. So let's talk to the man providing the power of music on stage. We got GB with Funny Astro.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What a match that was. I mean, come on. You couldn't have asked for a better game between these two teams. I got Funny Astro here. Dude, okay. You know, I had like this whole line of questioning planned about how Philadelphia is like, you know, looking like the most dominant team in the Atlantic Conference. But you guys just, what happened? What happened in that game? You guys almost lost it.
I mean, they've been practicing 2 weeks just for this match. And the first 2 maps we came in strong, but then after it was pretty obvious they had some strats we weren't ready for. So we hadn't really expected them to do stuff like that. So it was pretty hard for us to adapt, but we're lucky we managed to get it back map 5.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of map 5, right? You guys were able to do so 2-0, but it was very close there. What was the coaching like? What were the guys telling you to kind of keep yourself focused on as you got ready for that final deciding control game?
I mean, control is a really good game type for us. We're very strong at it. So the coaches were just saying, play normal, play like we do in scrims. And we managed to do that, and it worked out well.
You know, and the support team for the Fusion has just been, it's been incredible. What is, I guess, like, How has, going back to the coaching again, how has that actually helped you guys become the backbone of this team? Because it has been so impressive.
So our coaching is very individual focused, and a lot of the time when you make like small mistakes, we'll just get pointed out to us, so it's very easy to fix those mistakes, and the coaching is really useful for that.
Finally, do you think that the Philadelphia Fusion right now are the best team in the Overwatch League?
I think we could be. Yeah, we could be.
I like that. It's modest enough. All right, well, Funny Astro, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Give it up one more time for the Philadelphia Fusion. What a win that was. Let's send it back to the casters.
Cheers, guys, on the stage. That was your Coke victory moments. Yeah, a little bit modest. A little bit too modest, I must say. Astro, you got to,
I think Poco would have given a little bit different answer to that
100%.
one. But, Funny Astro's just trying to find his place on the team. Look, what a great play from him today. I've been bigging up Alarm, but, the support line is only as good as both of the guys. A team is only as good as the sum of its parts, and Funny Astro put on a great performance today. So many of those beats were on a razor's edge. You think about even just Anubis should have been a draw, but that beat comes in last second, keeps everybody alive. The supports played clutch, and it was so fun to see.
Oh, yes, it was. And Sato inches away from death almost every single corner as Toronto just throwing so much at him.
Yeah.
Doesn't like Funny Astro is going to be our player of the match. Surprise, surprise. The Boot King.
Yeah, you really can't. You can't say enough about him, and he deserves it. You could have given it to a lot of different players here, and obviously you could always give it to Carpe. Ivy, I think, had great performances, but it really was these last-second barriers because Kariv was hitting these giant nades and putting his team super low. Of course, Barrier covers up those things, and he just, every time this team was about to die, he comes in with this beat, and he is building it so quickly because the reason he's always got beat, his accuracy with that blaster is amazing. He did a ton of damage. He's in the right spot at the right time. Man, this Philadelphia team, they didn't look as clean today as I was expecting, and a couple missteps, but as they said, it looked like they got game planned for, but at the end of the day, Astro is going to be our player of the match.
Still undefeated. They're looking pretty fire right now, but what have we got next, Hex?
I believe it is going to be London versus the Washington Justice. I think everybody is a little bit excited for that one. Washington looking to rack up a win at their homestand here, Jaws.
Oh, yes, they are. They're ready. We're ready. I think we're going to see you guys in a moment. I know who these guys are cheering for. London have got a tall team to stand up to. We'll see in a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome into the Overwatch League studios here in LA. This is Watchpoint Reset. I'm Zoe Schwind, and joining me here on the desk once again we have ZP, Costa and Reinforce. Now, this turned out to be an actual match. It was very one-sided the first half, so let's talk about the second half. Toronto did bring it back on Dorado. CP, what went well for them on Dorado?
Really what went well for them as they went into it is that I wasn't expecting the Sombra to work out quite as well as it did, but it was great in the end where you had Surefour setting the pace, Agility's coming in on projectile, and it just felt like Toronto hit a groove that they weren't hitting in the first half of the series. Now, how much of that you want to attribute to Surefour coming in over Logix versus just maybe the Defiant didn't game plan as much for the maps played in the first half. Either way, it was very clear that coming to Dorado, they came in with a game plan, they executed, they slowed things down, and they really did make the Sombra work.
To me, this honestly felt like a bit of a preview before Hero Pools, where this was a point where Toronto Defiant weren't comfortable playing the Mei, McCree on Dorado, and so they decided, okay, we're just going to play Dive. We're just going to play Doomfist and Sombra, and I think that will happen a lot more once Hero Pools get introduced, where teams will just play to their strengths. And I think looking at this composition, Toronto Defiant, all players on this team are really excelling with the heroes they are playing, okay? Surefour on the Sombra, you have Agilities on the Doomfist, NYXL D.Va, and Beast on the Winston. So I really like that they sort of shied away from the McCree Mei because it didn't work out in the first half. But once we got into King's Row, I think Surefour on this McCree just started to pop off and was a different feeling compared to when Logix was playing it on Oasis.
Yeah, and I actually really like that on Dorado they played their style, but they came back to on King's Row. When I first saw Toronto playing this meta matchup, I was like, I don't think you guys can match up against this Philadelphia Fusion. They're just too good at it. But we actually saw Toronto Defiant play a really interesting game with Surefour and the McCree instead of Logix. He seemed to be taking a ton more space, and honestly, this entire map was the Surefour show, especially in this overtime push.
NYXL.
and NYXL was okay as well, I guess. But that fight would have been over. They would have got first point held if it wasn't Surefour.
Well, let's actually talk about NYXL. You called him a bit of a non-factor going into the second half. So yeah, calling you out on this. Were you more impressed with him in the second half? Do you think he managed to maybe shut down Carpe a little bit more and create more space for his team?
Well, in general for Toronto, we saw Toronto overall taking more chances and getting in the Fusion's face, NYXL included. And that's something you need from your off-tank to begin with. It was something that was lacking the very beginning of the game. Now, it wasn't just saying, just NYXL, but that was one piece back on the control map. And overall, it just felt like Toronto in general went in and said, hey, guess what? We're actually going to be more aggressive. And again, I don't know if it's Surefour's presence on comms or not, but there was a huge change of pace after map 1.
So you're our honorary guest on the desk, and I don't want to throw you on the bus too hard.
I already did that. He's already underneath the bus.
I will actually say that, you don't want to give NYXL all of the credit because he ate a lot of blizzards, but to the fault of Ivy as well, because he threw them out sometimes when we were questioning it, and it made it easy for NYXL to eat those up. So we had to question Ivy a little bit on the Mei. I think in general, Ivy has been really good on the Mei, but some blizzards, especially closing out this series, were questionable, and that just gave Toronto Defiant a chance to get back into the series.
This last map could have gone either way. I think it was 99-99 on both sides, and I actually really like Toronto just sort of like playing to their style and strengths once again, not really sort of conforming to feel like they have to play the meta. On this one they did, but then you go into Sanctum, and they just play Dive. They go to what their tried and true is, and they really sort of took it to them. I think they got a little over-eager at times in these clutch situations. You saw Agility's Nano Blade just sort of get no value because they were going too fast, but this is literally a coin flip or a Doomfist punch away from going either way.
I will say it does seem Toronto's trying to play to their strengths, where particularly you look at Beast, right? Overall in his career, he is mostly known as a Winston player. Like, Winston was a signature hero, so the idea that you're going to use compositions, get Beast onto the Winston more, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and to Toronto's credit, they've been able to make it work.
Well, I mean, honestly, though, like, Carpe came in clutch there. You guys already said it. It could have gone either way. Toronto, really great showing. Does that change your initial stance on Fusion? May or may not be
You said they were the best team in the world,
Yeah, but he backpedaled immediately.
I did backpedal immediately, and I'm glad I did, because with that said, Philly definitely did struggle, but I honestly got to give credit more to Toronto. I think they really turned it around. I think there was some showings of Philadelphia not being completely perfect and maybe not being number one. I guess maybe I over-exaggerated a little bit, but they are still...
A lot of maybes.
Yeah, a lot of maybes. They still are a top team, and I don't think you can take that away from them right now.
Well, we won't for now.
For now.
Now we do have a second match coming up, and that will be our final match of the day. It's going to be the London Spitfire looking for their first victory. But it will be a tough task going up against a home team, Washington Justice, who have looked promising at times in their previous showings. Now, let's take a look at their starting lineup, starting with the Spitfire. Guys, anything standing out?
Bernard!
Yep.
What? He's the best player on the team.
Okay, now CP, you and I both picked London Spitfire. I even brought it up prior to right now that one of the big reasons for me to pick them is Bernard's standout performances.
Yeah.
Would you change it now that you see the roster?
I have to stay the course. I have to stay the course. But it was predicated on Bernard playing, especially because I thought Bernard could go toe-to-toe with Elevote. Now, on the same note, there are a lot of unknowns about this London roster and potential. I don't think it's necessarily fair to write them out, but I just feel like I'm looking into the unknown right now.
Wait, why? The question is why. Okay, so Cleston's coming in. Bernard has, as we said, been one of the shining stars of this team. It doesn't make any sense. I'm hoping that there is a map-specific strategy that we're going to come in and see, because right now I'm just baffled with what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Bernard could fall flat to be the next coming of Jesus. I don't know.
Okay, that's where we went.
That's some range.
Well, let's take a quick look at the opposition to see what Justice will be throwing at them. Maybe you guys get equally disappointed. No, probably not. Looks good.
It looks fine. We're not seeing Tuba this time. Last time
Tuba, where you at?
We saw Tuba wanting to play some more flexible DPS characters when they played Ilios. We're going to see Stratus in here, so I'm expecting to see pretty much a staple May McCree with those guys.
I would actually look out for Roar and Elevote to sort of take advantage of J-Mac's poor performance last week, because I think that Elevote and Roar, they've sort of adapted their playstyle based on their opponents, and I think when you're going up against J-Mac and no Bernard, then I think it's obvious that you should capitalize on that and try to force out some mistakes on London Spitfire's tank line.
The X factor for me again is how well is Corey going to be playing? Is Corey going to continue his upward trajectory, or is it going to be back to week one Corey? Right now, this looks pretty good for the Justice this weekend, even in a loss, so really, let's see what Corey can bring.
Well, what are the keys to victory for each of those two teams, starting with London maybe?
Starting with London, I mean, first off, try and get the advantage in the tank battle versus Washington Justice. Roar has not necessarily looked the greatest at times, and if you can find a way to maybe see a different J-Mac, that would be the key to victory for London.
I think you would also got to look towards Glister. I think Corey hasn't looked exceptional on the McCree. He's looked solid for the Washington Justice, but I think if Glister can come through and have a really dominant performance, then I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see him sort of step up and pull this team across the edge.
Okay, keys to victory for Justice, Reinforce?
Keys to victory for Justice. Just hold it together, really, because Justice, they are the better team, in my opinion. So it's all about capitalizing on London Spitfire's mistakes. I think Washington Justice, as long as they don't start making mistakes and starts being desperate, I think that they should have this in the bag pretty easily.
All right, well, the desk is split on this one. Let's see where it goes. We will be back again at the half, but for now, it is time to send it over to the anthem for the final match of the day. London Spitfire trying to take down the hometown Washington Justice.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Washington Justice's first homestand of 2020, the final day, and it's the marquee matchup that everyone here has been waiting for. It's going to be the London Spitfire against the hometown team, the Washington Justice.
And this crowd could not be more excited to watch their team play and to get that first W on the board in front of the home crowd. The atmosphere in here is electric. There are so many people waiting for the team to appear from out backstage and go up on that stage to face London.
And I got to agree with a lot of the analysts that's back in LA. A lot of them are saying that the Justice are the favorites in this matchup. I would tend to agree with that as well. And I think they're going to be looking to put on a very good performance here today in front of this hometown crowd.
Both of these teams have a bit of history in the past. They've played each other throughout 2019. They were messy games all over the place. But the Washington Justice has yet to beat the London Spitfire. It could all change today. Both of these teams are completely retooled.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that London roster as it stands, because it is a new, fresh set of faces. And interestingly enough, they are having sort of middling results there, as you can see. Dressed up as the Redcoats, you love to see it. The significance of the red coat never really hammered home to me because we never learnt about it in history in the UK.
I'm not sure that you ever passed history class to be able to learn it in the first place, Brent.
Well,
but it's important here. And the London Spitfire, they're representing the UK, the colonialists.
Yep.
And it's actually Cleston that's going to be fielded today as well, which is incredibly interesting.
And on the other side, you've got, of course, the hometown heroes, the Washington Justice, crossing the Delaware River, as they once did in 1786.
Well, you were nearly there. There's Emote as well, leading them across Stratus over in the back as well. This brave band representing Washington on what could be just as epic a battle today.
Absolutely, yeah.
As the surprise attack in the American Revolution.
Corey in the back with very modern spectacles for the time. Don't know how he managed that one, but
this is absolutely perfect to the time and the region. Nothing anachronistic at all.
Of course, of course. Well, it won't be much longer until we are going to be diving down onto the main stage to see these two teams battle. Josh, I got to ask preemptively, who have you got for this matchup? I got an inkling of who you might say, but I just want to hear it from your own mouth.
I'm not even pandering to the crowd, Brent. Unless Glister comes out with something sublime, I've got to agree with the desk. It's the Washington Justice. They should have the advantage in this game. They look like a very solid team.
Yeah, and the London Spitfire, it is a group of rookies being sort of slammed together in a lot of aspects, you know. Plestine's going to be playing as well. I mean, we haven't really seen him that much.
We have no idea what to expect from that guy, honestly, because he's a brand new rookie player that came very deep out of the trial system within the Korean contenders area. So why he's being fielded over Banar? Who knows?
All right, well, it's time to get this show on the road, on the go, on the wherever we're going. I don't know.
Across the Delaware.
I do know where I'm going right now. It's the Golden Boy on the stage. Take it away, lad.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yes, it is now time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Washington Justice, London Spitfire. It's about to go down, and you know, I think DC. Why don't we go ahead and bring out our first team? Let's give them some love. Only way DC can, ladies and gentlemen, the London Spitfire. The chorus of boos that the Spitfire are coming out to here. Oh boy. Starting six ready to go there, but I tell you, it's going to be a very, very tough matchup. London Spitfire looking to pick up a critical victory and to silence everyone here in Washington, D.C. Question for the crowd. What in the world? Oh, come on. What is this? Jaws, what are you doing?
Well, I'm here visiting the Commonwealth, of course. And, well, having a cup of tea and collecting my taxes from all of you.
Okay. This isn't Overwatch, man. This is like some history course, man. We're here to play some Overwatch.
Well, of course, I'm going to celebrate the boys in blue over here, of course. And I mean, let's be real with ourselves here. They're going to smack down Washington.
Wow. Boo this man. Boo. What the? Is that the ball? It's Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is here. By God, I can't believe it. He took the tee. Oh, no. Uncle Sam's throwing tea bags at Jaws. I can't believe it.
I only have one thing to say. USA! USA! USA!
What a startling turn of events here in Washington, D.C. Uncle Sam has arrived, and you know what that means. It's time to bring out your 2020 Washington Justice. Now time to meet the team. Let's get loud for the Washington Justice. First out on damage, number 21, it's Tuba. Next up, On tank, number 28, it's Emote. Also on tank, get loud for Roar. On support, at number 31, it's Aim God. Also on support, at number 0, make some noise for Art. On damage, number 27, the one, the only, it's Stratus. And finally, at number 11, this is his house. It's Corey. Give it up one more time for your Washington Justice. Starters, take your seats and let's send it back to our casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, it's an exciting turn of events, an iconic event in one way or another.
What an unbelievable spectacle before the game has even begun.
I could not believe the giant caricatures of iconic national American heroes, to put it lightly.
So good. So good.
Yeah.
If the match itself even lives up to half of the hype of the walkouts, we're in for a banger.
Yeah, we had it all. Smoke machines, the full shebang, but we are very surely getting into this game. We've got the London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice. There he is, the superstar himself, number 11, Corey. Got to stay hydrated, of course, you know. He's been feeling a little bit under the weather, but still performing up to a high level nonetheless.
And he has stiff competition on the other side, too. The Corey versus Glister battle could well be very decisive in which team ends up coming out on top of this battle. Both players very comfortable on the McCree. Maybe a slight edge to Glister, the desk was saying. I think it's going to be very even.
Yeah, this is a game that there's a lot of upset potential here for London. We're going to be jumping into the map set shortly as well. As you can see, the first one going to be Oasis. A map that sees some interesting, unique strategies being played on it and employed just based off the fact that the geography of the map is so varied from stage to stage.
It used to be a terrible map for the London Spitfire, but not a single player remains from that roster. It's brand new, full of rookie players.
Krillin?
Krillin's not being fielded.
That's true, Krillin's not being fielded. Don't dirty my boy Krillin like that, though.
That's absolutely true.
As we head into Oasis, it is bound to be a good one. A lot of pressure on Washington's shoulders, I should say. These guys want to be walking away with a win here at the homestand. You can see the crowd is behind them.
They've been pretty good at running this default composition, the Washington Justice. They weren't quite able to get the win over Paris, but this could be a whole new tale here today. The crowd has certainly hoped so. They're hyped as we roll out for this first fight on Oasis.
Corey on the McCree, Stratus on the May alongside him. We'll be matching him in a mirror composition, and you can see the brawl kicking off. Both teams, nice side swerve from Stratus. Completely segregates away. J-Mac takes him out with that pickoff. Should be an easy peasy fight now for the rest of the Washington Justice. London should have no option now but to back off. Might be able to send in a bit of spam damage here, but you always got to be careful. Corey gets slept up here. Fade away there from Hailey.
That's not going to be a problem, though. That is the perfect start for the Washington Justice. Get that momentum behind you, have a good start, crowd starts cheering, you feel the confidence ooze into your body really early on in the match.
Yes, Washington going to be feeling good about having control right now. You can see Elevo just contesting the point so that they don't get any free capture process. The rest of Washington holding onto the high ground. You never really want to give it up lightly. They want to choose to engage when they want to. Just going to be waiting for those cooldowns to come online.
Aim God coming close to his nano boost as well. That could be something that the Washington Justice used to engage with.
Very close indeed, Glenn. 98%. He's got it now. But they're perfectly happy to wait this out. They're just buying a lot of time. The ice wall goes up. Another nano slammed down. Raw is going to be the recipient. Sees if he can get anything done with it. London Spitfire smartly back away. They don't want to be messing with him whatsoever when he has that damage boost. But this is a perfect scenario for Washington right now. It might feel like there's not a lot happening, but they've got control of the point. But Glister gonna find a pick on the Stratus. Corey instantly answers back with one of his own. Now the Deadeye. See if he can collect any sort of kills whatsoever. Nice pin from Raw as well. Lays up the damage, and Corey comes in into the flank. Glister gonna be gone with the flashbang. Does end up taking him down now. The High Noon as well, just to take down Elevo. London are in a bit of a good position here now to start to take this.
But Raw and Arc are still keeping this point alive, and 72%, the Washington Justice have played this slow and played it really well. Their spawners are just going to start to come in here at the end, but they don't mind giving this up at all.
Yeah.
The point only just now flips over, and Washington, they basically just need to win one more fight, and this first round is theirs.
Very good situation to be in for Washington. It's the danger of this city center section of Oasis. It's so big, the actual capture point takes up a large amount of the map. So you can often stall it out for days. Corey going down though, not ideal for Washington.
Still tons of time to work with though.
Still is a lot of time, yeah.
And London Spitfire used so many of their ults in the previous engagement. I mean, Washington can come in, try and play a bit aggressive, see if they get a nice wall off, trade the sound barriers even. And then they've still got so many ults to work with.
We'll see how they choose to engage. Look, they're not taking any long sight lines. They just want to go straight onto the point. Forcing London to try and recontest here. The spam, the poke is actually pretty good here. Elevo though got caught out of position. Yeah, Stratus was instantly there.
He was trying to boot people off the high ground to start this fight out early, but didn't quite manage it. Shadow goes in though, finds Glister.
Clestine is going to eat up Stratus's Blizzard at least. Gets a kill as well with a self-destruct onto Arc. Glister as well. Look at this cleanup duty for him.
They're so far getting a lot of value out of this McCree. The Blizzard just ended up being eaten there. Stratus not finding anything with it. That's a huge win condition. But Washington Justice have still got a little bit of time. This next fight absolutely crucial though.
They're going to have an advantage when it comes to the nano boost. Look at that. Aim God has it online. They might look to try and coordinate it. Maybe with Corey's Deadeye. We've seen that from a couple of teams when they have a lot of faith in their damage-dealing players. It's more often used though on Reinhardt, D with the tank players, but getting picked off like that, again, not ideal. Washington going to be looking to disengage almost immediately. You can't be caught out of position like this. There's not a lot of time here, Josh.
No time whatsoever. They're going to have to touch the point. The advantage is that this city center area, the point can be played very slowly. They can play this fight so slowly that Corey will be back in the fight.
Clestine's in the background here. Nice peel from Arc as he boops him away. But still, the fight now is really kicking off as the front lines are starting to clash on the lower levels.
But Justice have bought enough time. Corey is back in the fight.
It's good news for Justice. Shui's going to be trying to get some value, though, out of this Blizzard. You can see the Deadeye used. Now the Blizzard comes around, but I don't know if it caught any line of sight, but it doesn't matter. Glister's there. However, Glister will instantly fall just as quick as he got that pick off. Still anyone's game. London look like they still have an advantage, though. Both their tanks are alive, and Hyley's in a good position, healing them from afar. Nice wall from Stratus is going to be stopping that, but they are stuck once more. Washington need to try and get a pick off now to try and make something happen. Struggling.
Corey's been slept as well. He's not going to be a factor in this fight for a little while. Manages to roll out of the way of damage.
Dangerous fight, but you can see how agonizing it is, how slow these fights can truly be. But London, they want to press the go button, diving straight onto Corey. Earthshatter laid down, and London Spitfire, they're biting back. We recognize that they had an option here. Washington Justice, though, don't want to go down without a fight. Still, could be anyone's round. Self-destruct. Not going to be finding any value, just forces the positioning of Washington Justice. Stratus, though, nice fade away icicle. Almost with the freeze onto less time, but doesn't quite get it. Still, Elevo has the self-destruct, lays it down, so he's going to survive a lot of this. They get the recap as well. That could be critical in winning this fight, Josh.
And Corey's back on the Tracer as well, really just trying to make as much as he can happen. It's one of those clutch heroes, same as Stratus moving over to the Sombra. Gets back in the fight insanely quickly.
This final fight has been going on for so long. Neither team really getting any edge, but both refusing to give it up.
The ultimates are starting to come online for both sides. You can see the Blizzard now being used. Shui just wants to freeze him up. Engo keeping his team alive with the Coalescence, dealing the damage. Soundfire is going to be used now by both teams as well. Really trying to prolong this fight. They need to keep Roar alive. It's imperative. They manage it, and he's still alive somehow. The boy that lived, not quite enough though. Glister smacks him down. The melee will bring him down, but it looks like the Justice. They're battering back the D-Mech of the Clandestine. Corey, the tracking is superb. Some would say beautiful. Postman in hand, he wants to try and clean this one up. And the Washington Justice, they take round number 1.
Corey looks so cool, calm and collected. Stratus doesn't. That was insanely close there at the end of that first round. Both teams fighting tooth and nail for that first pick. The first kind of foothold on the ladder of this match. But it is the Justice in front of their home crowd that manage it against London. That could bode very well for how Oasis goes in total.
Yeah. Winning that first round, cannot stress enough the importance of it in the grand scheme of things. For the entire series, it sets you off in a good way. Your emotions are going to be high, and in the right places, usually. We'll see now if the Washington Justice are able to clinch out this first map, or will London Spitfire battle back? I like that stat.
I don't personally count the American Revolution when I do my statistics rundowns at the beginning of a week, but Raw getting battered around here.
Yeah.
Trying to contest the high ground. Good healing from Aim God. Keeps him alive. But it is London that have taken control of the high ground.
Yeah, that high ground is so important as well, especially for the Diva players.
Looks like Justice are coming back up. They want to try and make a play. Stratus is there looking for an ice wall as well.
Aim God has such a huge advantage with this nano boost. If they keep building this, playing it slow without letting them really cap it, they're going to be in a very good position to just try and unload this nano boost. Look at the difference between Hylie and Aim God, almost 40%. Bionade connects onto J-Man, but Glister on the flank takes him out. Aggressive angle punished here by Glister. He's playing very well for this rookie squad.
He certainly has. He's found picks onto Aim God many times so far this map, and we've only had a single round. A couple of really crucial picks onto the back line. Glister playing very well at the moment. That's something that Elevote's got to keep in the back of his mind. You must shut down Glister. He's the star player for London.
We'll see how they choose to utilize this nano boost then. Aim God has it available. It's in his back pocket. Might opt to be using it. Now it is go time indeed. Seeing if they get any damage done. London using the ice wall. They defend themselves a little bit. Absorbs a lot of the damage. See Glister using this Deadeye. He's forcing the position in Washington just round these corners. Flashbang misses. South is Jug straight up in the air. Corey though, he hit the deck. He's gonna be stunned up, and it's gonna be another one team fight now for the London Spitfire.
Establishing good control over this point. London have been able to maneuver around the map, take control of the high grounds, find good flanks with Glister, and pressure Corey. That's been the name of the game so far, but Washington are about to come up to all of their ultimates, and Shui is not
the sleep down onto Clandestine. Caught out of position, stunned up. He's got a defense matrix. You see the instant peel. J-Mac has to be there with the shield. Now they're going to be waiting, trying to use these cooldowns, these ultimates, I should say. Deadeye from Corey to try and create a bit of space. Being pressured heavily, boots forward. Stratus going to be using the Blizzard. They can freeze up anyone whatsoever, but Shui has spike of his own, and there's a slightly better one. They have the advantage with this. Corey going down as well. 75%. This is going to be another one fight for the London Spitfire. Baiting the ultimates really nicely there from Washington.
And they're so good at putting pressure on Corey. They put damage on him when he was well protected by the rest of his team, and then Hylie managed to thread through a Bionade so that Aim God and Arc just couldn't heal him up at all. Whoever manages to take the opposing McCree out of the fight will probably have a huge advantage, specifically in this match, with Corey and Glister on the field.
Elevote's able to touch the point, at least to contest it. The overtime now will start ticking. Nice boot coming up from Elevote from behind, and that's the setup. Aim God with the grenade. Glister goes down, and that's that carry potential gone. Very good for them. Nice dodge from Stratus with the ice block as well. He avoids the Earth Shadow from J-Mac. That's still in the background, causing a bit of havoc here. The bomb, you got to be careful of that.
Both TPS have gone down from the Washington Justice. The main duel lost for Stratus, and Corey got pressured. This is going to be a hard one to win.
Yeah, Justice now need to start expending a couple of his ultimates. Raw has to come up clutch with this. See the pressure he's applying, and they have flipped over the point. This might have bought them enough time for the DPS players of Washington to get back in the fight, especially with London rotating all the way around.
And Klestin's made the swap over to Wrecking Ball just to get back in the fight earlier on. Deadeye coming out from Glister.
Speed boost as well. Dangerous for Raw. The shield goes down immediately. He did not get the opportunity to use that Earth Shadow, but it doesn't matter because Elevote is instantly there once more. Corey tries to put in a bit of damage with an ultimate of his own. They do manage to take down J-Mac. It'll be critical for them. Nice flashbang from Corey as well. He's going to be keeping Klestein in one position for his team to take him out.
And the Washington Justice need to do what the London Spitfire have been doing to them all round. Take the high ground, make sure that Elevote's in positions to pressure Glister, rotate ultimates effectively. They've almost got a nano boost, and they've got this Blizzard available for them in the next fight. And Elevote's positioned on the high ground. He's been scouted, though, already by Sanguinar. They know where he is.
Yeah. Unable to remove him, though. The boot was there. Stratus is just trying to get a freeze up, so he gets a free Blizzard. And it's laid down. Raw using the Earth Shadow as well, preemptively. Two big ultimates used, but they won the team fight, and that's the important fact.
Yeah, huge shatter by Raw. Catches 3 people, lays them all down on the ground. Easy Blizzard as well. And they can continue rotating these ultimates up. Stratus hasn't been able to find too much value with these ice walls. We do respect him as a very good May. In stage 4 of last year, that he was able to get so much done with that hero. And he's not quite got the flow of it just yet in this series. But a good ice wall here could be completely the difference maker when combined with the nano boost.
Yeah. Nano boost is, if anything, going to be buying them time as well. You can see they don't want to use it just yet, but now it is go time. Bionade onto 2. Glister's in trouble, but a Soundbio will save him. But Rory's powered up. The damage is immense. Be chunking down London, and now Washington Justice come back in with a Soundbite of their own. Slightly better. Opening pick there onto Sanguinar and D-Mech on top. Washington Justice seconds away from winning map 1. Glister needs to be taken out though. Still alive. London have a chance to try and take this one back. Still in the fight, but Glister gets destroyed. Evaporated.
Corey with the huge 1v1. Can't block the Blizzard.
Nice by Corey once more. Nails the shots. They bring down J-Mac. They're going to stand a very good chance of winning this one. Arc is on the case. Hunts him down. It's not over just yet, though. There were casualties on both sides.
And Klestin's going to be able to keep this one alive for quite a while. They need to focus on the Wrecking Ball. Freeze him up. Get him out. If he manages to survive, he'll delay forever.
Now you see the switches over to these stall heroes. Glister on the Tracer, taking a lot of damage. We're going to see if he can get at least a kill. The rocket punch, but flashbang done. Corey takes him out, recognizing who's the threat. It's a danger zone for London Spitfire. Someone needs to touch the point. J-Mac clutches up, though. He's going to eat up the Blizzard from Stratus. That could have been used to close this one out, but I think Corey has got it handled. Slams him up with the Deadeye. The shots are on point. And the Washington Justice are going to take map number 1.
A great start from Washington, playing in front of their home crowd. This is exactly what they were after when they're playing against the London Spitfire. It was close on both rounds, but they managed to win the map.
Don't go anywhere. Map 2 coming up after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
going down into the well, and they are not coming out again.
Exactly, they looked at statistics instead, and now we're starting to see, this was sick, look at this. They stunned Envy out of the EMP. Again, these highly mechanical plays by New York, they're so class on every single roll.
Yeah, they do. They back up a little bit more here. Oh, he's right behind him, Shadow! Oh, it's nasty! That's a 6-man Shadow! Oh, and
Bumper keeps playing well. You're going to see all different types of stuff like this. You know, the flanking Reinhardt becoming pretty popular.
To nail everybody with an EMP on the defense, but he is going to go ahead and manage to pick up a few. That was a quad hack, and this is a wipe. Excellent execution coming in from the Hunters.
That's not justice raining, that is a storm from above.
What is this?
What are they doing right now?
That is interesting.
That is a
Can
really...
you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh, you
my,
can!
what a play,
Comes
what
down,
a grab!
Tosses in the grab, they're gonna make it work. And Cruz taken out by the ensuing self-destruct. Atlanta Reign breaking through that in the most stylish way I've ever seen.
That's right, still tickets available for the next Washington homestand. If you're, feeling a little bit of that FOMO from this this fantastic crowd, this atmosphere, it's quite electric, then you can get your tickets, you can check it out. There's going to be 4 more homestands here in Washington, D.C. They have been amazing, so you definitely do not want to miss out in the slightest.
Yeah, the crowd here has been fantastic, right behind the Washington Justice team this entire time. And desperate for a win today as well. And so far, it's looking really good. The Washington Justice, they just about held in on both of those rounds and managed to secure them out. It was close, it was clutch, but Justice are ahead 1-0 in the series.
We'll be heading over to our next map shortly. You can see cool, calm, and collected players. Here's our map set. The next one's going to be Hanamura. So we've seen some fantastic different compositions. A lot of Genji being ran here and there. Always a big fan.
Yeah. Corey has the options to play snipers whenever he wants as well. He's so good on those heroes. But we've seen a little bit of Hanzo being played, usually on Anubis, actually. Washington Justice have actually played that on Anubis when they've had the opportunity. But you could certainly see it come out here as well. There's Symmetra can be played too. We saw Corey play that at the Overwatch World Cup, where he's part of the Team USA roster that ended up winning, coming away with the trophy, beating Team South Korea.
Good times if you're a fan of America.
You are pandering, sir.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, London have got a composition where they have to play fast and aggressive. The May Reaper, they want to ball up and they want to take these fights close to the choke. Corey, on the other hand, would like to play the high ground, uses Sonic Arrows to scout and find picks.
Around the corner, he's just going to search for a headshot. Now the Storm Arrows trying to put a little bit of damage in with them. He's struggling. Big Bionade comes out from Aim God. It's going to connect onto J-Mac. Exit onto 2, but it was purged off by Shui. See Corey just being pressured a little bit, but look at the peel from his team. They're there to keep him up. They realize that that is the carry potential, much like Glister on the enemy team.
Highly going down could be enormous, actually. Even though they've lost their main tank, the source of healing is completely absent here for the London Spitfire.
Yeah, look at London. They've immediately backed off. They've recognized that they're in a bit of a dangerous scenario because you don't have your main healer. You're going to be lacking the sustain throughout a lot of these team fights.
And Roar is almost back in the fight. Highly still miles away.
Oh, Elevo gets moved back, stunned up. There's only peel for him. His team is there, and the heals are definitely there as well. The Nano Boost was expended onto him to keep him alive. Now they've already got 2 ticks of progress. Washington Justice are looking very clean. But Shui has a blizzard. London are going to be looking to operate it. Slams it down in front of the wall. But look at that! Laid straight down. Big Bionade from Aim God as well. 3 members of London are very, very weak. But Sanguine out with a clutch play, knocking Stratus off the edge. The freeze onto Corey as well means that this could still be winnable for them. Elevo going to be using his South Strike to just get back into his mech, see if he can create some space for his team. And remember, they do have the superior spawns as well.
Neither of these teams want to give up in these clutch situations. They just don't want to back off. They feel like it's winnable every single situation.
Glister, Nano Boost on him. He doesn't have the Dead Blossom yet, but he doesn't want to use it. In fact, forced to use his Rainfall just to back out of there. He's gonna get rid of these ice walls real quick. Pillars, pesky pillars, in the way, but now he's got the ultimate available. Needs to try and wait for the right timing. When Stratus has the Blizzard down, though, that is not it. He's still unleashing it, but frozen solid in the nick of time. J-Mac tries to clutch it. There's own little Earth Shatter, but doesn't really find it. Aimgod, though, now it's his time to shine. Nanabu's going to be employed onto Raw. He's got enough damage with his Rocket Hammer just to really slam it into London now. London with just a few players left onto the point. Clean up the rest of them, it is going to be their point.
Shui takes a hammer to the head, and the Washington Justice proved that they really can win those kind of fights. Great work by them, just a small disengage, even though they'd lost a bunch of players. Build up those ultimates and push back in.
Good news for the London fans, they do have a Blizzard waiting. Shui is going to be using that one to defend. That's going to be one of their major win conditions.
Yeah.
All eyes on Elevote to see if he can eat it, though, as well.
Absolutely. There's still potential for a clutch play to come in, but the Washington Justice don't have a huge amount of momentum or an ultimate advantage to be able to work with. This is going to be a bit of a slog to take this final point.
Shui pressured. If he gets a freeze up, it's a free Blizzard. See the Ice Wall by Stratus here. He actually uses Stratus' own Ice Wall to lay down the Blizzard. The downside to that is, Stratus is saying, you know, okay, I'll leave my Ice Wall up. You won't get any value out of it. He's going to be baiting him a little bit with the Ice Wall. He knows his team can burst through. Washington just trying to take a good fight. Nice! Bionate again from Aimgod.
The Shatter
targets.
As well. Shatter as well laid down, didn't actually catch anybody, but the Washington Justice have gained this high ground. Elevote demech, he's going to use his self-destruct in an attempt to remech, but he was already taken out.
Back on the fight, Corey from the flank, from the side angles. Counterpins, so both Reinhardt's going to be hitting the deck. Now Washington have a big opportunity to try and take this one.
Yeah, if they can get presence on the point, it would be in a good position, but Corey's gone down. A shot from Hiley across point B, and Corey is now in no position to be able to help his team. They needed his damage to be able to convert that. It's so difficult without the McCree being there.
The longer this fight goes, the worse it's going to get. The Washington Justice, remember London, they've got the spawn right there. Any players that go down, they're back in the fight very quickly. That's cue for Washington to just back out of there.
Elevote almost certainly going to make the swap back over to D.Va. Yes, the Washington Justice have been fairly clutch so far in this match, but that was one step a little too far. But it's all right. No big ultimates wasted. Nothing too bad for them, and they've still got a Blizzard to work with in the next fight. It's so difficult, though, to push in against this May Reaper composition. The ice walls have to be perfect. Okay, what's this?
Loop to loop. They're going to be going all the way around.
Down to the bottom, and now rotating all the way underneath.
Force them onto the high ground.
Straight down onto the low ground.
You see Washington just getting positioning. So Stratus uses his ice wall again, just to absorb a bit of the damage.
But now they're kind of stuck here. They have to go towards the point, and London know exactly where they're going. Ice wall, very predictable.
Nice by Stratus, though. Puts up the counter wall, takes down J-Mac. The Blizzard, though, from Shui is going to be really doing a lot of damage here to Washington. They've got to be trying to heal themselves up here. Corey's still alive, though. Anything is winnable, especially when Aimgod is clutched with these nades. Corey's going to try and hit some shots now off onto the side. Still not a tick gain, though, but Washington do not want to give this up just yet. Pounding in the damage, fanning the hammer, slamming it in. J-Mac force, and Animus onto Glister is wasted. No one really in the vicinity, but he does manage to just catch Raw as he's charged into stunned up.
Yeah, those two picks are going to be so crucial. Stratus also came back on the Doomfist, but really wasn't able to do too much. He ends up falling without a pick to his name. Could have been great. Stratus is a phenomenal Doomfist, actually. He's clutched up many, many times for the Washington Justice. But these attempts just aren't quite working. Not even a single tick taken, despite the fact that that really seemed like a good opportunity. And less than a minute on the clock. All ultimates essentially expended, apart from the two support ults here as well for Washington.
Washington gonna have to clutch this one up now with not much to work with. It's a very difficult point to try and push into here. You can see Stratus is the first one to go through. He's going to be safe with his ice block. So.
They've also got Elevote and Arc baiting onto the point, starting the cap time, drawing people down for London.
Aimgod is going to connect it here onto Shui. The charge, the pin. That's what you need to try and take him out. Buying it onto J-Mac means he's in a precarious position. As long as Aimgod keeps his team alive, they should be good to go. Washington going to slowly start working their way on. Arc actually had to use the soundbite there, only onto two of them just to stay alive.
But I like the play. They've already got two ticks on the point, and Corey's already in the backline.
And Corey's demolishing! shredding the opposition. The Peacekeeper doing so much damage. Glister now forced to try and clutch this one, but as a Doomfist, or as a Reaper I should say, there's not much you can do.
The beat used from Sanguinar just onto Kleston as well allows him to escape, and Shui's got this Blizzard. It did get eaten!
Eaten again, Elevo. Beautiful stuff. Takes that out of the fight, removed completely. J-Mac though has a nano boost. It's not over yet, but Corey still on the flank, destroying them with the Peacekeeper once more. Laying in the shots. Goes for the flashbang. J-Mac, very quick reactions, blocks it with his shield. The overwhelming pressure from the rest of Washington was far too much. As they boot them away, they just have to take down Klestein. One last player stands between them and capping the point. And there you go, Washington. Nicely done. They get both points on Hanamura.
Great work from the Justice. Part of that was that split work with Arc and Elevote, looping around the left-hand side of Hanamura point B to pressure the point, drag players from London away, set up for an easy kill onto Shui, or rather, a very lovely kill onto Shui from Aim.Sleep. Sleep. I like that split play. I think that the D.Va and the Lucio should often be working together in this meta. Trying to find targets, go aggressive, pull people away. If they can develop that kind of synergy, they might just have a leg up over the London Spitfire.
Well, Washington going to be very pleased that he managed to get both of those capture points. Turns otherwise quite a sweaty situation into a more workable one. And
I think they'll still be sweating, Brad.
Probably on this stage, yeah. I mean, the lights,
the pressure, and also the fact that they've got no time in the time back. It's a winnable situation for the London Spitfire, but they'll have to be playing very well. Corey rolling out with the Hanzo on defense. We've seen this guy just create unbelievable magic on the Hanzo.
Yep.
They played last year against the Vancouver Titans, and Corey put on a masterclass. It was the best Hanzo performance I've ever seen in my life.
He has a reputation among the Korean teams for being Mr. Aimbot. His aim is that good.
Yeah, you just can't handle him when he's on his game like that. And he is more often than not.
Glister might stay on the Hanzo. He might just be using it for recon, though.
Hanzo battle would be fantastic here for Corey.
He opts into that every single day. He's gonna opt in, yeah. Very intriguing. We'll see if Corey can get the better of him. Glister gonna be now taking the high ground. See if he can hit a shot or two. Elevo's instantly on him. He's got to be just taking control of that high ground, but look at this. London trying to go aggressive, but Glister a little bit too far forward, out of the range of the shield. Corey takes him out. There we have it. The rest of London will be falling. Nice buy and aid onto the backline of London as well. Harley and Sanguinar have to back off. That's a minute burnt off, at least.
I've got to think it's a bit of a mistake to run the Hanzo main mirror into the Washington Justice. That was where they looked their best. Stage 4 of 2019, Corey and Stratus on these heroes. They were so good. And Glister's going to opt into it. I mean, he's no slouch himself. Great projectile player, great hit scan player as well. But so far, hasn't quite been able to come up with the goods. Only 22% of his ultimate. That shows how much damage he was able to get done in the previous fight.
You see another Ice Wall by Shui just to allow London to get in. Sleep down onto Elevote. Stratus being healed up, and Nano Boost is ready. Now he opts to use it. Raw going to be taking that one, seeing if he can get any damage done with it. The Fire Strike sent off into the fray. Really just a deterrent. Just keeping a shield up, trying to keep his team alive. London have worked their way in. They've got a bit of positioning now onto this first checkpoint, this first point, at least into the courtyard area and the high ground. So Glister can start to try and get an angle or two to see if he can get a better of Corey. But when Corey has the vision like that, it's hard to try and take him by surprise.
It is difficult. And the longer that London wait, the closer Stratus is going to get to his Blizzard. If they can pick Stratus, though, that would be huge. Oh, Glister finds the opening kill.
Okay, onto Elevo, that's pretty good. Corey, though, the Dragon gets sent in from the side. The Blizzard going to be sent straight down the middle. Raw, though, is caught. Bionade as well means he can't be healed up. Lose their main tank. Washington's still going to be trying to clutch this one out, but London now going to get even more of a foothold. And Glister's on the flank. Glister, 3 kills before he's finally taken down, but the damage is done. Let's see that one again.
Yeah, Glister is proving that he is absolutely no slouch on this hero either. With the Sonic Arrow, Scouts out exactly where Corey's going to be.
Oh, he just
Patience
waits for
as
it.
well. Great patience.
Flick of the wrist. That's lovely. And the Storm Arrows just to clean it up. Glister has been phenomenal for London.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this guy is a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. He's so good on both hit scan and projectile, and he has to be this good in order for London to have a chance in the series.
Well, London, they just waltz in. They get in for free almost. Stratus with the Blizzard means that they are going to get the D-Mech here onto Clestein. Raw opts to try and take this 1v1 on the bridge section against Shui. I don't know how confident I am in that. He's going to get frozen up, flashbanged, and taken out almost immediately.
Arc Sound Barrier wasn't able to save him either. Corey needs to come up with the goods here. Can he get a pick?
He's got to hit a shot, but oh goodness me, he's actually jumped a little bit too far off. 61 HP, but he stays alive. And it's the benefit of the Washington Justice being so close to their spawn point. You can often slip up a little bit, make a mistake here and there, and it's not going to be as punishing compared to if you were attacking.
Definitely. Corey's decided to stay on this Hanzo for the defense. It is really good. The sightlines you can get here on Hanamura onto the attacking team. Difficult for London to do much while they're transitioning into an attack. And one pick here just resets you for 10 seconds. Free 10 seconds off the clock.
J-Mac is just trying his best to guard his team with the barrier. Engod, though, is ready and waiting. You see the speed boost being used along with the self-destruct, trying to coordinate a little play here.
Boostio, though. Arc was nano boosted instead of
nano boosted. 2 kills. He's making the most of it. This guy, a bloodthirsty support play.
Yeah, it was certainly unintentional to give Arc the nano boost there, but he made the most of it indeed. He took it, surprised, and then he just goes in.
You're gonna make the most of the situations. You can't be flustered. Look at this.
Look. Oh,
so he's speed boost, he realizes, and he's like, okay, I gotta put some damage in. The nano boost actually saved him from dying to the Deadeye there as well.
Huge. Great reactions from Arc. Did exactly what he needed to do. Oh, a feint. They're moving underneath here. London.
Straight underneath. Great Dragon Strike. It splits London into 2. Now, Washington going to capitalize. Are they going to try and pounce onto them? But Corey certainly is. Storm Arrows finish off Shui. And now London just trying to evacuate. Get out of there, is what they're saying. You lose one player, you just really can't be taking too many of these fights. And their time bank now burnt down to just 2 minutes.
If Corey finds another couple of picks, he will single-handedly ruin this attack for the London Spitfire. It's so difficult to deal with him because he hits shots that he shouldn't be able to hit. Yep. This guy's that talented. You can see him.
Look at this. I mean, he's taking these angles. The tanks have to body block to force him out. Shui goes in for a very long-range Blizzard, but, I mean, they're only going to catch out Stratus here. I suppose it's as good as any, but they need to get a couple more picks now. We see the nano boost coming out from J-Mac. Laying into them. Engod using his own onto Raw to keep him alive, but Corey finds a pick onto Glister. That's Yukari gone. London, you cannot really keep pushing this. Glister might opt to try and change over to something that has a bit more mobility, because London, they still look like they want to fight.
They might be able to hold on to the high ground, but Corey is just peppering them with shots from the other side of Hanamura. If Washington want to recontest this high ground, they potentially could. But it seems like they're just going to hold their ground for now. They've got almost all of the ultimates, apart from Aim Gods. Stratus back with the Blizzard as well. They've got every tool they need to be able to defend, but they won't recontest the high ground.
But now London, they choose to drop down. They want to try and fight into them. Dragon Strike comes up. Oh, J-Mac walked right into it. Straight into the trap. And Washington Justice off the back of that easily clean up the fight. And now only one team fight remains for the London Spitfire to try and take this away, to try and prolong this map.
They need a clean entry onto the high ground, or they could just try going main, but I think it's way too predictable. They need a clean entry up top. Stratus maybe has to die and avoid the ice wall.
Straight away, they're going to go main.
They feinted up top and went main instead. The sound barrier comes out immediately.
Ice wall comes up. Stratus has the Blizzard. He's waiting, trying to see where the May is, but Clestein, he reads it. He hits the Blizzard. Rodo answers back. The nano boost helped him get that charge go. Glister, he has the Deadeye, but Raw is there, ready and waiting with the shield. Still, Glister. He may have just clutched this one up from 2 kills. The Deadeye actually getting the D-Mech. Can Washington try and keep it holding together? Only a few players onto the point. London are trying. Glister with the nano boost is a very, very scary thing. Still on the point. Nice by Aim, got to get the sleep dart off, but he is being pressured from behind.
It's only Arc that's contesting the point at the moment, and the tanks have just respawned. They're pushing
them respawns! They pushed them away.
Washington Justice, you're going to take map number 2. And Corey's hands, you've got to say, was the deciding factor there, in my opinion. He had some crucial picks to be able to slow down the London Spitfire, make them very difficult on their approach. Caught Glister towards the end there as well. This guy back on a signature hero, just looking so good.
Let's find out what the team back in LA has to say for the game break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Washington is trying to end this homestand on a high note, and they're taking care of business so far. They're up 2-0 at the break, and this is Game Break presented by Pringles Wavy. Guys, honestly, I think the story of this first half is just kind of London can't close it out. Bernard, who knows where he might be?
Where is he? Have you seen this man?
And I haven't, and that's one of the
I don't. He was the bright spot of this team. He was eating ults. He was creating space. He was actually doing really well, and now just nowhere.
Where is he?
Where is he? Yeah.
It's like, yeah, Glister is really good, but also Bernard was better than him, you know? So it's, you're removing one of the half of the superstars on your team. I can't talk. I'm so disrupted by this whole situation. Please put Bernard back in instead of Cluston.
Honestly.
Yeah, but no, actually, let's stick with Cluston, though. It is his debut performance. CP, what were your thoughts? What did you see from him?
Cluston was wild, both for good, both for good and for ill. There are points where Cluston went super deep and got some good results.
So is J-Mac. Look at this.
Yeah, but there are also times where Cluston went super deep and just fend. Cluston,
I mean,
again.
there was also a time where J-Mac was on Diva.
Yeah, which
And ate a male as well. J-Mac ate a male as Diva in this map. I feel like this first map, just in general, it sort of just broke down somewhere in the middle, and it just becomes chaos of everyone sort of all over the place. And we've seen London Spitfire sort of switching. They're switching characters to get back to the point in times that they don't really need to. Losing ult charge. Like, I don't know how many times their tank switched in that one round, but it was ridiculous.
Also, like, Shui's Blizzards, man. Like, I don't know if Shui has actually played Mei before this match.
Okay, a little harsh, a little harsh.
Those Blizzards, man, you gotta up that level a little bit. Otherwise, you might go back to some other heroes.
So if we have to like point our finger at something from London there, like they can't close it out, but why is that? Is it a lack of grasp on the meta? Is it a lack of read on their opponents? Is it a lack of preparation?
Well, I wonder here, you look at the tank situation where they practiced in Bernard and then Bernard got sick and that's why he's not in. Regardless, they're not on the same page, even as they've been playing on a mechanical level pretty well. Like you look at moments for Glister has looked fantastic. And yeah, it's been kind of wild and crazy, but there's even points for Cluster and JMac where they've gone in deep and gotten results. But the problem for London, it seems like regardless of what the roster is, you can't talk about London without talking about just weird inconsistency, which is what we've been seeing all day long.
I just think their whole team in general is just kind of all over the place. You're seeing them walk up, use ults in really weird situations, or like just throwing it with no teamwork. We've seen multiple high noons just die. We've seen so many Mails. I remember one, Shui just sort of throws it into Stratus's May wall, and then it just sort of sits there, and everyone's like,
Well, see, but all of what you're describing to me sounds like a lack of experience. But these are, yes, they're not OWL experienced players, but they are experienced players. So where is this coming from?
Who knows? It could be the fact that they're playing in front of the hometown crowd, which again is sort of a different level of pressure than players might be used to, especially players that are on the younger end where they're new to the Overwatch League. It could be a coaching thing where they're not really practicing with the same staff, or rather players that they were going into, because again, where's Bernard? Who knows? There's a huge variety of factors that could be causing this.
Well, Bernard, if you're safe, let us know. We're very concerned about your whereabouts.
But for me as well, I think the Washington Justice are actually just doing a very good job of just playing their style and just winning the game through default. You know, you got to give them props. They are playing as a cohesive unit, like we've seen from them over the last couple of weeks. They are playing well, and they're just playing smart. And I think that's sort of where London's falling down, is they're not used to playing against someone of this tight kind of level, because everything's falling through the cracks.
Yeah, I mean, to wrap up, Corey is popping, for sure. And it's hard to deal with Corey when he is really feeling it. So Corey's showing up a lot in the kill feed, and it's hard to deal with if you're not Bernard.
You know what? You know what I've been feeling? Crunch time.
Crunch time!
Crunch time.
Presented by Pringles Wavy, or how our lovely chat calls it, Knuspatzeit. Yeah, that's
what I like to call it too.
Yeah, no, I heard you saying that several times. But yeah, guys, what do we got? What do we got for...
Well, we got the very last fight on Oasis, because this was hectic, okay? There was a lot of stuff going on Oasis, so let's just take a look at the last fight in its entirety, because there's so much going on here. So Washington Justice, we can just play this out. This is a long fight, we can just play this out. So Washington Justice, they were getting ready for an engage, and then they're going to sort of juke Shui's Blizzard and just walk over to London Spitfire side of things. And so now you're just playing whack-a-mole where you're just rotating around the entire point. And then Washington is like, oh, we're going again. And here goes Roar, charging, misses his charge. And then the way they just keep Roar up. Look at Roar's health. He's not dying. 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 And he's finally dead. And all that bought so much time for Washington Justice to just clean this fight up. And then we see Glister gets hacked by Stratus on the Sombra. And then it's finally cleanup time. But that was so crunchy, I just had to pick that for the crunch time, because that was insane. There was so much coming down to the wire, and I was really impressed by Washington Justice's ability to just crunch it out.
That sort of kind of goes back.
Analysis!
No, honestly, that was good by the Washington Justice, but that sort of goes back to my thing with London as well. Like, that Shui ult was kind of just sort of hopeful that the Washington Justice would engage into it, and then their team coordination wasn't just sort of there. And on top of that as well, the only bright spots we're really seeing from London is Glister. He's been very impressive on everything that he's played, the Hanzo, the Tracer, the McCree. So if I'm London, I just want to see them play more around Glister and sort of give him an opportunity to actually start winning fights and closing out maps.
Well, we are heading into our third map. It's going to be Dorado. Thank you guys so much for breaking down all of the action. And yeah, we're heading back to DC. Stick around, because after the match, we have Watchpoint Post Show, where we'll have LA Valiant's very own McGravy here in our studio. So see you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Washington homestand, the final match of the final day here, the London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice. Washington Justice just one singular map away from tasting that sweet, sweet victory. Everybody here wants to see it.
It's a historical reenactment here in the Anthem. The Americans are running away with it right now. And the crowd is so hyped. I mean, they are just one map away from seeing their Washington Justice win at the home team arena. And so far, it's looked really, really strong from Corey and from Stratus and from the rest of the team. Their individual clutch ability has been on show today, and they have pulled it out when it's mattered.
I'm a big fan of switching over to the comfort heroes a lot of the time. Corey relying on his Hanzo, right? This is the kind of stuff that made the Vancouver Titans fear him as an individual back in Stage 4 last year. And here we see him just absolutely slanging, baby. He's just going for it, isn't he? I love to see it. But it is not over just yet for the London Spitfire. They still have an opportunity to come back from this and reverse sweep and upset the crowd.
We've seen reverse sweeps have been attempted. We haven't seen any actually pay off just yet. Yeah. So it's potential. The potential is still there for the London Spitfire. We've got a substitution as well. Stratus is out and Tuba is in. Now, for the previous game when Washington played against Paris, Tuba being in meant Doomfist being played. He also played a bit of Tracer. I know that the guy's capable on Genji and Pharah as well. And we're moving over to Dorado. There are plenty of opportunities to play the Doomfist. The Vancouver Titans, have even tried to play Genji on that map as well. We've seen Pharah on the defense.
Toronto played Genji on it earlier today.
Yes, absolutely. Good point.
A lot of options here. And we've seen teams, actually, I feel like what fits more in the wheelhouse for Tuba is probably going to be the Pharah. You know, we've seen some of that, at least on the first point. A lot of line of sight angles you can play off of. It can be figured out pretty quickly, but we'll see. The Washington Justice must have something in mind.
Absolutely. Some map-specific strategy to close it out here. And London, they've, made a couple of changes coming into this match as well, with Cleston being played, but he's been all right. He's been fairly decent.
He has, yeah. No complaints from Cleston as an individual in terms of his performance. It's an immense amount of pressure that's going to be on Glister's shoulders, though, to really bring up his team. He's been performing very well. Some would say arguably the best in the server as it stands, but
I think you could make that argument for the first map. I think Corey kind of ran away with it, in my opinion, when you consider the half as a whole.
Yeah.
But definitely, London have had their moments. They've made it scrappy, and they've forced the Justice to fight for it.
Now, if London do this, I really like this strategy.
Yeah.
What they're employing right now. It feels like they're going to be sticking with it. It's a full hold in the industry. Well, that's what they're going to be attempting, at least.
Yeah.
By attacking so close.
And even if you lose, you get another fight at the archway.
Yeah. I love it.
Utilize the May walls to play inside the buildings as well and still block the payload. Corey's not going to be given too many angles, but he can play from the top, which will force positioning out of Cleston, who's currently asleep.
Corey, he's wiggled his way off onto the left-hand flank. 14 HP, just about survived. London are doing a great job so far of just holding on to this right now because they're shutting down Corey. Corey wants free reign when he's on the Widowmaker here. He wants to be going over to the rooftops, but when London are playing so far forward, it's very difficult. It's going to be putting a lot of pressure on him to try and hit these shots.
I would quite like to see Tuba switch over to the Doomfist.
Oh.
Okay, all right, here we go. Corey on the Bastion.
He's like, okay, you're not going to let me shoot you in the heads, that's okay. I'll demolish your shields instead. I'll switch it out to Bastion. Suddenly, J-Mac, he's got no leg to stand on. And this ice wall is going to get destroyed, evaporated, as he slams into damage. Be a little bit careful, though.
It doesn't matter how many players fall for the Washington Justice. It just matters if they manage to get a single pick on London. As soon as one player falls for the London Spitfire, they have to retreat. So that's the whole game plan here for Washington. But they want to do it with a bit of time left on the clock. They've already wasted 1 minute.
Yeah, and this is the strategy from London. They want to just burn as much time as possible. They don't even care if they realistically win the game at this point. It would be nice. They just want to burn off time from the clock. Raw's going to try and prevent that from happening. Counter Shatter comes out from J-Mac here. Raw very close to one of his own. Now the Blizzard on top of that as well. But those few picks that Washington got were precious because now it means London Spitfire, despite the fact that they won this one, they might not be able to hold this one as easily.
Interesting that Shui commits his Blizzard to that fight because J-Mac is just starting to make his way back in, but surely they can't still commit to the spawn camp kind of strategy.
I mean, it seems like they are.
If he manages to get off an incredible Death Blossom here, they certainly could.
I mean, the boosters are used. Glister. He's moved into the backline, but shut down. He set up a lot of damage for London to really capitalize off. Highly using the Coalescence and the Sound Barrier being used here by London. Still trying to clinch this one out.
That's huge. Absolutely huge. Glister's going to be able to get back in the fight a little quicker because he's the replay. He can teleport. Uses his Wraith form, get a bit of a speed boost in there. London just have to hold on a little bit more. This is a disaster for the Washington Justice. They haven't moved the payload at all.
Yep, they haven't moved it an inch.
I mean, they've moved it a couple of inches. It's 1.68 precisely.
I don't know how many inches that is, Josh, but right now, the London Spitfire are still crashing into them. Raw, his Earth Shatter does not do enough. And again, Washington are going to be falling. Another team fight lost here. London holding strong. They haven't lost a single player.
I would have liked to see Tuba switch over to the Doomfist earlier on because it's a pick hero. You can try and get those picks and then just collect with the rest of your team and push out a 6. I would like to see Elevote and Arc try and flank around the back, peel off the backline, or at least distract them so you have advantage in the fight. At the moment, Washington are doing the same thing over and over again. This would not be a great way to try and close it out.
Crowd's got to send some of that energy now to the Washington Justice players. They certainly need it. Stratus with the, or Tuba, I should say, the Ice Wall. Put down Clistein with another Eat the Blizzard. Completely negated. Self-destruct up onto the high ropes. He's going to need picks, but he is going to get the remake, and that's what he was looking for.
Oh, no, no, no. 30 seconds left. And Washington are just starting to regroup themselves. Still a Shatter
Glister.
And a Death Blossom.
T-Boy's up to the high ground. He finds Corey. This is a disaster right now for the Washington Justice. Try and push through this one. Going so well the first 2 maps, but London show that they are not rattled. They will not be cowards. As Raw gets melted against the wall. Self-destruct from Elevote now, just trying to really create some magic out of nowhere, but Glister with the Death Blossom. 2 kills for him. The D-Mech on top. Sound Barrier from Sanguinar just to really celebrate it. As soon as Raw goes down, a brutal full hold from the London Spitfire.
I have never seen such a dominant defense on Dorado ever in any professional match. The London Spitfire are elated. They have turned things around.
Flashbacks to Selfless. That was a spawn camp, if I've ever seen one. And now London have just got to sit there, happy with the progress they've made. But we'll see if the Washington Justice, by some miracle, can make it back after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Tickets still available for the Houston homestand coming up, and it's bound to be a good one. You get to see the Atlanta Reign play for the first time. Who doesn't want to see that? A very formidable team.
And you also get to see whether Houston can put their first match win on the board as well.
Yeah.
Houston have been kind of brutalized so far.
Keep me in a job as well by buying the tickets. So,
I mean, Houston are 0-4, but nobody has ever been held on Dorado as brutally as the Washington Justice just did. The series seems to have turned around just in a moment.
And the ability, I think, to walk away after those first two maps, you're 2-0 down, you're in front of the home crowd, to come back and then full hold the home team. That's another level of mental fortitude for the London Spitfire.
It totally is, especially
Either that
when they're
or
rookies.
They need to be giving the coaches a raise or something. But look at this, 4.31 meters, the least distance a payload has ever been pushed on Dorado.
And it forces Washington to run the exact same strat. Whatever that tuba strat was that they wanted to run, doesn't matter anymore. You can't run it. You have to use the May, because that's the only way you're going to hold this close.
You can see the ice wall being used almost immediately, and Raw.
It's done.
He's gone. He's down and out. You lose the main tank. It's a very risky proposition. My word. Not get my words out here, Josh, but the game is already over.
Doesn't matter.
That opening pick.
They won it on the defense. Absolutely clinical play from London Spitfire. What a Dorado map. Never seen anything like it.
We've been blessed, Josh. Really, over the course of this homestand, we've had the longest game. We've also now had one of the shortest maps.
Yep. I barely got to see parts of Dorado.
Well, we are going to have some more Overwatch after the break. We'll see if the Washington Justice are able to bounce back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Timing attacks. Don't get started.
I like lurker drops.
Yeah.
Get them all at once. All right, so Prophet going to go ahead and...
Whoa, that works.
That, you do not expect this. That was amazing. You do not expect the teleporter Widowmaker surprise.
Looks like he was want to translocate forward there. He goes for the EMP anyway. Does Erster pull the blade? He does. He gets the nano blade now and he's looking to find some extra kills. Genji's scary enough without the damage boost, and that's 3. Easy as you like for 4 on Erster. And you said it, Matt, they had the ultimates that play together, and Erster gets 5 kills to open up the point. We expect no less.
They still get to hold on to the Death Blossom.
And speaking of which, there it is, and Shax just absolutely destroys the entire team by himself. Death Blossom, nothing to be done about it. 6.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Washington homestand, day 2, final match of the day. We've just witnessed a ridiculous haul from the London Spitfire. One of the shortest maps, I think, in the history of professional play.
The ad break was longer.
The ad break was actually longer.
It really was. That was mental. I mean, as soon as London hold that close, though, you know what's going to happen the other side. Because it's just a miraculous feat to be able to hold a team.
I mean, I even said that the goal of London is to not hold it directly there.
Yeah.
They just want to burn a minute or two off. That's what they were looking for.
You're
but
not supposed to hold right next to the spawn. You're just supposed to buy some time.
Yeah.
But I mean, they won. I wonder if this is the kind of same thing that happened to Boston Uprising yesterday. When you feel like the match is in the bag, that's when you slip. That's when
let the foot off the gas a little bit. You start to slow it down.
Yeah.
We've seen it actually time and time again from a lot of teams.
Yep.
It may be easier to slip into that. I mean, we don't really want to speculate on, I guess, the mental of the teams itself.
They've got to get them right back to where they were. Completely forget Dorado. You're into the next map.
Well, we're going to be getting into the next map shortly, and a substitution's being made. Stratus is back in for Tuba.
There's no telling what that strategy was supposed to be with Tuba in, because they were just forced into running the I think May Reaper.
This really highlights, though, as well, how in some ways Stratus is an essential rock for this team. He's always been seen as, he's always, he's eccentric, he's hyped, he's enthusiastic.
Yes.
And often that can be what you need when the going gets rough like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's the kind of player on the team that will emotionally rally the Washington Justice back together and make sure that they're totally mentally reset for this map 4. There shouldn't be any problems coming in from Dorado. Stratus will make sure of that. And they start out on the defense. They have the opportunity to set their line in the sand.
Still map point for Washington Justice. The London Spitfire, though, inching ever so closely to the reverse sweep that they're searching for. The crowd here certainly does not want to see that. Glister is going to put everything into that Peacekeeper of his to try and ensure that they get a victory here. We'll see if Corey can shut him down.
Going around the bottom left, trying to see whether Washington are holding on this high ground. Glister's taking a look, seeing, nope, nobody hiding there. Washington Justice are just holding the point. Elevote, though, is around this left-hand side, so he might be looking for a boop, looking for a pick. Probably going to attempt to push somebody out of position once they go underneath. But with their current position, he might go for the backline as well.
Okay, he's got to defend his team, though. The sleep dart came through onto Aim God. He has to back off here. London now have a bit of free reign onto this point. They move forward. The Ice Wall doesn't really get anything.
Corey
still holding on to his. Corey goes down. Icewall from Stratus doesn't really find too much, but you lose a lot of your damage when Corey goes down. J-Mac, though, Bionade onto him, being chunked. The heals are now there. The Bionade fades, and he can finally be healed up. Glister, though, as well. He is just on fire, getting shot after shot after shot. The London Spitfire are going to be able to cap this point A with relative ease.
A great play from Hiley as well. Hits that initial sleep dart onto Aim God, forces everybody on Justice to play passively. And if you don't have the heals, there's no way you can take that fight. And then comes in and finishes off Corey with the Bionade towards the end after he was getting pressured. Nice work to just crack that point A wide open, 5 minutes. And Klestin's already in a fairly forward position, so same thing that Elevote was trying the first way. Now Klestin's on an off angle, using his boosters, gets around up top. What? Raw's already dead?
Yep, Hiley. The nano boost was employed onto him. Raw got pinned and has a lot of damage. Fire Strike is gonna really just absolutely scorch Corey. He's gone as well. London are moving forward. Take a look at how J-Mac ended up collecting that kill. As the nano boost was on him. The Fire Strike fade away onto Corey, as we just saw. Now, London Spitfire now have a very good position when they're on this high ground. They have taken so much control of this second section of the map. They show no signs of slowing down. The Deadeye, though, from on high. Ice Wall to pump them up. Big Bionade onto 4 members of Justice. Justice, they have to rally now. Earth Shatter. J-Mac collects it onto 3 on the floor, but thankfully Stratus was there with the freeze, so they couldn't follow up on it, along with the Ice Wall.
They've got a lot of room here, just straight up for free, though, the London Spitfire. Blizzard used from both teams. It's going to overlap on the point. No telling who's going to have the advantage.
Yep. Both sides are going to be frozen up here. But Glister, no one is taking control of him. Nice shatter, instinctive here by Raw. He's able to take down Glister. Stops him from really getting a lot of damage done, but the kills are flooding in for London right now. The kill feed is just filled up right now. And they are going to get 5 minutes on the time bank here on Blizzard World.
That's abnormal.
It is abnormal.
The London Spitfire have come out of that game break, come out of the halftime, and they have been on fire, unstoppable. They're just applying so much pressure, utilizing their ults in a good way, and getting aggressive in the face of the Washington Justice, who are backing off. Justice are starting to play a bit more passive, a bit more scared. They can't afford to do that. You have to be decisive with these compositions.
Stratus's wall is going to be blocking off a bit of it, though. Deadeye from Glister. A lot of the damage ate up by the defense matrix, but look at these shots. His aim is on point. Raw is going to be sent to the back of the respawn queue. Look how far forward they're playing here. This could be a bit of hubris here from London. They have to back out.
But there's no Washington Justice players around. They've just got all of this area for free. This is one of the most defendable areas on Blizzard World, and there's absolutely no resistance at the moment. Corey's gone over to the Widowmaker, which, okay, he's very comfortable on, but it feels like a desperation pick. Nothing else is working.
He has to make some magic happen. The shots come out onto Hiley.
If he plays around here, though, it is so easy for Klestin to just get in his face and stop him having any impact.
Nice by Corey, though. One shot for him. Klestin has to bring him down. He realizes that. That's why he is all the way into the backline here. We see the Earth Shatter coming out now. Raw is actually on the floor. Gets back up, though. J-Mac didn't get any value, and Corey.
He's so good.
This is what they needed. They needed just a little bit of firepower, a little bit of explosiveness to get them back in the action.
I said it looked like a desperation pick, but Corey comes up with the goods. Even with Klestin all over him, still manages to find 2 kills. This guy's just got outrageous talent. Such a superstar level player. And now he's got the sights. He can see everybody around the map.
Yeah.
That makes him all the more deadly.
So those sights are going to buy a bit more time as well, about 16 seconds precisely. And you can see London, they just have to wait it out. They can't afford to push when they have those.
Yeah.
That
Absolute respect on Corey as well.
Yeah.
But you have to give him that kind of respect.
But look at this line of sight now. Look, the way London are approaching this fight, they're using the walls to try and block out a lot of these shots.
Hiley's out from behind the shield for a moment.
My God. That kind of precision is not natural. Someone check that boy's mouse. He is on another level. He's going for more. He's on the flank. He's prowling. Crowd loves it, and so do I. You can smell blood in the water, and London, they're in a bit of a tizzy.
Yeah, suddenly all of that aggression that was working so well for the London Spitfire, completely absent. They have to play around sidelines, corners. It slowed them down so much.
Well, we see now the Blizzard is going to be used by Stratus, trying to at least freeze up anyone from London, but they just work their way back up to the steps onto the high ground, so they easily avoid it. Now they're just biding their time once more, but Corey is searching for a shot or two. A lot of pressure being played into him here. The fire strike almost brought him down. Corey's got to try and hit a shot. It's difficult for him. It's a lot of pressure. They know exactly where he is. Now the cart edges ever so slightly forward. Corey, though, they know him for his one-taps. Glister goes down. Not before collecting 2 of his own, though. Washington are not out of the pan just yet. The fire is still burning. And somebody needs to touch the point here. Forced to use the nano boost. They have to contest this. Arc, though, the Bionade. Switching over to the Stall Heroes. Washington cannot give this up just yet. Corey forced to switch off the Widow. Nice block from Raw. Counter Shatter into the back lines. Definitely winnable for them. Elevo eats the Blizzard. It's all going right. Washington, they might just be clutching this one. Lestine, though, he's still in it. The off angles destroying the armor of Raw. Corey's desperately trying to hold on. He needs a kill or 2, but it seems like London are just so overpowering. Only a few more chances left. They need to stay on this card right now. Washington, they still have the superior spawns, but for how much longer they get frozen up and taken off the point? It's going to be a very rough map for them thus far, but they have burnt a lot of time off. London will capture with 54 seconds in the time bank, but I think Washington can be pleased that that was reduced down from 5 minutes.
Oh, so pleased. To take off 4 minutes from the clock just based on Corey hitting headshots? That's insane. That's what this guy can do for your team. The Washington Justice have a true superstar on their roster. He's abnormally good on the Widowmaker. Every single opportunity he was given, he took advantage of. And London, they sometimes have to show themselves. They can't stay behind the shield or behind cover always. The man's ill.
Yeah.
The man's literally sick, and he's playing like that. He's so consistently good as well. He's not streaky like some of the other Widowmakers in the league. You give him an opportunity, he's always there.
So scary. A lot of players, they will fold under that kind of pressure.
Not
London
Corey.
Spitfire are pushing in. They've got 5 minutes. They're on a rapid pace.
You
About
just got
to set-
destroyed in the previous match.
You've just been destroyed. London are about to set another record against you. Corey switches over to the comfort pick. He clutches it up. Not many players are able to do that. Not many players can hold on and perform when they need to. But Corey certainly can. That's what makes him a superstar player.
Crowd starting to get behind the Washington Justice now. Again, a very winnable situation for them here on Blizzard World. They managed to take the time back under 1 minute, which is absolutely crucial. If they manage to complete, even in overtime, they will still get another opportunity.
Yep. That's a big one. Now it is Justice's time to attack. We've seen the Corey Hanzo do some work time and time again. It's time to see if he can step up to the task. Something tells me he's more than capable. It's the Washington Justice. They get free entry over to the first section at this point, but now here is where it gets a little bit tougher. Try and find a shot or two. The recon hour comes out just to spot a couple of things.
Yeah.
Get a bit of vision.
He's got his eyes on the tank line. Look at Glister working his way around the back as well. He was mistimed the flank a little bit, but came back to help his team. Elevote's getting pressured. Might well get DMAC.
Very pressured. If the heroes come out from him, luckily the shield is there. Glister is just searching these off angles right now, and he looks like he wants to go on a flank. This could be very dangerous for them. Flashbang, misses the headshot, but he finds the second one. And another one onto Arc. Clean up for them. Beautiful stuff by Glister.
Yeah, really well-timed flank the second time around. Catches aim guard, comes back in time to deal with Arc. And really the pressure onto Elevote started that off. He got DMAC very early on in the fight. Gave aim guard a little bit of nano boost charge, but nothing really to write home about. Highly's still ahead of him in terms of that. So Washington basically back to square one. And Corey this time on the McCree, so really, really basic.
Aim God slept up. Bought a little bit more time, but Justice is going to be getting straight into the action once more. Waiting, subtly waiting. Ice Wall going to be used onto J-Map, but look at that. Another counter wall comes out from Shui. It's beautiful. Glister though, the pressure on the back line. I love this split strategy that Washington love to do. They send the Lucio and the D.Va into the back, and they're able to just take out the carry potential from London. Sweeping the rug out from underneath them. A winnable scenario for them, but now Shui tries to turn it around with a blizzard of his own. Raw. Bionated up, they cannot heal him through that. London's still in this one, especially now. The Elevator falls as well.
Yeah, the blizzard was just so big coming out from Shui. Perfectly timed, and they were able to capitalize on it as well. They keep aim guard, they stagger him a little bit. 2 minutes left here for Washington. Oh, that seemed to be going so well. The strategy itself, I agree with you, really good. Elevote and Arc working well together to pressure Glister as the rest of their team, the other 4 players, roll in on the tank line. Good May wall as well, but it falls to pieces in the ult game because Stratus just didn't quite have his ult up because of the previous fights. They just hadn't gone very well.
Oh no! Shui.
That ain't good.
The icicles from all over the place. See, the nano boost was also used by London Spitfire here. Don't think they really needed to do that.
Doesn't matter though. Does not matter. Once you kill Corey, the Justice have to reset. Another 10, 15 seconds off the clock as Corey walks back. They're starting to get all of their ultimates up though, but it's going to come down to essentially one last team fight. Justice are going to invest everything here. They have to. They must not get full health.
Very rough for them. Glister comes in with the Deadeye. Forcing the back cancels it because the Ice Wall from Stratus just putting in to any of his antics. Justice, they need to find an opening here. Do or die. Ice Wall comes up. Deadeye from the side. Corey looking for some value. Actually hit the lamppost there with one of his bullets. Not ideal, the Earthshadow into the back by J-Mag. Raw goes for the boot though. He finds no value. Sanguinar, that was beautiful stuff. The right click just sent him in the air just long enough to get nothing done with it. And now it's a very dangerous scenario here for Washington.
They have no time to be able to fight this one. They'll just about get back and touch the point, but it has to be one of those trademark Washington Justice clutch plays. We've seen it from them a couple of times so far this series, but that was in the first half. Ever since that halftime, Justice have looked like a bit of a different team, a bit shaky. They've got to prove us wrong here.
Yep, they have to touch the point. They know this. London are playing so aggressively into them. Self-destructed to the back.
Good
Finds
start.
Sanguinar. Great start for them. Sleep Dart though. It's going to come onto Raw, but is immediately woken up. Nano Boost now employed though onto J-Mag the charge. It's coinciding. He's absolutely wrecking the back line. The Rocket Hammer is going to be swinging through Washington now. Be a few opportunities to try and get something done. Elemote's still on the point, just contesting with them. Corey's worked his way onto the high ground now. The roles are reversed. See if he can hit any of these shots. Corey needs to try and get something done here, but he's being pressured now. Another great boot. Lestein is going to be forced back onto the low ground. Flashbang back. Corey needs to be kept alive. Washington trying everything at their disposal to try and make it work.
Stratus is back in on the Doomfist, gets frozen up, but he got a crucial kill. He's starting to pull it more in favor of Washington, but they're losing players too quickly.
The focus fire is too much. And the London Spitfire are going to get a full hold, and they're going to take the map to even it up 2 apiece. Unreal form from the London Spitfire.
Well, they have turned the Anthem into a library in this second half. It feels like a reverse sweep situation. The London Spitfire, it was a whole new team that came out in this half of the map.
We'll see the rest of this series if Washington Justice can clinch it up after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to finale map here, or the finale match, and it is going to be the final map as well, between the London Spitfire and the Washington Justice. It's 2-2 right now. We were sitting at the game break. It was 2-0 for the Washington Justice. The London Spitfire have miraculously come back despite the odds in such a dominant fashion. I don't think I've seen anything like it in quite some time.
No, the phrase "a tale of two halves" could not be more accurate for this match. It's unlike the previous reverse sweep attempts that we've seen so far this homestand. There was Boston-Houston. That was a really weird attempt at a reverse sweep. Philadelphia trying to get back into the game that we just saw, the Toronto game. They managed to hold on in the final one, but nothing looked like this, where London just come out, demolish on Dorado, and then set a very good time on Blizzard World and full hold the Justice.
It is quite insane to even think about, but you can see the map set. We're going to be going to Nepal as our last map here in this series.
The first control map was fairly comfortable for the Justice.
Yeah.
They won both rounds. They had to clutch at times, but they did win both. The coaches in the back have got to be talking to these Justice players, getting their heads straight. They need to play aggressive. They need to make sure that they are taking decisive action and shutting down Glister as well.
London Spitfire, you can definitely tell they've improved, but there's something going on right now with the Washington Justice. Something has switched to that half. Golden Boy was out here during our break. He was saying the Washington Justice, they need this crowd as the seventh player, seventh person. They need this crowd behind them to close out this series. We're about to find out now as we head into the final map of this series. London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice.
Both teams taking the staircase kind of route. That's very normal. Stratus doesn't find anybody with the May wall. Klestin's already gone towards the backline as well, distracting the supports, but he gets caught.
Klestin gets demolished, stunned up there. He's taken out of his mech. That's a big pickoff for the Washington Justice. Gonna be happy with that. They can play with a lot now. It means that they've got a bit more flanks. Corey's gonna just clean up Klestin now.
Defensive wall comes out from Shui, and Elevote's gonna take position on the point. If anybody from London wants to contest, they're gonna have to pull their entire team over.
They have to move into him. You can see they have free reign. Nice ice wall to J-Mac. The charge comes out. Bionade onto a lot of them. And that is the damage. Raw able to collect the kill. And this is the Washington Justice that we're used to seeing.
And I like the adaptation that comes out immediately. I think the coaches have probably recognized that Klestin is going for the backline a lot. Trying to play these off angles, put pressure on Corey. And immediately Corey dropped back as soon as he saw Klestin flanking, gets that early pick, turns it into a 6v5. That's what Washington need.
We'll see how the nano boost is utilized here from Aim God. Holding onto it, Raw also with the earth shot, and the nano instantly onto Raw. They saw him diving onto him. He's still in this fight. He's gonna get slept up though, but it matters not. Elevote is there. 4 kills. Unbelievable form. A lot of the damage. 5 kills in the end. Very impressive. Toss that one in the frag reel.
Let's take a look at how he actually did it there. It was a great collapse from the Washington Justice, honestly. The London Spitfire were pretty obvious with how they engaged. But this is Elevote's point of view as he goes in, dives onto the backline, takes out the healers very early on.
Look at that. Big Bionade as well from Aim God. Set that one up. Wonderful stuff.
Now, in the meantime, Elevote is fending off a flank coming out from Glister and Klestin. And their front line arc has been lost.
Yeah, you lose that speed boost. That is pretty bad for you.
There's
Corey
Klestin
goes
on the
in with
flank
the flash bang. He can't roll out of the blizzard. J-Mac was body blocking him. Raw! J-Mac, what are you doing, you absolute madman? He's going to charge him off the point, but I don't think he cares that much. Feels like London is still winning this point, but there is a little bit of hubris here because the game is still 0-1. Blizzard is going to catch Shui. They bring him down. J-Mac, my man. I mean, maybe they just replace him with Bumper. I don't know.
I can't explain it to you, honestly. J-Mac going for the play. Maybe he was trying to pin a pillar so that Raw flew off.
I mean, that was straight up Throwville. He could have aimed for the pillar, but he chose not to. We're not going to delve into it because it seems like Washington Justice are right on top of their game. J-Mac frozen up. The nano boost is getting nothing done. Raw going to be slept, though. Instantly frozen. It's the life of a main tank, and it is a brutal one. Eventually brought down here while Washington Justice were dealing with the players onto the point. There's only a few of them, though. Klestin is actually going to fall here. This is still very, very winnable for the Washington Justice, despite the fact that the London Spitfire have got this player advantage now. See Glister making the swap over to the Doomfist, but he's ate a lot of damage. Corey forced to cancel out the Deadeye. Didn't want to take another icicle to the face.
Washington is still going to fight this. Take a sloppy fight instead of re-engaging cleanly. They've seen a couple of players down there. But they want to try and get into. Highly dead means no heals for London.
Corey's going to be trying to work his way around to these flanks. Nice little collapse with a boop as well. Sanguinar. Great plays by him, and I think this is time to Washington, they need to consider just giving this one up. Allow London to get it.
Yeah, definitely. London are now in control of the point, 25%. Sanguinar, he actually coming into this homestand led the league in terms of environmental kills. So he's pretty deadly when it comes to maps like this, where he has that opportunity.
Yep.
And now they're looking pretty good in terms of the ult bank. Washington, though, they only need one more fight. One fight win, and they're looping all the way around the back.
Going for the loop-de-loop play all the way around. Bit of a fake now, trying to reverse. And you can see the spam damage being sent in by Stratus. He's hunting for a headshot or two. If you can find a player, it would be perfect for them.
They're trying to split their team up. 2 going one way, a couple going the other. But Washington look a little bit lost. Blizzard goes in, though.
Blizzard goes in. Ice Block is going to be used by Shui to just survive it for the time being. You see the self-destruct comes out. A little bit reactionary here from London. No Ice Block for Stratus. He falls. London Spitfire, they're going to get those 2 eliminations. It's going to set them on the right path. They are still going to hold strong. The Washington Justice now getting into last fight territory for this round.
They outthought themselves there, the Washington Justice. They split apart their team a little too much. Didn't quite know who should be flanking where and when. Play a little more default. I like the split, but you have to have a plan for both halves of your team. Clestin manages to avoid getting frozen up. Washington have got both support ults here and an Earth Shatter.
Stratus instantly comes up with the Ice Wall to try and defend this one, but it's go time. Look at that roar! Lays it down. 3. Sleeping. The Sanguinar, what a clutch!
He booped Ark!
Oh my word!
He booped Ark and Corey off when Ark was about to use his sound barrier!
And that's going to be round 1 going to London Spitfire. What a clutch play by Sanguinar!
Enormous, enormous stuff from the London Spitfire rookie Lucio.
That's unreal.
Unbelievable.
Filthy, pure filth.
And you know, Ark has no way of really controlling his mobility while he's utilizing his ultimate. Let's take a look at that replay again. This changed everything.
Ark using his ultimate.
Out the window.
Off. That is ridiculously clutch by Sanguinar.
And the Washington Justice, they looked like they had everything. 99-0. And it gets stolen away from them. Do they have the mental fortitude to be able to hold on and take the next 2 rounds in a row? Or are they going to lose both of their matches in front of their home crowd?
Bliss is going to be using the teleport to try and get them in, but Washington Justice going to be choosing to just run with it. The pin from downtown Raw!
My word!
Oh, no, 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 he gets turned into mincemeat!
That's crazy. London Spitfire playing with so much confidence now.
So much aggression. But losing a player early like that, Washington, they made the right decision. They back off immediately because, look, the control point's still not unlocked. Washington regroup. They have 6 players now. Stratus using that Ice Wall. Raw, the Fire Strike, slams into a couple of them. Big Bionade onto Raw, though. He's going to get destroyed. But not without some casualties of their own. London lose Glister. That's a lot of that carry, a lot of that damage potential gone, missing. London's still going to be in control of the point, but Washington could still definitely fight this.
Yeah, Corey's looking for a flank. If he can get
nice
into the back line.
Huge onto the back line. Corey goes for it. Defense matrix from Clestin once more. Going to survive for the time being. Counterpin comes out. Nanabu's going to be wasted a little bit because he's still surviving, but eventually he's taken out. And now it's go time. Corey, the Nanabu's. He wants to try and get some damage to burst it down the Deadeye.
Corey does great work there. They absolutely need him to step up. If they're going to be able to retake this and retake the entire map, it has to be on the back of Corey and Stratus having some of their star performances on the McCree and the May. They've been a little quiet as we've got towards the tail end of this match, certainly compared to what we expect from them. Corey did have that incredible play towards the end of Blizzard World, but it didn't really matter. He needs to step up here on Nepal. Stratus close to his ultimate. They'll be trying to figure out how to use Blizzards, both teams. And Clestin, he's impressed me.
Playing very, very well. Ice Wall comes up, Shui looking for the Blizzard, but they need to try and freeze up the Diva, at least the mech Elevote. Elevote staying alive though. Big Bionade onto a couple of the players here of the Washington Justice. Locking them out. Ice Wall goes up, which means that the point is going to flip back over. Stratus comes in with his own Ice Wall though. The Blizzard is going to be a freebie. But instant disengage from London.
Catches no one. It was way too obvious. And the counter Blizzard comes out from Shui. Bionade onto Sanguinar as well.
Raw, oh no, no, no. His Earth Shadow got cancelled by the freeze, by the Blizzard. Gonna use it to try and turn this one around. The pin. J-Mac again has been an absolute madman with it. And Corey though, he's able to just clean up when his team needed it most. He's finding the picks on the flank, finding the right angles. Justice able to retake.
I want to give credit to the Washington Justice support line there as well. Kept Raw alive when he was frozen up. Yes, he lost his Earth Shadow, but AimGod kept him alive with a Nano Boost, and the Sound Barrier was straight afterwards. Normally, you wouldn't want to overlap those, but given how chaotic the fight was, it made perfect sense for Washington. And they've drawn it level, 56-56. This is a must-win round for the Justice.
London rotating instantly. Corey, Deadeye available, ready, waiting to drop down. He gets a bit of damage down onto Glister, but the D-Mech is going to be the most important one. A lot of ultimates being utilized here onto the point, but Elevote, he answers back. Self-destruct is huge. Those 2 kills are going to stop London in their tracks. They managed to flip the point over, but Washington will be taking it back almost as quickly.
This is so close. The Washington Justice are just going to start to edge into the lead here. Let's take a look at how this bomb from Elevote caught everybody as well. It seemed like J-Mac had his shield up
Okay.
But it just caught people out at the side.
Couple of players, yeah, out of place at the side there.
Washington Justice, one good team fight win will secure this round for them. They're watching as the London Spitfire come up and underneath. No big ultimates really available for anybody. Raw with an Earth Shatter.
Well, they want to play aggressive. Washington Justice just playing close into them here. They have almost the Earth Shatter to work with. Finally have it. A lot of pressure on Raw. He's got to come up big. He's got to come up with the goods. If they bring down J-Mac, that's exactly what they're looking for. And the Justice, they just have to find these last remaining players. And it is looking all so good for them to try and even out this control map in the final moments. The overtime will come down. Stratus with a celebratory blizzard. The Justice make it 1-1 on this control map.
This crowd has not given up hope. One more round is going to settle absolutely everything between the Washington Justice and the London Spitfire. And the anthem roars. Stratus believes as well. The Washington Justice performed much, much better when it came to the village segment of Nepal. Everything is going to be decided right now. Can Washington Justice find a win with their home crowd in front of them?
This could not be more down to the wire between these two teams. 2-2, the final map, 1 round apiece. We're going right into it. This is going to decide it. London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice. London going to be taking a high ground approach, rotating around here, while Washington Justice want control of the point. The fight begins here. You can see a neutral engagement. Stratus, the ice wall. It's go time. The speed boost is used. See if they can find a pick off here. Highly going to be using that Bionade. He gets it on a couple of players. Sweet, very, very low. Has to use the ice block to try and escape out of that vulnerability. He's falling so low though. And Ark, he comes around the flank. Nice little plays from him. Takes him out.
Klestin and J-Mac in very aggressive positions. Highly just had to heal them the entire time. And Shui just get left out in the cold.
Nano boost
They
used.
use the nano?
I mean,
I think that's just it's just the nerves, it's the pressure getting to them, but Corey might be able to translate this into a couple of straggles.
Make the most out of it if he can hit a headshot or two. Highly ends up falling as well.
Really nice shot from Stratus.
But look at that answer back by J-Mac. Gets a couple of players down on the ground. I'm surprised that Corey's still alive. I'm surprised that Corey finds a kill. But should I really be that surprised? This guy, so talented. He knows his team is going to be backing up and working around him.
I'm going to be honest though, Brent, I think the Washington Justice just got away with murder a little bit. They need to keep a bit of a rein on their emotions. They can't allow the crowd and the hype and the excitement and pressure to lead them into overextending and throwing away this win.
But now we see if Raw can get a free Earth Shatter. The Deadeye comes out, ate up by the defense matrix. Corey in trouble. Glista from the flank side. He's going to find an Earth Shatter. Instinctual. Knocks a player down onto the ground. Now we see the blizzards by Stratus. They want to try and freeze up some of these players. J-Mac is only going to be controlled up for a little bit here. But the way this fight is going, it seems like London have got the advantage. They have the edge. Justice is going to be trying to just buy some seconds now. As you can see the ice bomb being used by Stratus. He will be falling momentarily. They're going to trickle on one at a time just to get just as much value as possible out of the point. Corey, that is sneaky.
The pick on Glista is interesting, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Raw actually hit 3 people with his Earth Shatter at the end of that fight. And the Blizzard was also used, but Washington couldn't turn it around. They had lost their positioning and lost their health advantage really early on in the fight. And those ultimates being disappeared. I hope it doesn't bite them. Washington need just one more teamfight win, one decisive victory, and Klestin is right underneath them. Again going for a flank.
Oh, Glista takes out Stratus, and that will put an end to the push.
Yeah, they just need to back off, but that also means that they've had the time to be able to scout out where Klestin is. Oh, the ice wall!
This is brutal.
They've caught people, the shatter as well.
Taking complete advantage of the scenario. Take out a couple of more players. Corey as well being caught out of position. This is precious time for the London Spitfire right now.
It's not just precious time as well, it's also ultimate charge. The London Spitfire are accruing more and more of these tools that they need to be able to hold on. They've got double support ultimate, is going to be available for the next fight, and also the Blizzard. Puts Washington in a tough situation because they have done no damage on these last 2 pushes.
Nano boost ready and waiting.
Probably going to be one of the tanks that the recipient, but who knows? Glister's been popping off. They've been putting a lot of faith in him as a player. Ice Wall comes up from Stratus. Going to be putting down that nano boost. Raw is in trouble. Sandwiched in between the Ice Walls. Stratus is going to be next as well. He's going to meet the end of this tower.
Again, Washington went for the 4-2 split. Elevote and Arc went aggressive onto Glister, but they dealt with it so easily. It was predicted. Arc didn't get anything done, just got stunned up. And the front line from the Washington Justice got destroyed. Now 8 seconds left. They need somebody to touch. Elevote will be in position, and they have a couple of ultimates, but it's desperation time for Washington.
This might be last fight territory. Elevote touches. He eats up the Deadeye, but he's going to be demeked in the process. Big Fire Nade comes out. J-Mac has to play a little bit more passive, but the Blizzard is zoning out the rest of these players. Stratus just about touches onto the point. Washington Justice, they do not want to lose this one. Raw, he's going to try and come up big right now with his Earth Shatter. Lays it down! I don't believe what I have just seen! Raw, you absolute madman! He hits it when they needed it! That is absurd!
Whether by magic or miracle, what? I don't know, but Raw comes up with the goods exactly when his team needed it for a 5k Earth Shatter, but it's not done yet. There's still going to be a fight.
There's still one last fight right now as the players are coming in.
They've got the sound barrier, though. There should be an advantage. Can J-Mac do the same thing?
Glister takes down Corey.
That's huge.
Absolutely massive sound barrier. Leading it in. They need to get a pick off the back of it. Arc stunned up into the back line. London trying to clutch it up. There's a lack of damage right now for this Washington Justice squad. Stratus falls as well. It's a disaster for them. I can't believe it. The London Spitfire going with complete aggression. It's going to take a miracle for them to try and turn this one around. Off the back of some heroics from Raw.
When it all looked like it was going to be wrapped up in a neat little ribbon for the Washington Justice.
It's just not enough. And the London Spitfire are going to take the series, completing the reverse sweep against the Washington Justice.
What an unbelievable match. Insane that the Washington Justice end up losing that one as well with how dominant they looked in the first half, but it is all London. They execute an unbelievable reverse sweep. Corey looks devastated. He gave it his all. He played fantastically. But London came out just a rejuvenated team from the break, from that half. Dorado just said it all.
Unreal. This is your Coca-Cola victory moment. As the players are going to exchange handshakes. The crowd is going to applaud London, showing some showmanship as well. A phenomenal performance from the London Spitfire. To have the mental fortitude to come back from that.
How on earth do they have that kind of resilience? A complete rookie team comes straight out of the halftime and demolishes Washington in front of their home crowd.
You don't see that every day. I mean, you hardly see that at all.
No.
That is crazy. They set records today.
Yeah.
Records. A rookie team coming out of here.
And how do they not think that it's all lost when Raw hits a 5-man Earth Shatter towards the end? I thought Washington had done it. Yeah.
Glister was the answer to him.
Glister did it. He's so good. What a talented player.
Yeah.
The match for Corey on the other side for the London Spitfire.
Ooh, okay, well, speaking of Glister, let's take a look at that player of the match because I have an inkling of who it might be. It is going to be Glister himself. This is a player, a candidate for Rookie of the Year. He has stepped up tremendously on a roster that, you know, is relatively green in general.
Very green.
But you wouldn't think it, given the way they played today.
No.
They've played like veterans.
They did. Unbelievable mental resilience. And Glister, absolutely the superstar player for the London Spitfire. I want to give a shout out as well to Cleston, honestly, because that was his first performance. Brand new player, first performance that we've ever seen from him. Replacing Bernard, and still performs very, very well. But Glister absolutely deserves this player of the match. He managed to find that incredible opening pick as well in the final fight. Takes down Corey, you know, and there's nothing they can do after that.
Yeah. Well, let's have one final goodbye as we send it down to Alex, who's waiting on the floor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What a hard-fought battle by both of these teams. And nothing but respect for the London Spitfire, but this is the Washington Justice homestand. and this team gave it their all on this stage today. Nothing but love, and Corey, I understand you wanted to just give some love to the crowd.
I want to say thank you all for coming out and supporting us. Please. We love the crowd so much, and we hope to see you in the next homestand, and we'll come back stronger and better conditions.
There you go. Chin up, my man. It's a long season. You'll be all right. The Washington Justice, ladies and gentlemen, laid it all out there, and that is all you can ask for. Thank you so much, everyone. Casters, take it away.
And that's going to do it here for us here at the Washington homestand. The first one of 2020, but not the last. Remember, we've got 4 more of these. The crowd has been excellent. The games have been excellent. And it has just been phenomenal Overwatch across the board. Coming up next, though, the Watchpoint post-show. If you're watching on YouTube, you can check that one out. Just going to see what the desk and the rest of the gang, I guess, have to say about the matches that we've seen today. You don't want to miss that one, but we'll see you next week.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Things might be settling down in Washington, D.C., but we're just getting started here on the Watchpoint Post Show. We have highlights, we have Emote Control, and we're going to have LA Valiant's Matt Gravy joining us later here. My name is Zoe, along with ZP, Costa, and Reinforced. We had a busy day of Overwatch, and first things first, we have to talk about the game we just saw. That was madness. That was bonkers. It got really loud back there. I mean, you are really happy, so let's start with UCP. You did predict London. What are you thinking overall of their performance after today?
I have to say, New London, in a way, same as the old London, where this is a team that is pure chaos, and I couldn't love it anymore. Like, what a showing and turnaround, especially at the very end. Crazy mechanical skill coming out from Glister, and as much as we bemoan the lack of Bernard, a really good showing by Cluston towards the very end, and I think at some point, when you have such a tough beginning in a series, to make adjustments, to rally the team and bring it back around, I do wonder what the coaching staff did, because this is a definition of halftime adjustments. What a great turnaround from London, and the dominance on Dorado couldn't have been any better.
Yeah, and talking about Dorado, that was it 4 meters and 4.31 meters. That's
Probably
the shortest distance I've ever
yeah.
seen. Like, that was just a spawn camp, and that was sort of the beginning of this run. I just thought as soon as London won this map, it was like, well, you know, that was great, but I'm sure it's not going to be very long-lived. And then they go on to the next map, and they just were so dominant once again. And that last map, I just was chaos. You got to give props to London. They were just clutch. I don't know how many times Glister just got random kills and Sanguinar getting crazy boops. I don't know. It was just everything you wanted again.
Personally, I have nothing insightful to say. I am Boone. I am Boone. This is one of the all-time craziest matches I've ever seen in Out. Like, just the hold on Dorado to come out from halftime, and then holding Washington on first point on Blizzard World, and you can just sort of feel the despair in the crowd as they're like, oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
Our team is about to lose. And then you have Emote getting a 5k because he's a Swedish off-tank and incredible at the game. And then you have Sanguinar with the boot. They were just arc that. Oh.
But what incredible mental fortitude from both of them.
Oh, that's shatter.
This was the moment.
This was incredible.
I thought this was the moment that it was done. Washington had finally done it. And then somehow, coming into this last fight, Glister 2 taps Corey.
It's just...
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Really depends on who you're asking.
My predictions.
Honestly, yeah, predictions kind of going down the drain here. That also means that Costa is now very much at the bottom. Yes, that's right. I am above Costa in predictions. And I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, let's continue talking about what we just saw. I do want to mention the mental fortitude, not just from London Spitfire, who managed to get their head back into the game after being down 0-2, but also the Justice. They really held their own, and up until the very end, this was still open and up for grabs for either of those teams. What were the biggest mistakes the Justice made there? Like, where did it really go wrong for them?
I think, in a way, for Justice, you live by the Corey, you die by the Corey, is what's going on here, where, okay, we're going to sit here, we're going to praise Corey for all of his great flanks. You know what comes along with those great flanks? When you see Corey coming and Glister goes, oh, I'm just going to take you down. Suddenly, London starts doing that, and Justice starts failing. So, in a way, what Justice does well is also what teams can exploit to take them down.
I have to say that I think London Spitfire in the second half, they set the tempo really high and really well. And I think that threw Washington off quite a bit. So you pretty much only saw Corey and Emote pop up in the kill feed, because I think that Washington as a unit, they looked really good against the Houston Outlaws when they were able to dictate the tempo of the fights and they were able to set up their engages pretty well. But now when you had London Spitfire come out in the second half and they were really aggressive and they were the ones engaging, that really threw Washington off. So that's where you pretty much only saw Corey come in clutch or Emote do something great on the Diva. So I think they threw off Washington Justice quite a bit, and as a result, they suffered.
They suffered. Indeed, they did. Yeah, no, honestly, this aggression is a good look for the London Spitfire. I very much hope to see more of that. Now, that wasn't our only match today, though. We started the show with Excelsior taking on the Houston Outlaws. Now, Houston have now lost 4 matches in a row, and they have stuck to the same lineup for most part. Any positive takeaways from this weekend, Costa?
They can't get worse. They've really, honestly, they've hit the bottom of the barrel, and that's the truth of it. If you're the coaching staff, you're the players, you finally hit the bottom of the barrel. now you have to start rebuilding and you need to start reworking. And we talked about this earlier. They need to start removing factors from the question marks, right? And the equations. So you need to decide on a flex support. You need to choose a hit scan DPS. You need to get something consistent going with this roster because otherwise they're never going to improve and never start winning matches.
So what is the workaround though, CP, for you? What is the workaround if you don't have a hit scan player to rely on?
Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have a workaround unless they get Lynx to start playing. And to Custa's point before, they have chosen hit scan player. The problem is the hit scan player they've chosen isn't a hit scan player. That's a bit of a problem. So at some point, you got to go deeper into your roster. I don't know what sort of rocky training montage you got to put Lynxer in to get him back in, but that has to be the play.
I mean, this has happened in Overwatch history before because I was benched by a Genji player. But, you know...
I mean, it happened in Outlaws history too, right? When they didn't want to play a Tracer.
Oh, yeah, we've all been benched.
For a Tracer. Yeah, how's bench life, guys?
It's not great, and that's the point of Lynx here. Is I can understand losing that confidence when he isn't played as the hit scan player. He doesn't have confidence. His coaches obviously didn't believe in to play this role, so I can understand it. But at some point, you have to get back on the horse because something needs to happen. Houston need to get back on the horse because otherwise they're just going to keep losing matches, and I don't see a bright spot for them right now.
I'll say this, okay? This was Sunday, so it was day 2, and you're coming to the weekend, and you mentioned this before, that you've practiced with this lineup, right? So it doesn't make a lot of sense to change it up for Sunday's match. So I sort of get it, okay? You played Blasé, now again, it's Sunday. Next weekend, it's the Houston homestand. If you play the same lineup, man, oh man, if you play the same lineup next weekend,
they might surprise them.
I cannot do this anymore. I have to break plays down, and I can't. I'm sorry, I can't.
But you have to, because we have to deal with whatever they are throwing at us, and we will do our best.
Welcome to the analyst line.
But no, honestly, I think there's a lot of takeaways for the Houston Outlaws, and I'm pretty sure that they will put in a lot of work because, quite frankly, in front of your home crowd, you do want to perform. It is very devastating if you unfortunately lose in front of your home crowd. We saw it in the Justice post-game interview. Like, it's heartbreaking. Yeah. It's heartbreaking to see, and I very much hope that they can at least harness the Outlaws fans' energy. And we know that the Outlaws fans are very energetic. So let's see if that can get the trick done. Now, we also saw the Defiant take on the undefeated Fusion today in one of the best matches so far this season, as the Toronto started with agilities and logics. You know, they lost that first map, but they brought in Surefour after that. Toronto is still lost, but what did you think of their adjustments and Surefour's overall performance?
Today was a day of comebacks to an extent, where you think about what we just saw in the last match with London. Now you look at what happened with Toronto, where they didn't come out very strong on the first map, but as they went into the match, as they went deeper in, we saw adjustments come out. We saw Surefour get subbed in, and it was a more unconventional take on the meta with a lot of Sombra play, but they made it work.
And I think you got to give props to these teams for making the correct adjustments in the half times, because both of these teams, Toronto and London, came in 0-2, and then they made adjustments, and they also just started playing their own style and really playing to their strengths. And that's great signs for these teams moving into hero pools, because a lot of teams don't know where these teams sort of stand, and it sucks that they didn't really get the victory for Toronto, but there were good signs because Philly is a very good team.
Yeah, and I echo that sentiment. I think that we'll see a lot more of this year especially, because I think that the homestands and the crowds actually has a big factor in this. Okay, you're an away team, and you're coming into Washington Justice homestands, and there are a lot of fans, and perhaps they boo you, and you're just not feeling it, and you're getting off to a poor start. So I think a lot of the times in the half times we'll see the coaches give a bit of a speech, maybe get the players going for the second half, because it's obviously been a thing so far, and we're into week 3, so I think this will continue, because it's just part of getting accustomed to an away crowd.
The one thing I really did like with Toronto, especially as the series went on, is that they weren't necessarily in the box where, oh, we're running our own style, and they could only run with the Sombra. As the match went on, they said, hey, we can play the meta pretty well, we'll fight you tooth and nail, and they had a very good showing in the mirror match at the same time. That's what you need in this situation, where you need to be good at your own style, but also you can't be useless when it comes to the meta mirror.
Yeah, but Surefour, like, initially, his stats didn't look too hot on McCree, like, to be perfectly honest here. However, I do think that he improved massively just over the course of this very own series.
Yeah, and I think you got to give them props for that. Shortfall came in and really sort of invigorated this Toronto Defiant lineup, and they definitely played the mirror a lot better. Something that I really like about the Philadelphia Fusion, though, is we were talking about this behind in the green room, and the thing that I like the most about Philly is that they're not living and dying by hitting shots. In the past, they've sort of been dependent on Carpe and EQO really popping off and then mechanically pulling themselves over the line. But this team seems a lot more patient, a lot more calculated, and just sort of a lot more free-flowing as a team rather than just sort of on individual performances.
Is that because the lineup has changed? Because we know that Neptuno, for example, was more on the aggressive side. EQO also sometimes a bit on a mission, right? So do you think that has anything to do with their new roster, that they're just playing a little bit more passive?
I think it's a factor of both, honestly. I think that certain players, they like a play style, and it's fair because both play styles work, honestly. We've seen aggressive play style works, and we've seen passive play styles work. So I think for someone like Sado, playing a bit more passive actually helps him. And so I got to give some credit to the coaching staff as well. They brought in, oh no, I forgot his name. It's he used to coach Seoul Dynasty and Snakes in Contenders.
That guy.
I know you actually been.
Yeah. Oh, I was just about to say it.
We'll come back and we'll give you the answer.
Yeah, we will be right back because coming up next we do have LA Valiants. There we go.
Thank you so much, production. I love you.
We are having LA Valiants McGravy joining us here at the desk live, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
McGravy, a player that I think has had a lot of doubt. He's had the haters, but they better be quiet after tonight. I mean, insane stuff from McGravy.
And McGravy to the back! The bomb takes down 3! Gig McGravy eats the blizzard and finishes off Hoxel! A hero play from McGravy! Oh, McGravy! The bomb stuck to the back! Goodbye, good night! McGravy has opened the way for the Valiants.
We got these players like McGravy. They're hungry. They want to get their name out here. And if you're a fan of the Overwatch League, they better have achieved that for you tonight. This could be the rookie team that we were hoping for.
Joining us today is LA Valiant's very own off-tank McGravy. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to be here.
Well, we've already had you in the back discussing the matches as you have been waiting quite some time for this last series to actually end. How's been the experience so far for you in the Overwatch League 2020?
It's good to be on a team that actually wants me there. It's good to be on a team that's right from the start. Right from the start. I'm calling you out. It's really good. I'm really glad to be back in the Overwatch League and playing with the LA Valiant. I told the LA Valiant staff that right from the beginning that I want to be back. I want to be back with the team, and to play for this org is perfect. I love it.
Well, that's great to hear. Now, a lot of people didn't feel super hot about the Valiant roster coming into 2020. Costa always believed, of course. Did this kind of doubt from some of the fans affect you guys negatively, or was that just a motivation?
I think for us it was motivation. I think we have a lot of positive players on our team, especially like me, Gig, KSF. All of us are really good at handling that kind of pressure. So it's really good. You know, we took it in stride, and you know, being rated 19th and 20th, it was really, it boosted us in a good way.
How did you guys prepare with coming into the season with so much roster turnover, where essentially everything changed, aside from packing, with his attitude at the top?
Unfortunately.
It can be a good and a bad thing not having the experience, but I think having a completely fresh roster and a new slate, and you know, we have a lot of young players, and not having those bad habits, and there's a lot of like old players kind of have those bad habits I was talking about. So having that fresh slate and fresh team, I think it's actually boosted us in a good direction for sure.
So we have a lot of new players in Valiant, a lot of unknowns that a lot of people might not think.
Did you hear that it's still a we? I guess if you
us, me and you, buddy. All of us, we're succeeding. We're doing really well this season. Other than yourself, because you're obviously a god, who should we be looking out to like really win like Rookie of the Year, MVP? Is there any candidates in the team?
I think you'd be crazy not to say KSP. I think not only Rookie of the Year, I just think he's one of the best DPS in the game right now, and I think he's proven that. Like once we get to play more, you really get to show that. And last show is also really, really good. Probably one of the best Anas in the game right now.
So how would you compare last year's roster and the mentality within that roster to this year's roster? Have you changed like playstyle philosophy or practice setups or anything? Like what has been the big changes so far this year that allows you to succeed?
I think packing brought a lot of the good habits that we had from last year, and since we had that fresh slate that I was talking about earlier with all the new players, I just think we took a lot of the good habits we had last year and just integrated into it with this year. And I think we're really aggressive. I think we're a really aggressive team. I think you guys make jokes about Gig penning like,
we're just the best. It's the best.
We are not a scared team. I think we're really aggressive, and I think that's like our big strength.
Okay, so when you look at teams that play a bit more passive, perhaps we've seen Philadelphia, they calm it down in a big way, and you guys prefer to play a bit more aggressive. How do you think those styles compare? Do you think it matters at all, or what's your take on that?
I think just having this meta, I just think playing slower just generally does not favor that kind of style, but it works for other teams. It just depends on the players and their play styles, but I think for us specifically, just our main tank mostly. We have Gig.
Passive.
It's like Bumper, right? It's Bumper.
No passive, so we go in and we support him, and it works for us.
Well, speaking of metas and play styles, we do have hero pools coming up. Is this something you're excited about? What are your thoughts?
I think hero pools is really exciting for the game. It's going to be really interesting. Obviously, as a player, it's really hard to adapt to at the moment, but for the viewers especially, I think everyone's going to love seeing all the new heroes that come out, since heroes can be banned.
So speaking of the viewers, a lot of people watch the Overwatch League to go, okay, how do I get better at the game? We have you here on the desk, and you had some pretty good diva bombs in the last match you played. What goes through your head as you're setting these up?
It's just like, it's hard to describe as a player, but for me, it's just like, this seems like a good time. Just send it. Like,
send
it.
Just press Q, man.
That's how you. If you ask any pro player ever, they're always gonna say that. Yeah, you just gotta have a feel for it. So it's really hard to put into words. But
I am incredibly disappointed. You're not even giving any credit to Gig whatsoever for hitting those pins, hitting those shatters, huh, Reinhardt? Where's the credit?
Gig setup was insane. Gig, I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Gig, your setup was insane. I love you, buddy.
All right, so other than LA homestands, because those are always going to be awesome for you guys, where are you most excited to be traveling?
I'm really excited to go to London and Paris. I haven't been, across the pond very often, so it's exciting, to explore Europe a little bit.
All right, finally, hero pools. What hero are you the most excited to play? Because playing the off tank, you do happen to one-trick a lot of heroes. It's been Sigma and it's been Diva. Is there any hero in particular you're looking forward to play the most?
McGravy Winston.
Hey, my Winston's actually nasty.
But
genuinely, not jokingly, I love playing Roadhog. I think I'm a really good Roadhog, so I'm actually excited to play that hero.
Are you better than Gargoyle?
I'm the best Roadhog in the game.
Okay, you heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
Confidence. We love it. We love it. Now stick around because McGravy will be hanging out with us still. Coming up next, we have Emote Control and a preview of next week's matches and a very special announcement. we had an exciting weekend in Washington, and we want to highlight some of our favorite moments for week number 3. So it's time for Emote Control, presented by State Farm. A star was born this weekend. Of course, I'm talking about Jerry. Jerry. He had highs, he had lows, mainly highs though, let's be real. Even that was a highlight for me personally. What tickles you about this? What's the emotional response to this beautiful Jerry clip?
Just sadness.
Sadness.
I'm really just sad about it.
Okay.
This was my
That's not a sad emote.
No,
I'll go with you. I go with the real surprise there for sure.
Jerry, no, you have so much to live for. You're on the up and up. Don't do it.
It's also Jerry's response to just falling off the edge. It's just like, oh, I cannot actually jump over this part
He went
of the
for
map.
it, and I have the utmost respect
Look,
for
this
Jerry.
is Josh's response right here. Right here.
That's literally something Sideshow would do on purpose.
Yes!
It
That's
does.
what he would do.
Well,
he was
does
nodding
he
in
do it on
approval.
purpose, though? I'm not
Yes.
sure. Well, guys, you know what? I have more Jerry for you.
Yes.
That's the
More
kind of
Jerry?
first name. Yeah, that's right. There's never enough Jerry. Take a look at this VK as he is interrupting not just the Deadeye, but also a Blizzard.
Oh my god, he's fragging out. He got one kill. And there's the second.
Beautiful. A thing of beauty.
Oh my god. Well, there's only one way to
there is
describe
only-
this. There's only one way to put it.
All right. Let's
Give
see
him a raise.
This is you, Huck.
Huck, give him the money.
Show
Get
me
him
the
the
money.
cash. It's a
Jerry
gorilla.
needs to secure
was-
the bag. Give him the bag.
That's gold, Jerry.
Indeed.
Gold.
That was cash money.
That was.
For sure.
And this is it can't be understated. Jerry needs more money. I don't care what he's on. If he's on $1 million, he needs
Alright,
two.
this was Houston's face.
+1.
This was Houston's face when they saw Jerry in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, understandable. He is fear-inducing, but also really, really adorable. So many emotions revolving around the man, the legend, Jerry. Now, we had a Torp sighting as well today, thanks to Washington's Corey. I mean, Torps always get anyone excited, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes. Corey Bjorn, that's a bit of a stretch production, but we take it anyway.
I
He was on it for one fight.
You got an umlaut in there. I appreciate it.
There's only one reaction that you can really come up to for this sort of play that, even though it worked, was kind of on the plat area here, and it's this.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta go with this one because every time someone picks Torbs in my games, I get really sad.
Well, and honestly, though, if it worked somewhere, it would have been this very part of that map.
Did you see what they did? He switched to Torb, and they decided to dive the Torb, as if that was a good idea. He just, like, used his molten core, dropped his turret, and then just went full potato. Just
I
like,
would also
right
panic.
click, right
I would
click,
also panic.
Right click.
How often do you play a Torb in professional play?
Yeah.
But Gravy, you would know
Hey,
this.
you got to be able to adapt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your first reaction isn't, hey, I'm going to dive this Torb.
Don't worry, he's watched.
But it was, though, in this case. It was.
That's what they did.
So are you.
I got another one for you. I got another one. Lastly, we have Sureforce setting up agilities for a sweet 5K.
Where's the... I don't have an emote for this.
So you can face it. Like, you just use your face. That's fine, too.
No, you can't even control that CEO.
Costa is his own emote.
Let me tell you, Sombra gameplay. I can't get down with it. I just cannot. I cannot.
Even Brady getting a 5K.
Sombra. It involves Sombra. I cannot.
I think that's
I really sense a diva bias coming out from here.
That's an everybody bias.
That's true. That's an Overwatch ranked bias. Anybody from bronze to GM hates Sombra.
Except from the Sombra players.
Yeah, the
I dare
Sombra.
say.
They don't exist.
Okay, well, in that case, now this is pretty much it for this week's Emote Control presented by State Farm. So thank you so much, guys, for participating. We're going to take a look at next Saturday's schedule. We got the New York Excelsior taking on the Florida Mayhem, and Toronto Defiant will be facing off against the Atlanta Reign. And last but certainly not least, we're going to have the London Spitfire against the Houston Outlaws. Now, McGravy, which of these matches are you particularly excited about watching but also scouting?
I'm excited to see the Toronto and Atlanta match. We get to see Atlanta for the first time. They have a lot of hype going into the season, and I think Toronto, they really stepped it up this match. So it'll be exciting to see if they can keep up the performance.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been rating Atlanta really high. That's the team I want to see. Do they have the hype coming? And Toronto obviously played pretty well today, coming back against Philly. So Is Atlanta going to be as good as everyone thinks they're going to be and as they're saying they're going to be? We'll find out.
It's all about Atlanta going into this, where Atlanta, let's rewind time a little bit. People are looking at the season going, okay, what team do you really get excited about? And yeah, Shock was at #1, but most people had Atlanta at #2. Now we get to see if they live up to that hype, even though it feels like just a few weeks into the season, people have kind of forgotten about Atlanta. Just a bit.
Where is Atlanta in your
cannot believe
ranking?
you guys.
Tell me.
How... Where Atlanta is?
Yeah, where is it in your ranking?
That's not important.
It is
What
to
is
me
important
personally.
is London Spitfire against the Houston Outlaws, because that match is money.
No.
That match is money.
I've
That's going to be like a cesspool of memes. It's going to be incredible.
No, I've had enough memes. I want to watch good
Memes
Overwatch.
are glorious.
I think we had a good mix of both, actually, the past few days. It felt like forever because of that one match, but no, I do think we already saw some pretty darn high levels of Overwatch being played, and we're only 3 weeks in, and we still have yet to see all the teams playing. So far, so good, and I'm excited for any Overwatch I can get, to be honest. Yeah, that's right. I'm not just getting paid to say that. Now, before we let you go, we do have one more big announcement. Next Sunday, on the Watchpoint Post Show, we will be having the first ever Hero Pool draw. Yeah, that's right. It's going to happen here on this desk. We here at the Watchpoint desk will be randomly selecting which heroes are out of the rotation for week number 5. So this whole ruling is going to be based upon play rate, as well as 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPSs will be taken out of the mix based on play rate, so it's not us making the decision. So you just have to make sure to tune in next Sunday night to the Watchpoint Post Show for our first ever Hero Pool draw. I'm very, very excited to see how that's going to go down for us. Now, we want to thank you, of course, McGravy, for joining us here at the desk. It was fantastic to have you get some insight, and of course, best of luck to you and your team for your matches to come. CP, also big thank you to you. You deadlifted that guest spot.
That was the goal. That was the goal. I wanted to leave it better than it was than when I came in. Me and Hex, we talked about it. We said, look, we need to bring glory to the guest spot. That's what we did.
Yeah, exactly. This is all we can strive to do coming into this world. Leave it a little bit better than how we found it. Now, thank you guys so much. I can't wait for next week. It's going to be fun. Thanks to everyone watching. We will be back next Saturday with all the action.
Goodbye.
This